Okay, we are starting, and we are going to call Aristides. We're going to see if this rings, and we're going to have me bring on everybody afterwards while he's setting up everything. And in the interim, let's see how we're doing here. Seems to be registering on both ends. We're going to try the other end as well. There we are. I hear a voice now. Let's see if that voice registers on OBS. We are streaming live, dear Aristides. Do respond.
All right. Hello. You're live.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay, so wonderful to have
Hi.
you with us. So what I'm going to do is ask you to do a blurb while I try and bring everyone on with your help. I'm going to basically see if I can start adding people to the call,
Mhm.
and basically I'm going to start this the slow way, one at a time, and maybe you can remind me. You know what you need to do is email me a list of all the people that you call.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's that.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
you could do
I
that.
did have a short list of people that seem to be fully converted, active, available, so we can start with that. And I think I listened to the last one. I think it was Brendan saying, once that kind of chat is established, hopefully you can go back in there and just initiate a new call. Like, it's got to be that it can't be manual it's got to be that you can just go to your same group and hey, call everybody, right? So,
Right.
but yes,
Right.
I see a thing, Brendan. All right.
What did our man T Tank Barry call himself again?
Yeah.
Joe Smith or something? What did he call himself?
John Doe.
John Doe.
In
Thank
fact,
you.
yeah. I mean, we do. Yeah, we need to establish the whole thing. I think if you started it,
Uh-huh.
wait till somebody gets on audio though. Maybe then it'll be considered a call. A meeting. Like it just because you add people and they don't join. I don't know if that is a meeting.
That's a good point.
Like I'm
I mean,
saying,
from a business
but what I'm saying,
perspective,
yeah,
that would
yeah,
make
what-
sense.
what-
I think I see what you're saying. That as soon as we get a few people on,
Right.
they begin to interact. Then if John Doe talks, for instance, he's with us. That means theoretically you could start adding people because people in a meeting would
Yes,
do that.
yeah.
Yes.
I could, maybe, hit residual people, but.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I saw him
let's
there
see.
for just a second.
Troy.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. Did he do?
Troy, I don't. Again, you could try adding everybody, but not all of them. Some people wouldn't add, and other people didn't seem to be like, I don't know, fully there. Like you could add them, but it might just be sending them an invite. Like.
No,
You know what
I
I mean?
get you. Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Okay, so the ones I had, let me see.
let's see, I'm gonna try
Brendan,
it.
of course.
Okay.
Nemo,
Okay.
Heather.
Heather, thank you. There's one that we got to hit, and press add, and so he's interacted with us. So theoretically, you could start adding people, but we're gonna try the slow way today.
I'd rather somebody get on audio first.
Yeah,
Continue.
I agree. I agree. Now that's
Heather, Sammy, Amy, George.
yeah. Holly's weird. Her symbol, which of course is to be expected, looks like a dead symbol. It's really weird. There's no other way to describe it.
Right. Well, because she's not actually on.
Yeah,
Like,
'cause-
it may
yeah.
just send her an invite every time that she cannot act on.
Yeah, it may not even do that. But seriously, because she is not on Microsoft Teams. Victoria, however, has downloaded it. So there's Victoria, and so we're pressing the add button for her, and hopefully she gets on so I can explain to her how delayed my ability to respond on the phone was. And let's see now who else. You can see the people we've added. It's 9 so far. Who else comes to mind?
Heather, Victoria. Okay. Heather, Sammy.
Sammy, thank you. God, yes. Oh God, I forget. Okay,
Yeah.
and press add, and let's try
Amy.
Amy, yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, and Amy, and as soon as somebody comes on, of course, I will, having just got home, take a short break and make my tea and take my vitamins, so to speak, which I always take my supplements before the show so I can last 12 hours if necessary, if they don't knock us off. So that being said, we'll do that only when somebody comes on to bounce off with you. And okay, so who else?
George.
George Knight, thank you. God, how could I forget? Yes, that should be foremost on my mind. I'm going to inescapably have to talk about Britain a lot tonight. And let's see. Brooke, of course. Yes, thank you. And add people, Brooke. Okay. Brooke.
Those are the...
Okay.
Those are the for sure's.
Yeah, that's and 13 altogether.
Everybody else was kind of
peripheral, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
We'll just try Marina because that's just like a good luck thing.
Yeah.
If she's on, she may not be on. Jesus, I don't believe she's on Teams.
Who knows?
Have you've sent her? You've sent her. Oh, here.
No, I should send her. Something. She just does not see responding messages.
Does eventually. Generally speaking, she does.
It would be like that, but it's become less like that.
Still, act as if it is. Act as if it is. It's trust me. Act as if it is. Real Tech Geek. Let's try Real Tech Geek.
I'll try.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Real Tech was.
Yeah.
Status. Probably not.
He may not be. No. We couldn't find any matches. Jesus Christ.
No, I couldn't. I kind of had a sloppy, but I had everybody, and then I kind of indicated whether they were like kind of, not there,
right?
Definitely there, or somewhere in between.
Who else comes to mind? Anyone else, or is that pretty much it? You can see the list, and it's. I guess that covers it generally.
Yeah.
The overall parameters, the basic ones. And if I scroll down a bit, I might find some others. And John Henry, he is on the John Henry. Let's never forget him because he is actually on Microsoft Teams. So might as well add him every time.
Sorry, I got distracted. Who?
John Henry Warrington. John Henry. Warrington.
Yeah.
Because he's actually on. Oh, The Real Tech Geek is how it is. Add people. The Real Tech Geek. The Real Tech Geek. There we are. So there, add him. And so he seems to be on. Yeah, and all right. John Doe, he came on with us. Christine Joan Hart seems to be on. I'm not calling her. Of course, she's in England. It's not the other reason. It would be, somewhat awkward. Somewhat, yeah. Okay, so I think we've got them. That's 16 now. And altogether on our call. If only any of them would start to talk.
Okay, let's see. George, Brooke, Marina, John Henry, you say he's on. Real Tech was, as of last time, not. But I mean, come on, how can you be a real tech and not?
Well, as Brooke described, he kind of isn't. It's a weird persona. He seems to be a very good photographer. He likes to, shall we say, dabble in day trading, but he's obviously not rich, so he can't be particularly adept by social standards, by normal social standards, though he does seem to get himself windfalls and is able to take bizarre trips to conventions and fairly recently to a foreign country, Georgia, out in the middle of the Caucasus Mountains of between Europe and Asia. So, there you go with that. Just weird shit. He's just an all around weird kind of guy. But he's our kind of guy, our kind of weird. So, all right. We'll see what happens with him. Somebody sent me an image. Nemo is typing. And apparently these guys did a lot recently while I was gone. So I have to catch up with them. And let's download. Oh, Vampire Vamp was found by our man Brendan Zogate here, and so I'll press the download button on that. Here we are. Somebody sent a communication. Okay, John Doe sent this, and this is like a link to Robert McCall. He was looking up. Yes, good man, and of course they pick up a lot of other weird things there. T Tank Barry says good evening, loud and clear, brother. Aristides is clear. He says Eric Cradle says good health, Team Dietrich. Good health, Eric Cradle. And of course, you yourself added on a number of things, and our numbers are fair to middling at the moment. We'll hopefully pick up as time goes on. And in the meantime, okay, a little bit of a status report on yourself. How are things going with you in general? Just
pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd say pretty good. Keeping busy. Keeping good things going. Spring, and I think there's just a renewed energy of some things, which you would expect.
Of course.
Spring.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful! I'm so glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Delightful.
Yeah.
And so today, of course, is Mother's Day. And I will try my best to address that a little bit. I want people to understand there is a poem that I've written for my mother, as well as the illustration of when she was, of course, much younger, within the peacock garments, of course. And oh yes, the blurb. Let's get started on that, dear Aristides. I think we brought on everybody that we could, but I do want to remind people while you're listening to Aristides.
You did well.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thanks to your help. Couldn't have done that without your persistence and your prodding in terms of the remembering a number of people. So I do want people, while you're listening to Aristides, open the text beneath the live stream, and you will find a poem I wrote dedicated to my mother. So that's 3 times a year I have to do this for mother and father, their birthdays, their death days, and Mother's and Father's Day. So with that, you can avail yourself of that, everyone, and take a look at that while you listen to Aristides' dulcet tones, which he will begin to share with everyone his beautiful blurb. All right, take it away, dear Aristides, and we'll see if somebody
My beautiful blurb. That'll be like the memoir I write someday.
Yes.
My beautiful blurb.
Yeah. I love it.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. So the blurb is: as soon as you get here, please hit the upvote under the program window. The thumbs up. That's is important because it influences the algorithm. There are those put down votes. You cannot see them. They're hidden by YouTube. It's typical these days. I have not seen shown down votes in a long time. But anywhere. But they are put possibly in numbers by cheap bots that get removed later. But in the meantime, that affects Douglas's ability to be searched and suggested, etc. Like in those little side panels of videos there, where on YouTube you see down the side is suggesting things, such as that. So please do that. Please make sure you're subscribed on the subscribe button, even if you have done so before, and turn on the notification bell that gives you a pop-up window or a pop-up, of whatever kind on your device. Me, it looks like a little window on the computer, but that the program is starting, which hopefully and to show up, but life is busy, or there may be a restart for whatever reason. Most of us don't like pop-ups, but this one you can tolerate for Doug's sake. So to do all these things, you have some type of account, or else it won't let you. So since you do, you can go out under your account settings actually, and under your main account, create sub channels. This is not a new account; it's just a partitioning kind of identity. But the cool thing is, although people use them for maybe different types of content, you don't have to put anything there. You can use them for multiple upvotes. So I put 2 already, and you could do that, make 1 or 2 channels, and then maybe one day you'll figure out some content you want to put in there also, since you already have. What else? As far as upvotes, after the show ends and it's not live anymore, there's no live chat, as you see. I mean, there will be a chat replay, but you cannot write in it. There will be comments under the window, and Douglas will pin a comment under there every time. Please upload that for similar reasons and any other positive comments that you might see. So that also you can grab, share, save the YouTube link right out of the browser bar, the youtube.com, or however it appears to you, and you can share that. It will stay the same after the program converts to a fixed program for live. So if you put that, say, in a chat or somewhere now, like somebody tomorrow or the next day finds it, it will still click through to the program. And I have put the PayPal link in the chat, in the YouTube chat. So please find that. Send over some money, help him get ahead. We're already getting, into the month a bit, and we don't want him to get caught in the end. So in case you can't find that ever, or you're only hearing audio, just go to PayPal, search in the search bar Douglas D. Dietrich. Let me confirm that works, right? Okay.
Sure. Sounds
PayPal.
good. Thank you.
I believe I've done so, but go to the search bar. Log in. Oh, okay. Well, I'm pretty. Yeah, it will work. You can search on there, Douglas D. Dietrich, and sorry, just enter. And you should be able to find him. You see his little picture. You'll notice him when you see his picture. If you don't see his picture, it's still the one that you got the hat on with the sunglasses on the hat, right? It's the one. That's him. That's his account.
Yes.
Send him money. Right. Make sure you see him. Make sure you see it says Douglas Dietrich and you see him. Then send him money. So that's it. So you really don't need to have a link or anything. Just remember, hopefully by now you know that he's Douglas D. Dietrich. So just like that in. Fine. All right. That's what did I miss?
Mm-hmm.
If I was an email, I would say please download and upload. Create some account on an alternate platform, download the program, re-upload. Pretty heavy technically, but if you are capable of that, do please consider that.
Beautiful. Now, I'm just seeing now something from El Nemo. I'm just trying to respond to him. And please join us on the call, El Nemo, because texting really fucking sucks. And I need to be able to tell you, without giving away the game, that, exactly what we're trying to do. In other words, we won't talk about it in detail, but we're working together on other potentially alternative venues. And Nemo's trying to help, but it's got to wait until we're working together on this. And so definitely come on bandwidth, jump on bandwidth, please. And same with our man
what are these? John is putting these. There are these horribly long looking links. God, that was bad. I know that's how it works. That's how it, like if you.
Well, it used to condense them. It used to condense them. Then sometimes it doesn't. It's weird. But it's fine. It's just Yeah. And definitely want to thank El Nemo for all he's been doing. He's apparently been quite busy, and I acknowledge and respect that. And God, of course, I'm grateful beyond words. Same with dear Brendan. But for God's sakes, guys, get on the call, and we can, without giving the game away, because they're all assumed that, and I can see why, based on past experience, they all assume I'm going to read out passwords and everything, and it's just not the case. I do want to remind people that we have a situation in that if I open up my emails, I'll share this with everybody. Got some stupid fucking email from the Bluehost, which was just outrageous. It's so offensive. And Bluehost is, of course, the site of my website, and we need to. Okay, so he just gave me. I'll see if I can find a different way to share images without exaggerated links. It's okay, Robin. The images, I like the link. The link was fine because it takes us to a place where there's a lot of links. Actually, this is a second link. Troy Bellamy gives his thumbs up. These are beautiful. These are beautiful images from Robert D. McCall. Yeah, and he was very inspired by clouds, and projected a technology where man was using anti-gravity to manifest dwellings in the sky that emulated the clouds in terms of their shapes, so that they would aesthetically not jar the sensibilities. And yeah, people can look up dear Robert McCall, the artist. Look up Robert McCall space art. You could look up something like that, because people tend to conflate him with space because that's what he was most famous for. Yet most of his work was done concerning Earth. And let's see now. Yeah. What? What?
This looks like stuff back when I was a kid. There would be these like kind of just basically science books, discovery books for kids. I forget that in the actual, but it would typically look like that.
Yeah,
they probably use.
Oh yeah. He painted the mural for Tomorrowland in Disney. That was their Futurama at Disney, their Tomorrowland. He was the guy who did the murals, and I'm just going to do a verification of email for this one link that was sent by Nemo. So I have done that. It says to continue. I've pressed that button, but this is something I should be doing with adult supervision at a later time. Probably tomorrow I'll be sleeping all day again because of the energy expended over the last few days. Definitely want to expend a lot more energy tonight in delivering a solid monologue if possible, if we get high enough numbers. We're motivated, but understand just a lot going on today. Okay, and okay, so something happened here with you. You just did something.
Yeah, never mind. So I had made this little community thing when we thought that might be useful as a starting point for the calls, which I don't think it will be.
Right.
I think you just kind of go back to same. Well, we can call it a call, whatever it is. It becomes a meeting, but we'll just keep calling. Go back to same and just hopefully hit start call again. Hopefully.
Right.
But this is just kind of a backup, point. If anything, like it would just be everybody who's, the whole team.
Mm-hmm.
That way, if you ever, we lose, you lose track of a call or something good, we're there,
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be based on the call, like, I lost that call or whatever, or, it's just a master, like, kind of little list, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Anyway, disregard. Yeah,
oh, okay. Yeah.
I did it, so I might as well, like, add everybody, and then it's like a little, it's not about calls, it's just it's a separate little kind of chat.
Oh, I get the logic behind it. Yeah. Oh, let me stretch it.
It's there. I mean, maybe I wouldn't have done it now. I was hoping it would be a spot for to start calls from. But anyway. All right, I'll leave that up for now. Maybe later I'll add. I made you I was the owner because I created it. I made you an owner also. So.
Yeah.
I think that's probably what you got.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
right,
probably.
Disregard.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Thank you, and with that, we're going to just as I said, kind of. Here we are. 6 members showing. Yeah, that's the. Let me see now. Is that our current call? Okay. Critical emission said that's from our man John. Yeah.
He's just commenting.
Yeah, and yeah, thank you. And you were going to say something further?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, okay. And with that, all right, let's welcome everybody who's here. Our numbers are going up steadily, and that's good. That's great. And as soon as enough people join us, then if we don't have anyone else here, I'll just get started on the monologue. Somebody's sending me hearts. I'm presuming that's a young lady. I'll send her hearts in return. And numbers going up while we're exchanging hearts with each other. Of course, could be a man, and I welcome the sentiment. I'm not phobic. All such being said, let's see if we're getting up towards our normal numbers, and that's great. Let's give everybody some welcome here. I don't see any extra input from this young lady other than hearts, so unless somebody has gotten suddenly unusually romantic or something, I don't see them interacting on the chat, so I'll just say hugs to all the male compadres out there. Hugs in order of appearance so that everybody understands such. And at any rate, so I was saying about the stupid, what was I talking about? The Bluehost. So Bluehost sent this incredibly offensive email that, we couldn't, the way it was phrased was so stupid. Let me just give the hugs to, the usual gentlemen who show up first. T-Tank Berry, and then, of course, Eric Cradle, and then our man Vril, who's actually here before anybody. And he is, of course, Aristides, but he gets it. He understands. He was the third to participate in chat. At Vril, and here we are. And add a little exclamation mark there, and get that. Oh, Vicky Johnson says, hello, Douglas. So kisses at Vicky Johnson. Knew you were out there, honey. Saw your hearts and figured it was you. Goddess bless you. Love you dearly beyond expression and hope you're doing well, honey. And so kisses to her. And of course, one of these days, since you've transferred to wait, you were never on. You were never on Skype, so far as I know. But hey, be easier then. Just download Microsoft Teams. We'll be happy to bring you on the call should you wish. And so let me give her usual acknowledgement, and wish I could give her so much more. There we are. Okay, and Troy Bellamy says, send the link to join Teams. You have to explain that, Aristides. He has to download it. You just download it onto your phone. You go look.
Yeah. You go to your app store, wherever depending on your phone, wherever your app store is, and you just type Microsoft Teams, and then you'll find it.
Yeah, there. See, yeah. And
that's
thank
the first.
You. Yeah, so Troy, but wait, you're on Teams, Troy. You acknowledge us with a thumbs up in the chat. You're on the bandwidth. You're on the call. We saw your thumbs up.
Yeah, it's not on Skype, right?
It's not Skype. It can't be Skype. Skype's down. They've
right. Yeah. It must be. No, he was on. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I think he was.
And he was on the other night.
No, I yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe he's having the same kind of trouble other people have had, where it's not synchronizing with your ability to talk or open the mic.
Yeah, I think he was. I might have been in that asterisk category. I didn't know if he was fully functional.
Right, but he's on it now, definitely.
Yeah.
If he was on it the other night when they were like, both things were up and running, and he could have been coming on bleeding in through Skypes like I was, essentially, then that's one thing. But we saw him tonight with a thumbs up. So if you can even interact at all in the text box, you're in Microsoft Teams. So by the way, come on now, don't they use that shit at work? I mean, you work in a school. Yeah, it's like, come on. You're on Teams. It's not like you have a choice in life. So, all such being said, like I said, what we might do tonight is I might start directly into monologue, and just Aristides, I'll ask him to be on the lookout to BOLO, B-O-L-O, it's an acronym. Police departments used to use it in the old days. Police departments used to use BOLO for be on the lookout. They'd put out a BOLO. So just BOLO for any incoming anybody who joins us, then let me know. I mean, if they don't start talking immediately, which I always encourage people to do, is to just butt in. Just come in, interject, and say, hey, I just want you to know I'm here. At least that. Because otherwise I may never find out. But if they don't do that because for some reason people are very shy, or feel intimidated and don't want to interrupt what I'm saying, which is very respectful and I appreciate that. but certain things have to be done or I'll never know they're there, then I count on you, Aristides, to interject and say, oh, by the way, I just want you to know, whoever has joined us,
Okay.
right? Yeah.
All
Okay,
right. Yep,
great.
I'll do it.
Yeah, and so I'm not steeping tea right now, so there's no emergency there. But when we get a chance, then I'll as soon as somebody joins us, I'm gonna take a 10-minute break, 10ish minutes out to make tea and grab my supplements, and there we are. Other than that, it is of course still Mother's Day. And what happened was that I was, it says continue to Discord. It never took me to Discord, just so you know, Nemo. This is why I need adult supervision when trying to mess with this stuff at all. But definitely the other place we're trying is Discord. And so far, Nemo and Brendan have pointed out several advantages of Discord. I appreciate that, and hopefully we'll work together on it. Obviously, I want to go over my calendar with people, and actually that brings us back to before we go into Mother's Day, which leads us into monologue, simply because it's just a way to, wind myself up, get myself into the groove, so to speak, as we used to say hundreds of years ago. That was actually before I was an adult. So, something I would hear adults say when I was a child, but I definitely want to. But then again, Madonna made a song about it, so that's maybe she was just showing her age, when I was a teenager. All such being said, let's look up the Bluehost, and I can just read this to you. You can see how horrible this was. Just a horrible experience to even receive this. And Bluehost, okay. And enter that word, see what was sent to me. Let me see. Oh yeah, that's it. Just now, at some point, I'm going to forward this to everyone who might be able to help. And I hope you're listening out there, Dennis Marshall. This is a month where I can really use your help. We're all going to try and get as much as we can this month for next month. Next month is going to be fucking brutal. And one of the reasons why is renewal of Bluehost services for my website, which I do want to maintain and someday even use. So in the interim, what the fuck did I just do? Just trying to shrink something that was out here. Okay, wasn't that? Oh, here we are. There we are. So I was trying to shrink one thing, wound up shrinking another. Or anyhow, so Bluehost sends me this stupid email. Important notice: we are having issues renewing your services, which are not due until June. And so they told me last year, when they were trying to charge me, or rather, more properly, they were trying to overcharge me for all kinds of services I didn't need. Like, advertising services. If you have a website, you must want to advertise. Yes, if I had money. Yes, if I were doing something with it. Yes, but I'm not doing anything with it at the moment, and therefore, and aside from that, I have no money, so I cannot advertise. So I had to dicker down the price with these people. But they told me, okay, for renewal of these services, basically we need $200 in PayPal approximately. Not to mention that I need to load $25 for my Google renewal once a year. And let's see what we got here. Basic, yes, basic, thank you. And so I want to thank our man T-Tank Berry for providing the basics, which is what I have to dicker these people down to. But the fact that it's offensive is they say, we're having issues renewing your services ahead of the time that the payment is due. And they send me this email saying, thanks for being a loyal Bluehost customer. We attempted to renew the services listed below. Unfortunately, we were unable to find a valid payment method on file. To avoid disruption of your service, please update the payment details by logging into your account. Obviously, I'm not one of these computer people who's adept at doing things like this. I'm an older man, a creature of the 20th century, which is so far behind us by now, it may as well be the 19th. And I would call these people. They do provide a phone number. They say, have questions? Our team of experts is available 24/7. No point in taking advantage of that until I actually have money on my card to pay them. But what they're really trying to say by saying this stupid shit, we attempted to renew the services listed below. Unfortunately, we were unable to find a valid payment method on file. What they're trying to say when they're saying we are having issues renewing your services as the header, what they're trying to say is we tried to raid your PayPal card and it was empty. This is what they're saying. It's basically I did not have enough money. Holly Kiefer is calling us from a group. That's going to put this call on hold. I will answer that. Okay. The old days, it would just knock the call off completely. Let's hope it doesn't do that. So, Holly, I'm answering you now. We are live streaming. I'm telling everybody how, these fuckers are demanding $300 for renewal, and I have to dicker them down to $200 by using basic services for a yearly renewal. They want $350, these motherfuckers at Bluehost. So they want that next month, and we got to get money for next month, this month, because it needs to be paid first week next month. Like within the first days of next. So I'm just explaining that to everybody. We're live on bandwidth. So you're joining us. Hello, and what's going on with you, honey? Okay, so all right, let's see if we can. Okay, what was that? I got a beep sound, and if this doesn't work out, of course, like I said, I'll just go straight into monologue. But one of the things we're going to try to do is first give a wow face to our man Troy Bellamy. Because I have no idea how we handle this. We need people like Brendan Zogett in particular on, or Nemo, to show us what to do to bring Troy Bellamy on at all. Okay, so let's see if I can go back to that call here. Hopefully it was not hung up on, right? On hold. Okay, so how do I get off hold? Okay, basically hang up on Holly Kiefer. And does that bring me back? Here's where you'll find your view options. How do I get back onto the call with these guys? So all Holly did was succeed in knocking me off the call, which is pretty fucking irritating. And I should never have responded. Okay, so how do I join back into the call, people? Get back into the call. Oh, I know. Maybe that weird little symbol. No, it did the weird little symbol disappear because I was on with her. Okay, somebody help me out here. Need some adult supervision. Troy says thumbs up. I don't know anything about a code. So how do we get off hold here? Resume. Here we are. Resume. So there we are. That was that was fucking irritating. That was. Right.
What did you just do to get back in?
Press the resume.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that I could find it is a bit of a miracle, but yeah. Yeah, it just takes some getting used to. Of course, maybe we should thank Holly for helping us force ourselves to familiarize with this bullshit, but you should be top right of the screen. So here I am hearting Troy Bellamy's thumbs up. She says trying but can't get on. I'll just, give her the sad face. So it's like, but you're on. Holly just sent us a text saying, trying, but I can't get on. But you're on, or we couldn't see it. And so what Troy is saying is, you need to send me a code. I guess this is what they do at work. He says, send a code and a passcode. I don't know any code or passcode. And Victoria says, no, hope you're all doing well. Been working so much, nice hearts. So let's give her a bunch of hearts and, invite her onto the call. See if we could get somebody aside ourselves. Maybe everybody's having this problem, Aristides. Maybe everybody's trying it. They can't get on. And
I don't know.
And so Brendan, can you fucking join us? Yes, yes, text, but not call. Trying again. And yeah, and okay, that's nice. Just checking out notifications here. Welcome back, my lovely Victoria. Lovely Victoria. Yeah, loves Jesus. I forgot. Yeah. Here we are, and okay, and with the usual, or here we are, or this, here we are, something a little bit different, so it doesn't look generic with everybody. You know, don't want to give everybody a generic response. All right. So one thing I can try is to call Brendan and ask him if there's some way to, you know, that these people can get on. Aristides says, do you see a thing on top of the meeting that maybe looks like this? Okay, good. There we are. You mean, do you think that if they press that people button or the mic? It's like
no, not the people, the thing with the lines.
Yeah, okay, the lines.
He says he can't hear, but if you press the...
Says he can't hear?
He said that in the little checker, not in here.
Okay, you mean in YouTube chat?
Yeah, no.
Oh, some other thing. Okay, I see. Okay. So just again, reminding everybody, next month is going to be a fucking killer, and everything renews, and quite possibly that's when my veterans group life insurance renews. Which I maintain for reasons I've articulated redundantly, repeatedly, ad nauseum. And so that, of course, when the state of California did a deep dive, as they called it, using AI, they found veterans records, and it shows up on my driver's license that I'm a veteran, but otherwise I maintain as much proof as I can because the records were destroyed after my dishonorable discharge for political reasons. And yes, the military will do that. So he says, I don't see icon in Teams. For me, it's the down arrow. Because he's on a cell phone, right? The problem is all these people are working from cell phones.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see. Okay.
So the formatting is completely different. And so they don't see... Right. Yeah.
Now let me see what it would be there. Mm-hmm. If I'm in the chat,
but
in the we'll just call it the chat.
Troy, do you want to try?
You hit the phone.
Okay.
No. Well, you see, if I hit the phone thing, it says, "Do you want to call everyone?" And no, we do not need an additional call.
Right. But the other option is, of course, to move to a PC, Troy. You can do that.
No, we have to work out how to do this.
Yeah. And Heather says, I can only get into chat. And, of course, I'll just respond with a sad face for her, too. It's... Yeah, I'm sad for all of you. They can all only get into chat. It asks if it wants to call independently. No. Call everyone, that thing. Okay, on the phone. Mm-hmm. So it's something to do with their phone formatting. Cellular, and so, yeah, do not do that. Yeah, because, Holly tried that. And all it does is it takes me off this call, and it doesn't really, she couldn't talk anyway. It brought me onto a call with her where she couldn't talk anyway. So
meet now, join with meeting ID. That is a thing, but we okay, apparently you can have a meeting ID, but where do you find that? Right.
Troy says Teams must have a meeting ID and passcode to join visually or virtually, but that doesn't make any sense.
Now, there is such a thing, but, none of us did that.
Yeah, none of us did that. And so there's got to be a way that we're just not seeing yet.
I'm trying.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. And maybe there's something I can do is invite people to Teams. Maybe that's different from adding people. Invite to Microsoft Teams. Oh, okay. Let's try this.
Yeah, wait. Allow join via link. Share QR code. Right.
Okay. Try this, everybody, and see if it does anything. Try that. Everybody hit that. See if that works. And so just entered that, and maybe that's something we got to do.
That might get them just to the chat.
The chat they're already in. But it was a code. At least it was a fucking code. Yeah. It's a code, at least. So it's the only thing I can think of. Like I said. So now Brendan Zoget added something. There we are. Join conversation. So do Brendan's. Brendan
would. It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
It's the same thing. But Brendan, why don't you join us and you could help explain? That makes sense, right, Brendan? Come on, Brendan. You're the techspert here.
Let me see what happens if I click it.
Well, that what
brings you to personal chat? Yeah. What the fuck? That's not right.
Okay, and its chat is still extant. Oh no, it's some other stuff they're talking about. That's old conversations. All right. Maybe along with those supplements, I'll take some painkillers. I'm already fantasizing about that. That would help immensely. Yeah, it's okay. Well, we got good numbers. Look, I don't know what to tell you guys. The one thing I can tell you is we're in deep, serious financial trouble, and we need all the help we can fucking get. Next month, I think everything is gonna fucking hit us because renewing the insurance will be about $300. Altogether with the website, that's about $1,000. So yeah, and then include the little bit from it'd be about $600 altogether, which for me is astronomical and just takes everything. It's altogether a nightmare. So we're gonna start amassing money this month for next month. So we'll need your help. It's not just the rent though; it'll be that as well. That all of this will go to. So Heather Holman says, I keep getting this notification. At least she's providing screenshots. So this should help. And let's see now what the screenshot says. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Okay. It looks like you download Teams and go in with your Skype account. Whatever. All right. Thank you for sharing that, Heather. And hopefully you'll all figure something out. But we got numbers. I've got to start delivering. So all right. So basically, what happened was, if I try and recollect to the best of my ability in terms of the chronology of what happened, had to try after a very busy opening week. Finally, after the last episode before tonight, I had to get some sleep. But unfortunately, what happens is I get very entranced by my intellectual pursuits. I was explaining on the last episode before tonight that, when I'm not jacking off, which, believe it or not, is not something I'm doing all day, though, there's days where I can, but that's not what I'm doing every day, believe it or not, when I'm at home in the crypt or reinterred into this hellhole, this uninhabitable cesspit. I am either at the estates feeding much happier times, or tutoring the young lads, all the rest of that, helping to build a brighter future. Then I go home to this dark remnant of my past, which I seem to be trapped in, and hopefully somebody will throw me something to pull me out of the quicksand. But while I'm here, I engage in intellectual pursuits, when not cruising for pornography, wherein I articulate my plans for the greater world or a new world order. I showed elements of that to Brendan and our man Nemo on our last episode before tonight, during which time they were both participating quite freely on Microsoft Teams. And that was definitively an all-teams call. That was all Microsoft Teams. And we know that for a fact because Aristides and I were working with making it work. So we were going through the whole thing where he was adding people to the call, and it was closing off after every hour. So one thing we could do is, why don't you just add everybody to the call, and maybe then it'll work, and we'll have at least an hour for them to potentially figure something out. How's that? Right? Aristides? Aristides? Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
Troy is. I don't know what makes it call him. If I add, let me see. You know, and he. I think he was on my list as somebody that, like, with the asterisk, where he wasn't. It wasn't. I couldn't just. Like,
That's
he's
right,
there.
in the old days. Yeah, you're talking about the old days on Skype.
No, he's. Let me see. Wait. He's in the thing. It's just finding the damn, you know, clicking into there's a live call window. If you're in the spot, you know, if you're in the call, you'll see like the little red hang up button and stuff. Like, there's a live call screen. Otherwise, you're just dicking around in the chat like thing. And I don't know how to get there. Let me see. Because, like, for me, it's a separate window. It's a separate live little window, like, of the actual call.
And at any rate, so then what happened was that I was in some sporadic communication with both Brendan Zoge and El Nemo, who were both trying to get me on an alternative venue. This went on until Tuesday. Excuse me, I mean to say Thursday. Thursday is, of course, the day after the transmission. So the transmission ended on Wednesday morning, or rather started Wednesday night and ended Thursday morning. So it was basically Friday morning that I was in sporadic contact with Brendan and Nemo about this potential other venue, or this other venue which might be potentially useful, Discord. And I, of course, just was not in any shape to really work with them on anything.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
So when I actually go to call participants, see, everybody's added in the chat and nobody's added on the call. It's not the same fucking thing.
Interesting. So at least we're figuring things out. Yeah.
Yeah. Because okay. All right. You and I, you called me, right?
That's right.
So I think it's. I'm just gonna start adding people.
Yeah.
Like, so I get to the screen. I'm in the live call screen. I go to participants, and it's still only you and me. Like,
yeah.
Fuck, you know. Telling you, I said to stay away from Microsoft, but. All right. Who's ready to talk? Troy's been wanting. Okay. Wait. Let's see.
And in the interim, basically, I was called. Okay. Yeah. Oh, continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go. You keep talking. I'm doing this.
Okay, great. And so it was called on Friday night during Russia's Victory in Europe Day. Obviously, these are things that are not celebrated at the estates, but the next day was very important. It was Mother Ocean Day, which is like, was, believe it or not, established by the, I think something like the Southern Florida Kayak Club, which is, I guess, their kind of version of the Sierra Club or something. And it was probably established by Troy Bellamy when he had to subsist off fishing off the Florida coast when the Klan chased him off of whatever property or whatever 40 acres that Lincoln awarded his great-grandfather or something. So, all that being said, I'm not going to turn down any opportunity to feed.
All right, hello?
We are joined. We are joined.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told you, just add people to the call.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, you know what you did? You went into the, let's call it the chat. I don't know what else to call it. It's not the call, like, because you could have a community chatting,
Right.
but not all of you are in the live call.
No, we weren't. That's what happened.
Yeah,
You-
yeah.
you
So
called
he
me,
added
so-
everybody into to the chat. Douglas, you went initially to the wrong screen.
And Holly
Okay.
Kiefer says, saw he added me earlier, but just to the chat. No live action call button. Yeah, but
now we figured. Now, yeah.
well, you figured it out.
thought-
Wait, how am I supposed to
Okay,
make
I'm sorry.
this
It's
work?
not the same thing.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
what button do I push to bring people on? Invite to Teams?
And where you will, you're on the PC, right?
Yeah.
Of course. So
Yeah.
if you're on the PC, and let me see, if you go to the,
Do
I
you
think
want me
if
to
you
do
go
a screen
to the,
share? So let's do a screen share.
let me see. Wait, the meet now. Wait. Let me see. Is it that?
Oh.
Open a new window. If you're in the screen that has the red little hang up button, how did we get there before? It wasn't here. It was.
Well, there's multiple screens.
You have to be
Microsoft
at the
Teams
spot.
gives-
If you're at the spot that has the red button where you can hang up the call, that is the actual live call screen.
yeah, okay.
At that screen,
Okay.
you can add people. You can to the actual call.
That's the one we were on, at the
Yeah.
beginning, right? Yeah. So
So I don't know how to get to that. I did pop it up,
Well,
but I'm not sure how I popped it up.
Well, let's do a screen share, and here we are.
Right.
So see if this works, because it tends to bring us all kinds of. Now this is not the screen that I was on, because this only developed when people started chatting. So the screen that I was on was, if we can get it up. That sounds bizarrely like a performance issue, but in a sense, that's what we're experiencing technologically. This is where I was. So this is a screen I was on. It was just you and me, and there's your
Right.
big red leave button you're talking
I don't
about.
see,
Yeah, and here's everybody I added.
I don't see a screen share. Wait,
Oh, God.
this is so dumb.
Are you on your computer or cell phone?
I'm talking on the phone,
Oh,
but I
okay.
have it up on the computer. And I'm sorry, I got to do it.
Right, I understand.
On
No.
my
That's
phone.
not. It's not an issue. I'm just curious. It's only an issue in the sense that there's such different
Yes.
formats, and they're so difficult to work with.
But it's the same concept. The same concept. I think you have to be at the screen with the red hang-up button. That is the actual live
That's
call.
where I'm at. So if you can finally see the screen
If
share,
you
then
now,
can you
okay,
see-
now there, if you are there,
Yeah.
um,
Oh.
okay, show,
Can
maximize meeting window, the second button says show more people. There's a button that looks like a cross and a button that looks like a line. Let me see. No, that's not.
dude,
Show more.
are you able to see my screen share or not?
No, I
presume
cannot.
Okay.
No.
And is there some way you can manipulate it?
Okay, no, hit the maximize meeting window. That's it. It's up in the little, you got to maximize the meeting window. And then from there, I think you can get to people and adding people. And
I don't see a maximize meeting window.
I don't see your screen share. You have to pop up a big window of the call. Yeah.
Look, maybe we should practice this sometime. Yeah, on one of these days that we're practicing with Nemo and Brendan for this Discord, we'll practice this as well. Because it's just not. It really isn't the place to do it.
Participants currently in this call. People added to the chat. Wait, what the fuck is this? Currently in this. Well, somehow I added people in there. Well, okay, I'm not on the call on my PC, so
Well, there's no point in my continuing sharing since you can't see it. So let's cut that off.
No, I can't see. I'm looking. I don't see the sharing. It's not before it
Are
popped
you,
up on my on the phone.
Yeah, but now it's not.
It's just nobody knows where to click yet. I think if we all figure out where to click.
Yeah.
Then,
Right now, it's showing all three on the call.
You see that? Well, Troy sees that. Troy sees all three, meaning just he and I. But since there's no way that Nemo, I mean Aristides, why don't you try like going to the computer just to see the screen share? Just for the sake of go with your phone to the computer.
I don't know if all right. I need.
And for no other reason than to
I
see
don't
the
know
screen
if
share.
I'm not in the live call on the computer. I don't think I can see the screen share there.
Okay.
I can't. Right now, I need. I don't know. I need to go do a couple things in the kitchen. I just
Got it.
I can't.
Understood. Okay.
I'm
So he's
maxed
got to
out right now.
maintain mobility. That's fine. We'll
Yeah.
work with this another time together. This is not the time to do it. We'll instead just talk for a little bit while Troy is with us. So I don't know if you caught the quip I made earlier, Troy, about it was Mother Ocean Day. So Mother Ocean Day was Saturday. So I spent the day with the lads going over oceanic and water themes. We are, of course, I approach those from a civic perspective. We'll go over that a little bit just to get me into the fugé state where I talk monologue soon enough. But in the meantime, now that you've joined us, I don't know if you caught any of what I was saying about that, and if so, whether you'd like to respond. I talked about how it originated in Florida. It's actually a national day of observation that was meant to coincide with the Mother's Day weekend. Mother Ocean Day is what it's called. So don't know if you caught what I was saying about that, but
No,
oh, okay.
I didn't. That's interesting. I'll have to go back and see if I can
Oh, well, I can
listen
just
to it
repeat it
again.
for you. I said he was. Honestly, I just found out about this from Ed Beth, my son. I had no idea, but I'm not going to turn down an opportunity to feed. And of course, there's plenty of things that we do to catch the lads up on these topics that are easy enough to adapt to once I find out the basics of what I'm dealing with. At any rate, what I was dealing with was Mother Ocean Day was established to precede immediately the Mother's Day, and because the ocean is where we all source from, and it was originally established or advocated by the South Florida Kayak Club. I'm just rather hesitant here because somebody entered some comment which I don't know who they're talking about. Here we are, JD, Southern Florida Kayak Fishing Club, and that's apparently big money. Yeah, so have you ever heard of these guys? I was making a joke that you probably established it when you were forced to sustain yourself by fishing when you were chased off the land that, the 40 acres that was awarded to your great grandfather by Abraham Lincoln by the Klan. So,
No, yeah, I don't know about that, but I would still want my 40 acres.
Yes. And, yeah. Though I don't know what you'd do with a mule. I mean, it seems rather anachronistic now to get one of those.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
but
Actually, you probably get a government subsidy for having a mule or some chickens and stuff on your property. Maybe that'd be another grift. Seriously, there are a lot of people in Florida. There are a lot of people who live within the city limits of Florida. Okay, a lot of Hispanic people, but a lot of just regular people who have chickens and goats for food, and because if you have farm animals, certain farm animals, and a certain number of them, you get some sort of government subsidy or tax break or something like that.
Incredible.
Everybody down here in Florida does that.
Oh my
Everybody who has
God.
substantial property.
Damn, it's already the capital of tax breaks. I mean,
Yeah,
Jesus
yeah.
fucking Christ.
I know.
Oh, but that's incredible, and I'm impressed. And so, why don't you have any? Are you just too honest, or it's too much
Well,
trouble?
that's part of that, and both it's too much trouble. You got to buy feed. You got to. It's a lot of stuff you got to do, and I'm not that outdoorsy to be taking care of the goats and stuff like that.
Yeah, I get it, and believe me, I'd be right there with you.
My parents grew up like that. My parents and grandparents, they grew up eating everything: armadillos, raccoons, possums,
Oh my
turtles,
God! Oh my
rabbits.
God! Oh, I mean, my mouth is
That's
watering.
back in those days, that's all you could eat. You couldn't go to the store.
It's true.
You didn't have any money. You didn't have, it just made do with what you did: fish, birds,
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, that's incredible, and but it's not only impressive. It does make my mouth water. I have a taste for all these exotic foods, and I'm just sad that they're not available anymore. We're given
Right.
so little, in terms of choice. But all that being said, so now that you're on with us, catch us up a little bit on whatever you feel comfortable sharing. I mean, you're 3 hours ahead of us, so it's about 10-ish, 5 minutes after 10 p.m. right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
5 minutes after 10 right now here.
yeah, and
We-
it took us an hour to get started, so to speak, but we're rolling along now with your help. And tell us a little bit about what stands out to you in terms of current events, perhaps, or just whatever. Again, whatever you feel comfortable sharing in terms of your private situation. How are you? How's your family?
Oh man, everybody's great. It was a tough day today for me. I think I lost my mother in 2023, November 2023. Just a jewel of a person.
Yes.
And she was 83 years old. She lived a very good life. Me and my brother were very fortunate to have her for as long as we did, and we're always thankful and always showed our thanks and gratitude. And happy Mother's Day to all the mothers who are out there and all the people who want to celebrate their mothers in Dietrich land. But yeah, it's been a tough day, but a good day. It's still, I still keep very good pictures of her and great memories. So that's all. That's all been going on today. Everything else is good.
That's right. It really is a day of mourning for people like you and I, and it's
Yeah.
hard to get over that. And like you said, it's just. But other than that, I'm glad that everything else is positive. And of course, your father's still with us, which is
Yes.
miraculous in its own way.
My father's 85. He's doing very well and just enjoying life and doing his thing.
Yeah. Was he younger than your mother?
No, he was older than my mother by a few months.
Okay, by a few months. All right. So yeah, so they really was just a few years ago. Like you said, she was 83 when she
83.
died. Yeah, so she would
Yes.
be 85, right? Yeah,
Right.
I
She'll be
mean,
85,
yeah.
approaching 85 now.
Oh gosh, yeah. I always, yeah, heartbreaking in its own way.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What did she die of? Ultimately?
Well, when did she die?
No. What was it that?
Oh, it just just age. I mean, she had a stroke, and then from there, dementia kind of crept in, and just she's lived in a nursing home for 4 years, so she was very healthy. My mom had never been sick a day in her life that I can
Interesting.
remember,
Wow.
and she lived through COVID. She lived through the whole COVID thing
Wow.
in the nursing home when nursing homes were being devastated by COVID.
Yeah.
She caught a small cold, and that was it. That's the only time I've ever remembered my mother ever being sick, but just having dementia, and it was her time. So I can't be selfish.
That's incredible. I mean, oh my God. It's fortunate that you have such good genes. In that sense, I mean,
Yeah.
and the dementia. At least it didn't. I don't know if you heard this. There was some 7-year-old boy, and dementia is being diagnosed. Alzheimer's is being diagnosed as is happening in people who are younger and younger these days. I'm not quite sure
Right.
it's. You've heard of this then?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and it recently was diagnosed in a 7-year-old. So he broke a
Mm.
record for fast acting, what they call fast onset dementia or fast onset Alzheimer's, something of that nature. It's truly alarming. Good Lord, it's devastating. But your mother, at least, it took until she was in her 80s for it to manifest. As you say, she may have had it through COVID, but at least she was blissfully unaware that COVID was happening. Or was she? Was she aware
Yeah, she
enough?
was aware.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was definitely aware. I mean, but dementia takes different forms. Some people lose their memories. Some people can't remember. My mom had a really good memory, but it's just, and it also, she was blind. She had gone blind
Oh, God.
through glaucoma and whatnot. So she was, couldn't really tell the difference between night and day.
Oh, my God.
And, and sometimes she would open her eyes and say, "Son, it's very dark in here," and turn on the lights, and so that kind of thing. But as far as her memory of myself and my brother and my cousins and other people, music, she loved music. Yeah, she was okay. I mean, but they call it dementia or Alzheimer's, but it wasn't as chronic as somebody who would just wander off or doesn't remember their relatives or something like that.
Thank God. Thank God you didn't have to suffer that. Yeah. And
it was tough enough, but I didn't have to suffer that, so I thank God for that.
Yes, and but as you say, yes, it was certainly tough enough. No, that's heartbreaking, what she already did suffer. But, oh my God, and for her to survive COVID and not catch anything, considering how the rest homes were being devastated, yes, impressive.
Right.
It's altogether very impressive. So, yes, I guess we should be thankful for what we did have. Obviously, I still consider my situation with my mother to be so tragic as to be unspeakable. But all that being said, it's just... the Mother's Day, of course, we do our best to honor our parents, and was there any little thing you did during Mother's Day, like some kind of memory thing? I don't know. Is her grave in your state, or is that just...
Yes, it's right down the street, so I was able to go and spend some time with her. She's buried next to her mother and her grandmother, and so I was able to go and kind of spend some time with my ancestors.
That's incredible. I'm so grateful for your having that. That's wonderful. That's
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah. Oh, that's at least that's a gift. That's a gift, and to have them so close. I mean, how did you manage that? I mean, was the property? They're not buried on your property, but it sounds almost...
No.
Yeah.
There's an old cemetery that where most of the African Americans are buried in Sarasota, and like I said, my great grandfather came to Sarasota in 1919, and so he's buried there. A couple of my mom's
God damn,
cousins.
that was the year my legal father was born. Go on.
Yeah, he came there in 1919. My great grandmother's there. My grandmother, grandfather, a couple aunts, and then of course my mom is there. So, it's very fortunate for me to be as close as I can be, as I am, to where they are resting in peace. And I get to go out there every now and again. And it's always cathartic to kind of shed some tears and remember some things, remember what they taught me, and remember that they would want me to keep pushing on. Yeah. So I'm very fortunate in that regard. And I'm a big family guy. I've been trying to get some of my other cousins who, because like I said, my great grandfather had, and I hate to take up your time talking like this, but my great grandfather had 7 kids, and they were all raised here in Sarasota. So, once they started having kids, their kids, and started growing up. So we had a big group of first cousins that grew up together, and my next generations after that was the second cousins. I was very fortunate to have my great grandfather around and my aunts, and got to know all my cousins, first and second cousins, and many of us went to college together, and other things like that. So
it's beautiful, and don't ever be apologetic about sharing such things. I mean, this is what people are here for. They value the human touch and the fact that we all have something human to relate to. Such being said, Aristides, are you there? I just had a question to ask. I just thought of something.
It dropped off momentarily, but I'm here.
Oh, good. So you were able to add on Troy so effectively.
Yeah, I added at the same time. I added everybody.
Okay, good.
Seemed to matter.
So you did that? Yeah, I thought you would have thought to do that, and you did. Okay,
yes,
good.
Yes.
Good. Yeah, excellent.
Thank you for thinking of me that way.
Yes, of course. course. Yes. Yeah. And, well, like Aristides said, you were the first to show up, really, aside from, obviously, T-Tank Berry was there, but you were the first to show up to express the fact that you were having issues trying to communicate. T-Tank Berry often doesn't come on the call, per se. He often does stay in the chat. So, yeah. But with you, we were able to ask.
Teams is very much like Skype. You have to, I think you have to actually call somebody and they have to accept the call. I was thinking of Zoom. Zoom has meeting IDs and passcodes.
Oh, yeah, that's all that Chi-Com shit.
I didn't want to cross-pollinate that.
Yeah, that's all Chi-Com shit. That's the communist Chinese. Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible. Zoom is disgusting. But let's take a look at some beautiful images being sent by John Doe, who is T-Tank Berry, and these are probably areas where he's either been to, or maybe this is some area in Florida where the kayak club delights itself. Yeah, it's we always appreciate.
T-Tank was the one that made a little joke about the 40 acres and the mule, was it?
It's the image there, yeah. But you notice where he's heading. He's heading towards what looks like the White House. Is that the White House? It's like the 40 acres and the mule, and then the White House is in the foreground, or the horizon line. So yeah, it's he pulled that up. I mean, then he also.
Oh yeah, he pulled the image of Sarasota up.
Yeah.
AI image, and that's actually what it looks like from the water. That's the okay, that right along the water's line there. It's like last week when I was talking about George Bush coming off the beach. That's where he came from. He came over 2 bridges and around by the Ritz-Carlton, and he went to Booker, which is right down the street from the airport. So the airport is right on the path of where he was headed.
Damn.
Yeah,
intense memories, and of course what you exposed the other day is so appreciated. It's damning, just damning, as I said. Yeah.
And I'm not, it's one thing if people don't admit certain things. You just do the math. 1 + 1 = 2.
Yes.
And there's no way you can really deny the serendipitous nature of the circumstances in which things happen. And I'm not trying to be provocative and say, oh, the bankers are running the world. I don't do all that. But I'm not stupid enough to understand that that there is some connectivity there.
Oh yeah, no, it's obviously, I mean, painfully so. By the way, if you scroll further up, you'll see that the 40 Acres and a Mule book written by an academic is important. Plus, there's a picture of, for whatever reason, what you would think was George Washington, but is apparently, I would guess, Lewis and Clark. But under it, our man T-Tank wrote another white trash piece of shit. Another WTPS about Louis and Clark. Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
Oh, God.
Yeah, all that being said, we're all equal opportunity haters here in general.
Can I bring something else up?
Please.
Because you asked me about current events and how I feel about them.
Yes.
How is it that we do not? First of all, whenever you see a Trump sign now in Florida, that's all you see. You see a lot of yards with Trump 2024, big Trump signs and flags. And
I'm
stuff.
surprised they don't say 2028, but go on.
Yeah, I know they're going to try that. But that really took the place of the Confederate flag. Trump is the symbol of the Confederacy, and everything he's doing is to destroy the legacy of the Civil Rights Act.
Yes.
Even the Supreme Court, they're actually going back and probably reviewing Plessy versus Ferguson, Brown versus the Board of Education. They're probably going over quite a few different civil rights. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy to me. And then you get this. This is the ultimate in understanding where our White House is headed.
Mm-hmm.
This man signs an executive order. Now you're kicking everybody else out. You just complained all on TV. They're sending people from African asylums, and really he's just conflating the word, the verb people seeking asylum versus actual asylums, insane asylums. But that, there are some toothless people who can't really decipher between the two, so they think that's what's happening. But he signs an executive order to allow white South Africaners
Yes.
to get green cards, to get visas here to the country without going through the process, because they are fleeing racial persecution in South Africa.
His words. Yes.
His words. And I bet it's scary, because the new African Congress being run by the group that's in there now has gone on this repatriation thing, where they are saying, you guys took land from us 100 years ago. We couldn't do anything, and now we're in power. So we're repatriating the land, taking the land and the farms and the businesses from you, and we're not going to give you any remuneration for it. Mm-hmm. You have 30 days to get off the land. Mm-hmm. And so now they call that persecution, mm-hmm. which it is, but it's turnabout. Mm-hmm. It's turnabout. Yeah. And so he actually signed an executive order allowing them to come to the country on asylum and declaring it racial persecution. I'm like, what? Mm-hmm. What is this? The ultimate in racism, man. This is crazy. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
It is. You're forcing me to address the issue. I'll try and get that into monologue. It's I'll see if I can work towards that in my fugue state or my trance state. Definitely, I want you to know that it's definitely an issue, and a lot of it has to do with Elon Musk, who is a white South African, as well as Peter Thiel, who's a white South African. So it's definitely altogether it's basically he's Trump is finally interested in Africans so long as they're white. Exactly. And it is I'll try and do my best to put that in perspective. Personally, I'm surprised at how Troy Bellamy is putting a lot of effort into being very diplomatic about this. He's
I have to be.
Yes, and so obviously I want you to know that I recognize that, and I personally would find it very difficult to be as kind as you are, or to.
I mean, it is difficult. I mean, to be honest with you, it really is, because this is not the country. I mean, at least we had presidents that would try to do the right thing, and try and when you go up and set off about trying to destroy all the tenets of the Civil Rights Act, you start attacking institutions that teach about African American studies or history, or you deny the fact that certain things happen and that the lasting effects are still in place, and then you reinstituting the same policies that have lasting effects. All of these people who voted for Trump aren't being informed, and they don't want to admit it. They're being informed by their prejudice. Mm-hmm. They understand that this world is starting to get darker and darker, and they are willing to give him the keys to the kingdom and tell him to do whatever he's got to do, which we know is un-American. Everything he's doing is illegal. This man is getting ready to go to Qatar and accept a gift of a plane to replace Air Force One, which is illegal, illicitly illegal, and unconstitutional. It's crazy.
No, forgive me for just a second here. I am trying to dredge from the recesses of my mind. I might go into this subject right now while you're with us, because, of course, it would be apropos to do so. But I just happened to miss about the Air Force One. I know he wants to change Air Force One or somehow make it new or what were you bringing up about that?
He's going to Qatar.
Okay.
Qatar,
Yeah.
the Qatarian government has produced an airplane with all the modernities in it, everything in it, and they're going to give it to him as a gift. He's going to turn in Air Force One and fly that.
Interesting. Okay, that makes.
This is what they're saying. Now he'll go and accept it. He probably won't use it. I don't know, but if he does, I mean that is the biggest bribe and acceptance of a bribe that I have ever seen in the world. But it's par for the course for what he's doing. That's crazy.
Yes.
I gotta see if I can find the article and send you a link to it. Or maybe T-Tank can find it because I know
Okay,
that
so
he looked at it. I love these cartoons that T-Tank is sending.
Yes, it's like how do I say it? It's cute but all that being said, I'm trying to ascertain why this strikes me as resonant, and I believe. Let me take a look at something. I believe I can find it in my notes here, and that would help us with just my remembering or recollecting what it is about Qatar. It's Qatar, you said, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so let me look that up. And people who try to look this up on their own, of course, they're generally not going to find anything because there's basically, I would have to tell you where to look. And let me see if I can, first of all, spell it right. Qatar, I believe, is QA, is it not? Qatar, QATAR, yes, when it's romanized. Yeah, and the problem is, of course, just so people understand, it is Qatar. Okay, so if Trump is going to Qatar, it explains his being enamored by Recep Erdogan. So I do want people to understand that one of the most militant dictatorships in the world is Turkey. Now, you've all heard and probably don't really get the significance of my son, Edbeth, being Armenian in general, overall, mostly Armenian in ethnicity. Anybody vaguely... I'm sorry?
Oh, no, I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah, if anybody is vaguely familiar with history, they understand the Armenians suffered one of the largest genocides in history during World War I, suffered at the hands of the Turks. And Turkey is a genocidal nation that puts a lot of money into denying its Holocaust as perpetrated on the Armenians. Matter of fact, it was Princeton in particular where Turkey invested in an entire wing for the University of Princeton if they denied the Armenian Holocaust, which Princeton proceeded to do, which shows you how these academic organizations will prostitute themselves. Now, Erdogan, make no mistake about it, is an enemy of the West. Turkey under Erdogan has humiliated NATO, and NATO should expel Turkey. It should not even be a member state of NATO. It went to war against NATO when it invaded the island of Cyprus, a Christian island where it proceeded to abduct thousands of children to raise them as Muslims. And but if Trump is going to Qatar, understand that Qatar is a colony of the Turkish dictator Erdogan, who's planted his troops and weapons on every inch of Qatari territory. So that's as good as saying Trump is going to Turkey to pick up a plane from Erdogan himself. They're simply using a colony of Turkey in which to misdirect with smoke and mirrors exactly what is happening here. But understand that Turkey committed another act of genocide by wiping out half the nation of Armenia quite recently, just the year before last. And this is when they invaded Nagorno-Karabakh, and that is, of course, East Armenia, and wiped out the population. And they did so using drones that were manufactured in Israel. They are an ally of Israel, and Israel allies with them in order to deny the Armenian Holocaust. For those of you who don't know, the active deniers of the Armenian Holocaust are not just the perpetrators, Turkey, but also Israel, because Israel wants to be known as the only population that has ever suffered a Holocaust, and they consider the Christian Armenians to be blood enemies in a rivalry for victimhood from the Zionist perspective. And they get plenty of oil from Azerbaijan, and Azerbaijan is Turkic in ethnicity, and Azerbaijan is simply an extension of Turkey. They want to unite as a single nation, and the only thing that divides them in between is Armenia. And who helped them eliminate half of Armenia? Israel. So it all goes back to the fucking Jews. That's what it all goes back to. Turkey is as allied with Israel as Russia, because those Jews that are not Slavic, people who have left the Russian Empire, and comprise at the very least 1/3 of the population of Israel, to the point where everything in Israel is bilingual, published in both Russian and Hebrew languages. But the rest of them, except for a few Sephardim extremists who are truly the minority, the rest of them are Turkic in descent, having descended from the Khazar tribe of centuries ago that then resettled in the Jewish Pale of Settlement throughout Eastern Europe, which was an empire that stretched all the way from the Baltic to the Black Sea, in which they controlled the majority of European states, Eastern European states, that wound up behind the Iron Curtain, thanks to the Judeo-Bolsheviks and their war waged against my biological father's Nazi Germany. So there we have that. And I don't know if you caught the photograph that I uploaded into. So I'll upload it here for your sake. Let's see. Upload from this device. Should work. And good. Okay, it seems to be working thus far. Let's see if we can make it work further. Here we are. It would help if I could just make this larger. And this will be something that I'd like to show Troy Bellamy. Here we are. Okay, and okay, there. Now we're, as my legal father used to say, cooking with gas. Okay, and now we just open up the right file here and press the right button, and then here we are. Now open that and see if that shows up. Now it showed up before. It should show up. It says uploading. Please wait. Okay, so I can't enter it yet. Maybe I can enter it now. And there we are. So this is just one of the black members of the Hitler Youth at the time. So yeah, just an important thing for you to download for your own file and record. And yeah, this is yeah, again, further evidence that my biological father was no racist. As a matter of fact, it's for reasons such as this that the Allies hated him so much. So all that being said, yes, all of it goes full circle and brings us back to VE Day as celebrated by the Allies, which I'll have to tear into tonight as well. Now let me check around and see if there's any other thing that comes to mind from our dear T-Tank Barry uploading some images. So I'll see if there's other screens I can open up to see that.
I posted a question.
Yes, please.
I posted a question for you, but I don't know if you saw it. But I wanted to see if one night maybe you could explain for a small period what the difference between the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks was.
Oh, okay. Mensheviks meant minoritarian. So for those of you who don't know the very word Soviet, Soviet is simply the Russian word for collective. The term Bolshevik. Yeah. I'm sorry?
I think T-Tank just posted something. Nemo just posted something about it. But go ahead, Doug. I'm sorry.
So here we are. Trump admin poised to accept luxury jet as gift for Trump from Qatar. Just so people understand, because most people would dismiss that and say, oh, it's some rich oil country, and they don't know anything about it, so it doesn't trigger much of a response. So if they understood it was a colony of Turkey and understood that Turkey is a genocidal nation that has just provoked and participated in another major genocide, wiping out half a Christian nation state just a year and a half ago, then maybe they would have a bit more of an idea of how serious the situation is and exactly the kind of people that Trump is gaming with. And that should help. For anyone who listens to this, you have to spread the word. So I thank T. Tank Berry for his participation there. And then I'm going to check what Troy entered inside of the chat. And Clarice Claudette has joined us. Welcome aboard, dear lady.
Hey.
Love you dearly. And what's going on? Aristides.
I think I figured something out because I'm here looking at the chats list and I'm seeing 2 active chats.
Okay.
And there's one where it just starts with, it says 9:54 p.m. That must have been when I added people to the call.
Mm-hmm.
Although that might mean I started the meeting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But and you know what that means. But
no,
then,
not
so
really.
that one starts with Troy saying, "Where is Brooke?" And then something else, Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, and then you posting the picture of the Black Hitler Youth kid, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And then Nemo. That is the one connected to the call. That one has a button up top that's blue. It says "Join," presumably the call.
Mm-hmm.
There's another. What I think happened is you just went and opened, like, basically just started a chat
Mm-hmm.
that wasn't connected to the call. You just basically. It's different than like Skype. You just started adding people to a chat that wasn't connected to the call, basically.
Okay, so what we'll do next time is when I call you, we'll turn on a screen share and we'll operate with you explaining all of this. That's what we'll do next time. In the meantime, see what you can do to encourage everyone to join this call.
Yeah, I'll work on that.
Thank you. Bless you. Excellent. Thank you for that. This is why we have Aristides. This is why he's the executive producer. And so welcome aboard to Clarice Claudette. And where is the question from? Oh, so you must have entered this into the text box. And let's see which text box you entered that into on the call about Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. So when it comes to these terms, they're like very basic terms. And the Bolsheviks were meant to imply majoritarian. It's simply the Russian word for the majority, whereas the Mensheviks is simply the Russian word for minority. In other words, the majoritarians and the minoritarians. So when they speak of the Soviets, like this is the Russian Union of Soviets in the plurality, or they use it, it's generally a noun as it was originally intended, a collective, meaning just a collective. It also means ideology, so it's also a descriptive. But when it comes to the term Bolshevik or Menshevik, these are not so much an ideology as you would perceive them to be, even though they came to be affiliated with such. Bolshevik, we automatically think communist in the very old sense. But it simply means majoritarian, part of the majority, whereas Menshevik means part of the minority, meaning the people who are going to get persecuted and annihilated. So to explain in further detail, the Bolsheviks were not the majority. They never were the majority, but they acted with extreme violence and force, and they had the backing of a lot of money from the Allies and a pseudo-intellectual Jewish elite that acted as their effective middle class. or their commissarocracy. And so this commissarocracy led them to being deemed Judeo-Bolsheviks by the Ukrainians, who fought against them because they were confiscating all of Ukraine's food, resulting in the Holodomor, or the Great Famine, that killed well over 14 million Ukrainians, which is far more Ukrainians dying throughout World War II than Jews died in the Holocaust. But of course, the Jewish people have no cause for any sense of bonding, even though the Ukrainians, in order to get whatever allied aid they got to this point, elected a Jewish president for just that reason, an ethnically Jewish president. However, he's a traitor in his own right, because as soon as Israel precipitated October 7th, which, as I have already proven through deconstructing their narrative, it was precipitated by the Zionists themselves, and the Zionists actually perpetrated a great deal of the killing that happened on October 7th. And just ask yourself, of course, the extremely practical question we know for a fact, because this is verified by documentation and records, that Israelis are armed to the teeth. By that I mean civilians. Civilians are apply for gun licenses like there's no tomorrow. Pretty much every household in Israel has a firearm, or rather a miniature arsenal. This is because they're a settler regime and they are among a hostile indigenous population. There are very, very few households that do not have firearms. These are so exceptional that they are statistically a fly speck of the Israeli population. So people cannot use that excuse. So when October 7th happened, where did all their guns go? I mean, that's the whole point why you have guns. It's why Americans, like through the NRA, advocate the private ownership of firearms, is because they say it's a national security issue. So if all these Jews had guns, which we all know they did because the licenses exist, because they're all documented, how come none of them fired a shot? Not a single recorded shot.
That has kind of perplexed me as well. I'm trying to figure out when did Arabs start becoming paratroopers?
Yes.
That's one.
That's
eight. But then they're sitting there. You got to come out of the sky. So it probably took them. I don't know how long it takes to parachute out of the sky, but it's got to be. I mean, you got to be sitting there going, "What are these guys doing?" For about at least 5-10 minutes.
Yes.
You know, nobody ran. Nobody thought that was strange and got out of there. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And then if the state of Israel has the state-of-the-art weaponry that can shoot down drones and planes and bombs and all that stuff out there, how the hell did it not shoot down these guys that are parachuting in for 10-15 minutes?
Yes.
I just don't get it.
Yeah.
I think everybody just sat there and watched them come out of the sky. Like maybe they thought they were aliens coming down. You know, imagine. You're there for a concert. You're enjoying yourself, and you look up and you see a whole bunch of parachutes come out of the sky. You gotta think something's wrong with that. The survival instinct has to kick in.
You would think, yes, but we are talking about an incredibly privileged group of people that think of themselves as the chosen people and have no reason to believe that harm will ever come to them. Yeah. And again, just another clarification of the Bolshevik-Menshevik issue, then going back to Israel on October 7th. All of these are connected historically because of the running thread of Judaism that goes through all of them. Yeah, so the Mensheviks were simply moderate socialists, as opposed to the Bolsheviks, who were extreme minorities who used extreme violence to take over the Russian Empire. Remember, right, okay. Yeah, Russia is many nations. Many of these ethnicities are not Russian at all, and these ethnicities are part of what would be called autonomous groups or autonomous enclaves. They're ethnic enclaves that are absorbed within the Russian Empire and forced to learn to speak Russian. But when it comes to the Mensheviks, they were the non-Leninist wing of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party. And they evolved into a separate political organization that opposed the Bolshevik seizure of power by force. So, and they believed that Russia was not, they were not ready for radical socialization. They thought that the country had become strong enough economically to encourage a large working class to come into being before socialist revolution even became feasible. So what happened was they were all slaughtered, being pacifists, by the Bolsheviks, who were dedicated to the cause of extraordinary violence, revolutionary violence, in fact, endless violence. And then the end result was what we see today. But the majority of the Bolsheviks were Jewish. In other words, the Jews overwhelmed the nonviolent Russians and slaughtered them all. And that is why the Greater Soviet Union came into being. So that's the historic lesson in that regard. And of course, when Israel was formulated, it was an atheistic socialist nation state that was perceived by the American evangelicals to be a biblical prophecy manifest. The Jews themselves laughed at that. They think all Americans are incredibly stupid, and they're incredibly right to think so. It's the Zionists in this regard who are the sane ones, exploiting a bunch of lunatics known as American evangelical Christians, who worship the Jew instead of God, and felt that, it's a biblical prophecy. That the way they would express it, the way so many Baptists and evangelicals do, is, keep your eye on the ball, like it's, follow the bouncing ball in a Looney Tunes cartoon, and to them that ball is Israel. And they will literally use parallelism in that regard, or shall we say analogies like that. And the end result is they're fixated that Israel is the manifestation of God's prophecy, and that somehow this will bring Christ to earth, and we have to show that we support it. And this, of course, is Antichrist. It is exactly the opposite of what Christ would have wanted. And the end result is, of course, what we're seeing today, a shit show and a royal mess. And but Trump is all a part of that. He's into it up to his neck. And of course, Troy feels that even someone as pro-Zionist as Biden, if they don't follow along a line of the Zionist party line of giving them everything they want, that he'll be taken out. I can't argue with that. I think that Biden obviously had a lot of things wrong with him in terms of mental decline, and but I mean, personally, I think he should have just, after that debate, should have just abdicated the throne and literally stepped down and given the presidency to Kamala Harris, who then could have run as the first female president, and she would have won, hands down. That's what I think. But
maybe she had more lead up time. I think she would have overcome those one or 2 points that she end up eventually losing by. But my thing is, I still think that Biden was a better president than and
well, he was certainly better than Trump. I mean, there's no argument with that.
I think what he did was he came to the debate, and Trump came to make it a comedy show. Yes. He was like a rude comic. You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
He doesn't have any facts. He doesn't have any policy. He was just going to be rude all night. And Biden came there to be the president of the United States and tell the American people what he was planning to do and how much money there, and all this other facts and figures. And it got discombobulated in the whole thing. I said this a long time ago. If I was Biden, the debate would have probably lasted about 15 minutes. I would have said one or two things, and I say, you know what, man? I just took me a Cialis, and I'm about to go back here and knock my wife down. So are y'all done with all these questions? Because I'm done.
I
You know,
love it. Yeah, that would have been beautiful.
You know what I'm
That
saying?
would have been fucking beautiful.
And just walk off the stage. You know what I'm saying? That's what people want to see from Biden. They didn't want to hear all the facts and figures. They know the economy was better under him. They know that he turned us around.
Actually, they're so fucking
diplomatically with other
stupid. They
countries.
generally don't.
Well, but they couldn't argue with that because look at what's going on now. If you think it's bad now, you know, think how much better it was, you know, before. But I mean, my thing was, I think the people just wanted to see him walk on stage without assistance and walk off stage, and they've been like, "Oh, okay, he's all right." And immediately, if you look at it, right after the debate, he went to a Waffle House or somewhere in South Carolina or wherever they were, and hung out with the people all night. It was like he was cool, and you just don't get to see that because the fix was in. As soon as that debate was over. It had nothing to do with his performance because even in the debate, he still outperformed Trump. Trump said nothing of any consequence. And immediately after, there were 13 members of Congress that are a part of AIPAC that immediately put out a letter saying that Schumer, Schiff, Moskowitz, it was a whole bunch of them. It's like 13 of them signed on to this letter. And I was like, this is about him not giving Netanyahu them 2,000-pound bombs. That's all it was.
And I certainly cannot argue with that. I cannot argue with that. It's by the way, we got a nice picture from Troy Bellamy of the red heifer in Israel, which is, you know, one of the reasons for the October 7th attack. What participation was voluntary on the part of Hamas, which, of course, integrates the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade within its command structure, is that they were attacking because the Jewish people of Israel were going to demolish the Temple Mount.
The temple.
Yes, and yes, continue. Yes, what was that, Troy? Before we turn to Heather.
Trump destroyed 70 years of diplomacy. Everybody, you know, you don't even have to be a politico to understand that the policy was do not move the embassy to Jerusalem. Just leave it in Tel Aviv. You know, Jerusalem is one of the most hotly debated cities, but it's really a very eclectic city. And if it wasn't just for the fact that the temple, the Al-Aqsa Mosque is there, and everybody thinks that the new temple is going to be built there, I mean, it probably would be very nondescript. You know, everybody from all religions goes there to pray and whatever they plan to do, you know. And the first thing he did was he came in and moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Slapping it, I thought we were done then. I was like, oh my God. But that also shows you the willingness of some of the Middle Eastern people to say, okay, well, we'll have diplomacy. We're not going to react. Because we haven't, if you notice, we haven't had a single incident since 9/11.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No bombings, no, none of that stuff.
Right. But by the way, I just want to warn people that because Aristides brought these people onto the call, the meeting will end in 15 minutes, and Aristides will have to reestablish the call. So that the meeting has a time limit of 60 minutes. Now, we did something the other day in the last episode so that Brendan and Nemo could stay on along with Aristides throughout the night. Had something to do with something we did, but I think we need Brendan on the call to do that. So in the few minutes we have remaining before Aristides reestablishes the call for another hour so that everyone can interject
No. Well, wait, did you ever...
It says it. It says it on the screen. It says it on the screen.
Yeah. That's because I added people to the call, and therefore I started the meeting.
Yeah.
But the other night, I think, and finally in the end, you started the call, you added people, and you created the meeting, and you were good for the rest of the time. Yeah. So that's what you have to do again. You have to. Yeah.
We can't do that without adult supervision. Either you're going to have to show me how to do that, or Brendan's going to have to.
Okay. All right. But I'm saying we're getting there. Okay. I realize what happened now.
Yeah.
You just went and started a chat, had nothing to do with the fucking call. That's why everybody was just like driving straight into a dead end. So
okay, well there you go. That's
we
need to share a screen next time. That's all.
Yeah.
So Heather, please, before this call ends. Give us a little update on how you're doing, how Vin is doing, how the cats are doing, how Vin's mother is doing, how your dad is doing, dear Heather, and tell us how you are.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not doing that great. Nobody's really doing that great. We're just the same.
I'm sorry to hear that it's not entering a better space, but it doesn't seem to be entering something bad happening, or what?
No, just, life. I mean, you get older and things fall apart.
Mm-hmm. With everybody.
Yeah.
Is Vin holding together as well as possible?
Yeah, he is. He's doing pretty good.
Good. The meeting is ended. There you go. Thank you for attending a Microsoft Teams meeting. Okay, that's all right. Dismiss that. I'm going to press the dismiss button. That was all right. There you go. That's what we're dealing with. Okay, let's see if we're still on the call with Aristides, and we're going to find out. Okay, how many screens come up? We've got this stupid Skype thing now. Meet now? Maybe Meet now is where this happens. Meet now. Okay. Oh, maybe that enables people to talk. How about that? Maximize meeting window. See, waiting for others to join. Try coming on this one, maybe. Maybe this will help. The Meet now. Okay. Others can. Okay, maybe I just need to, start clicking names out. And, oh, yeah, request to join. There we are. Oh, yeah, I have to press these requests, and then we start really getting people on there. Okay, so here we go. And it should be calling people. And yeah, there we are. We're on. Hear that Australian accent from El Nemo. Honestly, you need to start your own show on YouTube. You'd be making the hits and monetize it. People just listen to you.
Too lazy. Yeah, I wouldn't be doing it on YouTube. I'd get my fucking channel deleted. I'd have to do it on Odyssey.
Touche. Too true. Yeah. Too true. We're here now.
It worked.
It worked. Yes. And Holly joined us. Amazing. Now you can so how did you get, so if you got a new phone, how did you get the Microsoft Teams?
Yeah, I got a new phone because I already have a free plan, so I stayed with the way it was.
Okay.
And the way I make them last, this may be the last one I ever have to own.
Wow.
So
yeah. I mean,
it was reasonable.
Excellent.
And it was doable, so it's done.
Oh,
and I'm pretty happy. Less worried that my phone's about to choke. Yeah.
If you're happy, I'm ecstatic. It's so good to have you with us. I mean, you're always such a comforting presence, and you're just a person that I value and adore. And yeah, so then we have that.
I could say something terrible here.
Yeah.
I think I won't.
Troy Bellamy has joined us, and he's on mute.
He's been delightful.
Yes.
Yeah. And I agree with you, Troy, on everything.
Thank you.
And my relatives grew up the same way, eating everything and growing huge gardens, even in the city.
And are you back to eating vegetables yet, due to the battery fire?
Actually not.
Oh, shit.
But, so I spent money that I would have on supplements, don't you know?
Okay.
And I've been doing that. Mm-hmm. And, I'm edging around getting back to it. Now, a lot of testing results are coming in that people had to do out of their own pocket and shit.
Uh-huh.
And like foundations and the universities and stuff, because nobody was going to do it for them. And hell, the farmers don't want to know, you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, yeah, you're a Superfund site now. They'd shut them down for years who knows? So they're not leading the way. Even though it was like the heart of organic produce, California, that the cloud hit. and 6 to 7 figures of numbers of pounds of stuff that fell out of the sky for a long way. They got amazing maps.
Amazing only in the technical sense. They're not maps to
Yeah.
make anyone happy.
No, but they're quite, graphic and detailed. I mean, there's no arguing. And other areas escaped it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So Aristides is on with us. I just want to test his voice out and see that everything's registering on OBS. If you could say,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hello.
Okay.
Am I
Excellent.
right?
You are.
Thank you, Aristides.
Oh.
You're a genius.
No,
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah. Well, that's why we have him here. That's why he's executive producer, and
That's why you're not conceited.
That's right.
That's why you're still humble, man.
Oh, always. Well,
Mhm.
and so all such being said, so how about we've got 4 people here now. That's a good round table. How about all of you try and, hold a conversation while I take a 10-minute break to make tea, swallow supplements, all that good shit. And then I'll just launch into monologue when I return. Or do you all intuitively recommend against that? How do you feel? Are you all confident enough? I mean, let's go back to Heather for a few minutes. Where is Heather? It says she's last seen 5 minutes ago.
Is Troy there?
Troy's here.
Okay, good. Good.
Yeah.
We ought to
Yes,
think
I'm
of
still
something.
here.
Yeah. So what I'll do is, like I promised him, I'll try and address the South African subject when I return. In the interim, why don't the two of you talk along with Nemo and Aristides? But Nemo, let's catch up a little bit with Nemo first. Now, Nemo,
Yeah.
I want to thank you so much for doing what you did. Hopefully you heard what I said about what had happened. My son came at me Friday night and said we'd better drive before it gets too late, bring you up to the Estates because Saturday was Mother Ocean Day. And so I am never going to turn down any chance to feed, and basically was gone and just returned now in time for the show, because I do spend time, of course, at the church in the Estates, that in communion with my mother, as well as the Chinese temples that we've established on site, thanks to my son's husband. Such being said, I try to commune with my mother as much as possible. It's there I produce the illustration that we see tonight, that's embedded in thumbnail of live stream, and hopefully people will avail themselves of the poem I wrote as well. And everybody's welcome to give their feedback in either case. And of course, happy Mother's Day to everyone. So all such being said, Nemo, perhaps I shouldn't even ask this publicly. You never speak much about your mother, and I don't know if that's something you're willing to talk about, and if not, that's okay.
She's dead. Nothing to say.
Oh, was it when you were really young or something? It doesn't sound like there was ever
No.
much bonding.
She died a short while ago from some type of cancer.
Oh, sorry to hear that. It's did you know her very well at all, or?
No. Rarely visited. I only saw her a few times.
I see. Okay. And do you regret that, or you're just kind of okay with it?
Not really. She fucking dumped me out of foster care home when she took me from my dad. I didn't give a shit about her.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's very similar to what happened with Brendan Zogit in a sense. I mean, I'm surprised Brendan Zogit maintained as much contact with his mother as he did, but she's obviously not helping him now. So that's pretty much, yeah, his family, for all intents and purposes, is just practically non-existent. As is mine. Actually, my blood family, the Dietrichs on the East Coast and shit, and my sister. I mean, it's like, as far as I'm concerned, they're fucking dead. I mean, they just don't exist. All that being said, how about yourself, Ali? Mother's Day, is that you never speak about your mother much either, or your dad for that matter. I mean, did you know your parents, or is that
I did.
You did? Oh my God.
Did.
And is that like these significant days for you, or they just didn't never?
Very.
Oh, they are.
Very.
Okay.
Very. Yeah. And in ways that I don't really even know how to feel. But God bless my mom, my honorable, beloved mom. She lasted till 2020 at 90.
Wonderful. So you have good genes. You have good genes, and you'll be lasting a while, and that's good.
My dad dropped dead in 71.
Oh, sorry to hear that. How old was he?
Yeah, 40.
Jesus, fuck. What did he die of?
So that's a story for another time.
Oh, by the way,
a big story.
You used to ask, I don't know if you ever had a chance to ask Michelle Carmela Saldana this while she was with you, but you used to ask me what was the formula she sold. That was her uncle. Remember the story was her uncle or her grandfather sold
it
the
was
formula
Formula
405. God. So you did ask.
That's it.
Formula 405.
405. I'm not sure I get the connection.
It's just I had always meant to tell you that, and every once in a while think about it.
Oh, yeah. Formula 405.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now
what a relief, because I couldn't remember, goddammit. Oh, Lord.
Oh. Yeah, for those of you who don't know the story, Michelle Carmela Saldana had, was it her uncle or her grandfather or something? One of her male forebears.
Some ancestor, yeah.
And the story was he was a brilliant genius who was also all fucked up in life, and he sold Formula 405 for a beer. That's basically, he traded the formula away for a beer. He's just something like that. If that's true, obviously I consider the majority of what I hear from her to be apocryphal.
It was on a napkin or something.
Oh yeah. That's it's
a cocktail.
It sounds so bad. It's probably true. I mean, I shouldn't doubt it. I don't. But when you come,
I'm telling you.
But when you snowball it with everything else about her, it makes it harder to accept a lot of what she says, simply because of the simple convergence of everything, and everything with her is very personalized. Maybe
what if it was all true? Oh boy.
Well,
what if it was?
There's always elements, but it's just I mean,
it's overwhelming.
It is overwhelming.
Quite overwhelming.
I mean, but then again, it gets more and more overwhelming. Like the fact that she claims, and may well have been, and probably was, if she's an MK Ultra victim, then her being born in Taiwan is no surprise, because Taiwan was extraterritorial. But she's not Asian, just so people know. There are, of course, plenty of non-Asian people. Well, not that many, really, very few actually, that were born in Taiwan. But so. Is the call? Brendan says, "Is the call?" No, Brendan. No, the call is not finished. Jump on the call. In fact, we need you. Then I'll feel more safe to take a break. In fact, here's what I'll answer him with. There we go. This is nice. There we go. And I don't know if you can see that. I did put an emoji in there. It's back on now, and he answered that. Okay, good. All right. And thank you for responding, dear Nemo. Okay. Okay, then Nemo, or somebody who left? Somebody just, Aristides left. Thousands of, here's something from Nemo.
3 Chinese nationals arrested in Japan after thousands of protected hermit crabs found smuggled in suitcase. The Chinese are like trying to destroy their ecosystem or something, or who knows.
Oh, terrible. I mean, that's just shocking. I'm glad they were caught.
I don't know if they were trying to smuggle them out or in, or if they're trying to bring them in, then it's like, we'll introduce a species that doesn't belong here.
Well, it's
or sell them.
Either
that, or to sell them and eat them and shit.
Well, like $1,000 each for collectors or guys, Chinese with grudges against the Japanese. I had
Chinese. They just go to Japan and fucking try to raise hell over there. Like they have no respect for them.
Well, and it's not totally industrialized either. They still got nature and shit. It isn't desert.
Well, they were smuggling them out in suitcases. I presume they were trying to get them
out. Yeah.
I presume they were trying to get them to either, the question is as pets or as food.
Yeah,
Is what
pets or meat.
Yeah,
That's what the
Most
sign
likely
says.
food.
it's
Because then they can breed them.
A delicacy.
yeah, could be.
As a delicacy, you'd probably get better money for them than pets.
Maybe, yeah. And
I can't imagine Chinese people wanting hermit crabs as pets in their home.
so Brendan said I got ejected from the chat because that call ended. Brendan, see if you can jump on the bandwidth of this one. That call ended. Jump on this one as well. Okay. While I'm responding to him, everybody please start to talk. Then I can, feel comfortable enough. We get a rhythm going, and then I can go take my break. And
It's hard to do.
It can't be that difficult. Jump on.
There was a ceasefire put in for India and Pakistan, but that broke down just hours after the truce was announced. They're like, yeah, they're not gonna go along with that shit. They want to kill each other.
Yeah.
The shooting never stopped.
Yeah. He says there is
It
no.
sounded like.
He says there is no call present. You just heard. You're interacting with people in the fucking text box. Why does everyone say this? It's like.
Yeah, maybe he's on the wrong one.
Oh fuck.
Or did you activate the one that we couldn't get through to you on?
You might have to directly
send him a screenshot. Send him a screenshot.
Like he should hang up and come back and see if there's a joint call now.
Yes, it's like, well, I'll try and
because the screen's almost exactly the same.
Well, it would be, right? So let's see if I can go back to the call. Now maybe I'm on.
He only sees one chat room. He doesn't see the one we're in.
Okay.
Only the one that.
No, he sees the one we're in because he's asked us if the call is finished. He's right.
Yeah. I don't get it.
No worries. So Brendan Zoget, let's see if we can. This should be the one. That's it. Yeah. And let me see if we can press people. We got 4 people on it. Let me see if I can call him again and see if he notices the call. Enter name. Oh, I don't need to. Here he is right here. Request to join again. Okay, and then so we're calling him again, and we're calling you right now, Brendan. If you can hear us on the computer, just see if you can respond. I mean, life shouldn't be this hard. And what happened to Aristides?
Probably gotta feed his dogs.
That's weird as fuck. So with him, I may have to enter his name. Oh, here we are. Aristides, request to join. I'll press that button. Damn. It's like at least we got it together.
Right.
Nemo. There we are. What happened?
I don't know. I might have just lost signal. Anyway, I'm back.
Yes, thank God. Okay.
I think Brendan. You need to try to maybe call Brendan too again.
I'm trying. Yeah, we'll see if he's responding, but he doesn't seem to be getting it. There he is.
He's on there.
Okay, so Brendan, Aristides has rejoined us. How about yourself? Let's hear a little bit about how are you doing?
Audible?
Yes.
Yep.
How you doing?
Yeah, greetings. I'm doing as well as CÉANDy, and things are normal.
You mean it's all fucked up beyond all recognition?
Yeah, exactly. How did you know?
We were talking about Mother's Day. How's Mother's Day? What did you get your mother?
Oh, I just gave her some Ayurvedic herbs. That's all I did.
I'm surprised you gave her that. I mean, why'd you even bother?
Because I told you privately why I have to schmooze her for something. For a favor.
Okay. I'm surprised you don't just, put dog shit in a pile of newspapers and set it on fire in front of her door.
Yeah, if anything, it shows how sterling I am. If anything.
Yes.
Because normal people would probably just never talk to them again. No. Or maybe that just shows how crazy I am. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
You're just too good for your own good. Yes.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, so's Troy.
True.
So you're
he sees the best,
Yeah. You're on with Troy, Holly, El Nemo, and Aristides.
I
And
can't imagine living in Florida and like being normal around those people.
I don't know how he does it. It's, yeah, it's so, Troy. Maybe...
And people always try and glaze and say, "Oh, Florida gets a bad rap," and I'm like, I don't think so, man. Everyone that goes there is like, "Oh yeah."
Remember they interviewed that one old lady. How'd you wind up in Florida? I threw a dart at the map and it fell into the wastebasket.
Yeah, talk about unlucky.
Well, it is beautiful in the environment. Well, when you're not looking at fucking reintroduced velociraptors.
I mean, you're talking like Miami and shit, yeah. Like where there's like warm, nice, something. No swampy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's 20-story skyscrapers built as far as the eye can see on a sandbar.
Yes. Yes. It's apocalypse in slow motion.
That gives me the quivers.
Yes,
Yeah.
you just watch them sink.
A bunch of them are already falling down.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know if you knew
Indeed.
Yeah.
They,
Oh, yeah.
they tumble as they build them.
Like the last
Did
documentary
they get
I
all
saw,
the
there was-
materials from China?
Oh, boy.
No, they got the materials from Florida. It's worse.
Yeah.
Oh, and Nemo, you were saying something about you don't think Chinese people would have like hermit crabs?
I just never see them having pets like that.
Mm-hmm.
I just,
Yeah, I was gonna tell everyone. I'm not just singling you out, but they are actually super hardcore into aquariums.
They are. They are.
Oh,
Like all
I
Asian
didn't know
people.
Yeah.
So
I
they'll,
just saw
they'll
it for
collect
eating.
like
Yeah. Yeah.
no the.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure some of them like they'll eat it when it dies or something. I wouldn't put it past some of these guys.
Fish it out of the tank.
I've literally heard stories, and sometimes the guy I work with that does aquariums, he gets all of his breeding materials, like different fish and whatnot, from Chinese people and Vietnamese. They both do that, and a lot of the times they like start breeding, like just start laying eggs and shit, and they don't know what to do with them, so they just cook them.
Cool. That's
So there you go.
hey,
Oh, boy.
I love it. I love it.
But when it comes to those hermit crabs, I think they were probably just trying to profit,
Yeah, pets.
because otherwise there's no point. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
for
it's
pets, for
Yeah.
aquariums.
Yeah.
Because Doug knows it's like in China, in the business, just like Japan, in the business world, like you want to show off and show how expert you are. So you'll have like, I have like the rarest fish tank, and that will like elevate your office building or like your house.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
The whole
They
wall
always want to
size.
be number one. Yeah, they always want to be
Yeah.
number one. So
Status
the rarest
thing.
thing is
yeah.
worth a lot of money over there.
That one will have a sea to shore feature with a wave machine. So there's always
They
gentle
do.
waves.
They have some intense ass ones.
Oh yeah.
I'll
No,
bet.
no. They
Oh,
not only that, I'm
bet.
also fascinated by their industrial scale farming of such animals, and it's amazing. Yeah, they have entire farms dedicated to frogs, and entire ones dedicated to fish like tilapia, of course, which actually are the healthiest tilapia you can eat. They're not raising them in sewers like they do in the United States. Very different over there. Yeah, but I'm fascinated by the industrial scale farming that they've cultivated for centipedes, even cockroaches, which they use.
Roaches,
It's incredible, but
yeah, I thought they were used industrially. What the hell do they do with centipedes, man?
oh, that's medicinal among other things. Also, they feed their animals. They feed their fish that. They'll love to feed their fish the centipedes.
Sure they do.
The big gouramis
Sure they do.
and shit. They just
Yeah.
That's a big deal. That way you
Or
don't
they grind
denude-
them up. Yeah.
Yeah, that way you don't denude the environment. Otherwise, people are just raiding the environment for shit to throw to their aquarium sharks.
Oh, Holly, you got on somehow?
Yeah, I did.
Yes, you noticed.
Oh, I got a phone. Woohoo!
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Good news.
Yeah.
Actually, she's dead. We're using a Ouija board, and she's.
Welcome to
Yeah.
Well, that would be cool too. I wouldn't be against that.
My phone broke, so I got psychic powers.
Yeah.
I can't shut it down. There's no end call.
Well, that's good that you can tune in. You know.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Whether
no,
it's psychic or whatever.
I'm very excited about it, and hopefully she and Troy
Thank you.
participate when I start going into monologue, which will be fairly early tonight.
And your life will like improve with all like the new apps and stuff. You'll be like floored.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this is what I want to arrange. Was El Nemo sent me a link to get into Discord once I
It was
press.
just to verify the account, because
Oh, okay.
otherwise they'll
Yeah,
remove
were
the
you for 3
username.
fucking days when we were trying to do this for you?
It wasn't
Yeah.
3 days. I was speaking particularly with Brendan for 2 of those days now. So
Right.
yeah.
And then the one time me and Nemo like try and do it, then all of a sudden our shit's discombobulated. I couldn't contact him, then we couldn't contact you later.
Oh my God! So what
It
had
was
happened
crazy.
was that, just so people, again, to our latest episode before tonight was Wednesday night the 7th, and that was the fall of Dien Bien Phu, the 71st anniversary thereof, the 80th anniversary of the surrender of the Reichswaffe, or the forces in the field, in the surface world of Hoch Deutschland, or High Germany. And all of this is very important. It goes into the Victory in Europe Day, celebrated quite separately between the USUK, or the US-UK, the United States United Kingdom, and the 80th Eurasian VE Day, which happened just the day before yesterday. Now, neither one of these is celebrated at the estate, and certainly is just inconsequential in that regard. However, what happened was on Friday the 9th, it was Friday night of the 9th when I had been trying to force myself to sleep, but I was really too amped. After the latest show was over, I had a burst of energy and was just intellectually involving myself in my basically articulating via a format my idea of a new world order that would be more just and ideal. And so I've showed during our latest episode before tonight, El Nemo and Brendan, an example of this, elements from that. I was caught up working on that and really just was in no mood to try and play with Discord. And that's when we tried to call Nemo on Friday. Nemo was not available at that time.
Yeah, it was too early. I didn't get up till 8:30 in the morning.
Okay, so that was he's 17.
Our time zones don't sync.
Yeah, his
and also I'd like to just add quickly that Nemo actually did all of it.
Yeah,
So,
he
so he's the saint that did everything. I just couldn't get a hold of him to help him out, and then we also couldn't get a hold of you because he didn't realize that I didn't have access to your email because we had ended that years ago at this point.
We did?
That ability.
Oh, right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't log into your email, so only the YouTube.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and so
we can have it more compartmentalized.
Oh, got it. Right. So
in case of
So I take it
what's the word for it?
So have I accomplished that? Have I verified my email?
It's done now.
Okay.
So
we've done at least that, but we'll get together and work on it soon. But explaining what happened was on Friday night, Ed Beth called me and said that, tomorrow is Mother Ocean Day, which I had totally either forgot or never really knew of. I'm sure I did something with it last year.
Yeah, what is that?
Don't really remember. Basically, with the South Florida Kayak Club, which I suspect was organized by Troy Bellamy when the Klan chased him off the 40 acres that Abraham Lincoln awarded to his great-grandfather, and he had to sustain himself by fishing, ultimately established national recognition.
Douglas, I thought it was a reference to the lady that just got jerked out of a kayak and eaten in Florida.
Got jerked?
By what?
Pulled her right out of it, and her husband was there too.
What
But
ate
you
her?
can Google
Don't
that.
tempt me with a good time.
Right up.
What?
A big ass alligator
Alligator. Okay.
in Florida.
That's not even surprising.
Yeah.
It's in the news,
So
right?
Troy, wait,
It's
Troy
big news.
lives there. Tell us, Troy, what you know about this.
Yeah.
That's my disclaimer. I did not witness that. I have no knowledge.
Yeah.
But it doesn't sound out of the ordinary. That's
It's like, what do people expect in Florida? I mean, this
Big
is like,
predators are pissed off and starving. Yeah.
it's not that they're starving,
They-
honey. They got each other to eat, but they just like that human meat so sweet and tempting, and it's all over the fucking place. And honey,
With
you've got
sharks, they don't like it. Sharks will bite the shit out of you, but
because they
they
get good
want
shit, like
seal
seals.
meat.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. They get good
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, the fucking, but the crocs and the titanoboas, they're all eating
Maybe
each
the
other.
gator is different.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know.
They'll eat you in a
But it
heartbeat.
killed her.
Yeah, well, women are particularly
Kayaking and
vulnerable
some-
because they bleed, and the gators smell that. That's so,
That was certainly true in bear country.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Certainly
Well,
true.
gators become.
I didn't think
gators become
alligators
overly
did.
aggressive in May.
Okay.
They start mating in May, and they become
Oh, because
overly
they're
aggressive.
mating.
Yeah.
Right. I
So,
can
I mean, if
believe
you're
that.
kayaking on a lake, man, you better make sure that
Right.
that thing isn't full of gators. That just even if you're golfing, there's golf courses now have all
Right.
those lakes, and they'll come up at a golfer in a minute.
Yeah.
And the pets, yeah.
Thank you for that, Troy. And
You guys don't just assume they're gators, like, because I would. I
Yeah.
just assume that it's infested.
I do. I
Yeah,
don't
but
do- I
a
don't do- I
man
don't do
eater is
anything around
something
lakes
different.
or rivers.
Thank you.
A man eater is not common.
yeah, but still, it's I'm like
Okay,
Troy.
so-
It's like, why take the chance,
Not
right?
common.
Yeah.
So you have
Would
fresh
attack
water
a
and then you
boat,
have salt water.
you know.
Yeah.
In fresh
Yeah.
freshwater is where the big gators go, especially if it's a small pond.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
always one big one there because he wants to dominate that area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no
Right.
The
little
bull.
one big
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
There you go. And what are they going to eat except whatever comes by? So thank you, Troy. Yeah.
Sure. They eat anything. Dogs.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sure the little dogs, they get sick of eating those gamey ass fools.
Yeah. Those
Yeah.
Greasy ass.
Bunch
like,
of fur.
Not only
Yeah.
that, they're
Those,
full
like-
of hormone. They're injected with all
Yeah.
the antibiotics. You know, what do you call it? The vaccines.
Oh.
They got all the vaccinations in them and shit.
And tick
those little
medicine and
puffball
shit.
dogs. Yeah,
Yeah, God.
Yeah, so they probably taste like
not a
shit.
seasoning you want.
Yeah, though.
A question for Troy. Troy, how's the lake level and water level there? Are the lakes, have water in them, or are they drying up, or what?
We hadn't had any rain. We just got 2 days of rain. It just got through
Yeah.
rain. So
Yeah.
Oh wow.
come back up.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we'll get some more rain. We're actually supposed to get a big rain tomorrow. So
Okay.
I've heard the lake levels are not down, but they're not, they're not drought level, but they're down a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, at any
Drought
rate-
level in Florida is scary.
Yeah.
Them big gators would be all coming out.
Well, I
They
have.
end up
They end up what? Try.
in somebody's pool.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No shit.
Yes. That's and you wonder how they tolerate the chlorine. I mean, you'd think that they would find that they don't seem to care. Yeah, they wind up in people's pools. It's incredible. But yeah, so before I take a break, I just wanted Brenda to know so that what happened was Friday night I got driven up to the estates. I'm not going to turn down any opportunity to feed. And Mother Ocean Day was established by that Kayakers Club, which is like Florida's version of the California Sierra Club, so that they could make certain that people value the Mother Ocean, that the ocean is the mother of us all. And it was intentionally meant to happen on the Saturday before Mother's Day itself, so that people could coincide the love of Mother and the ocean. And at any rate, of course, most of the lads are orphans, and they've had no experience with motherhood or the feeling that comes with that kind of bonding. So we have to concentrate on different things like civic aspects of water responsibility. Believe it or not, telling people about, I was telling them to share with other people in their lives the importance of safe water solvents. Solvents that when you wash your car, when you're gardening, etc., things that would not wind up going down the gutter and the cistern and polluting the oceans or being so hard on the ocean. So I was just going into things like that, and of course got dressed up as a mermaid for the photo shoot, which I did not put in tonight's thumbnail of live stream. We might do that for Wednesday, which will be here before we know it, but I'll just put my illustration that I made for my mother while I was in communion at our Chinese temples set up by my son's husband on property, and the church that they have. I was in communion with my mother, and then wrote the poem for her, which I ask everyone to avail themselves of for tonight. And so it's definitely a Mother's Day tribute in general, but there you have it. That's why I was gone, and so I didn't come back till now. And what I'll be doing is going into monologue when I come back, but hoping everyone will interject themselves. And for right now, I ask you all to roundtable. I mean, yeah, I know you can all do that, and you're all good at it. And now's the best time to do that. And then when I come back, I'll just dive into monologue with everybody roundtabling further, interjecting whenever they feel like it. So let's take a look at the call, make certain everybody's participating. And okay, everyone. Aristides, sound check. How about a sound check from Aristides?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Holly, sound check.
Loud and clear.
Excellent. El Nemo, sound check.
Yeah.
Excellent. Troy, sound check.
10-4.
Wonderful. Okay, Brendan Zogit, sound check. Let's hear how you're doing. And all right.
He's on mute.
He's on mute. Yeah. You have to come off mute to do the sound check, Brendan. Yeah. Maybe he's at work? No, he took some time off. His hand's all fucking broken. Come on. Come on, Brendan.
It's okay. He'll come back. We'll see him.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you're all the rest of you are doing great. So,
We'll
right.
manage.
And Heather Holman was with us earlier, so hopefully she's okay. And, I mean, we got her on for a little bit before the call ended. Of course, I did warn everybody of that. Now, theoretically, this call is not going to end. So we have that advantage. And, all right. So, everybody.
Yeah, because you're the admin for Teams.
Yeah. Yes. So.
And you paid the bill.
Yes. Yes.
How much did they want?
$10 a month. So it's.
Oh, hell.
That's
Okay.
not, honey. It's.
I know it's something, but it's not a backbreaker.
Yeah, no. But we do need our people to participate.
Of course we do.
Yeah.
Of course
And
we do.
like I said, it's bad that it comes simultaneous to June, where they're asking me at Bluehost for $300 to renew the website once a year, and that hits in June, along with the $300 they want to renew my Marine Corps life insurance once a year. So that hits in June, and then Google renews for $20 in June, so they just had to hit it this time. Altogether, of course, I'll try and talk down to the absolute basic level of service for Bluehost, so it'd be only like maybe approximately $200. But all such, it's still $1,000.
It's overwhelming.
Yeah, it's still $1,000 that's needed. Yeah. So we do need everybody to contribute who's listening out there, and I'll be back.
Certainly.
Right now, these wonderful people are part of this, and they're all going to help with maintaining the stage, holding the stage while I'm gone. All right, and we'll start with Troy. Before I go, just say a little something about what you've been keeping track of in the news. You started off very well. You asked some very pertinent historic and social questions. I'm sure you can start the conversation going again, and I'll feel.
I got a question for him. A couple questions.
Yeah. So right. Sounds good. Okay, I'll go mute.
All right. Hey, Troy. Hey. So. Is it true there's a hot spring in Sarasota?
I don't know if it's in Sarasota.
But nearby?
Sarasota, it's probably about an hour or two away.
That far. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where I don't remember growing up hearing about a hot spring.
Yeah.
Or caverns or caves. It's very, very porous land here because it's right so close to the water, so close to the beach. It's like a lot of swamp land, so there's not very much of a hot spring here. I think you're talking about Ocala in the middle of the state.
And I'm surprised there's one there at all. Yeah. Because I grew up, knowing the boils of Florida, and they're amazing.
Yeah.
That cold artesian water just pumping out, they're so amazing. But my understanding is that like most of the state because they say there's no rock in Florida. There's only limestone.
Right.
Petrified living coral creatures. So it's the rock that was an animal. And that there's a big, thick old shell of it. And under Florida is the ocean.
Right.
Have you ever heard that? That's really something.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's very, 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 very soft
Yeah.
soil.
And white. Super white.
Right. Very
You
white.
got any clay? Yeah.
So you got certain areas like in southeast Florida where you have what they call the muck. That's where you grow sugar cane and stuff like that over in a place called Okeechobee.
Yes, because it's waterlogged.
All waterlogged, all swamp, but the soil is so rich, it's black.
I see.
And there's a lot of rivers and estuaries that run by it, run through it. So you have a lot of water that runs.
Bring in all the silt.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Even the blue crabs will come from the East Coast up the rivers into Florida, and all the way over to the West Coast of Florida.
Got
They'll
it.
eat on their way all the way to the saltwater. So they'll be fresh water pretty much until they get across the state through the river systems, and then they'll flow into the Gulf of America, as certain people want to call it. I feel the Gulf of Mexico.
Oh, never. I saw a funny meme, Gulf of Margaritaville. Woohoo!
Gulf of Senior Frogs or something like that.
Yeah, really. We had blue claws in Jersey, so I wonder if it was the same with them. If it was, I didn't know that they started in fresh water and swam down.
Now, what they'll do is on the East Coast, they're in the Atlantic, so that's salt water.
Yeah,
colder.
Yeah, and we had rivers.
But
we had rivers they could swim down.
Right, but not up north, not in I think the farthest that they go toward the north might be in Maryland, Virginia area where you see crabs because the water's too cold. For blue crabs. Now you have other crabs.
For blue crabs. That's right.
Are Florida saltwater delicacy.
We called them blue claw, but I'm sure there's a different thing.
We
blue crab. Yeah, different crab.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating. But yeah, those boils and rivers were amazing in Florida. Yep. And I grew up near the Chassahowitzka swamp.
Where's that?
A couple hours north of Tampa. On the Gulf.
Oh.
Pine Island.
Oh, yeah.
Brooksville was the town. Yeah. And a canoe, $5 a day, and it was jungle paradise. Right across the street from WkEWatchy Mermaid Show.
Yeah.
Everybody knows WkEWatchy. Do those women still have to do that? Those high school girls?
I remember when I was a kid, we used to go there and watch them swim underneath and then do the hold their breath, and then they do the water skiing stuff.
Right.
But I haven't heard that much about. I mean, it's like for us that was like Disney. It was because of course there was no internet. It was like you go to Disney.
No.
Then
Me too.
Came up probably when I was a teenager getting ready to go to college.
Right. There was no Disney.
Yeah.
And I never wanted that anyway, because number one, we had this fantastic swamp in a canoe for $5 a day.
Sure.
And WkEWatchy was this like bad roadside zoo, where you felt sorry for the animals. Exactly. And the giant tank with the high school girls on breathing tubes in mermaid suits.
We talk about Sarasota, of course, that's where the Ringling Brothers Circus was. The Ringling Brothers lived there, so there's still an area called Circus Town over on west coast of Sarasota. Oh, no, I'm sorry, the eastern side of Sarasota, and you still see people. You know, I grew up with the Walenda family. I don't know if you all remember the Walendas.
Oh, the flying Walendas.
Walendas. Okay, the Mr. Walenda's brother, the one who the old man who passed away right before our eyes. You know, when he fell off the guy wire going between the Empire State.
Oh man, is that what happened to him?
Yeah, the
I
old
must
man.
have been.
So he came out of retirement. This is back when television on a Saturday was Evel Knievel, you know, the NFL,
the 70s,
superstars. Yeah, the 70s. You know,
Vietnam War. Yeah,
the Walendas walking across from one building to another. It was all that goofy stuff. Binko
I remember that.
Skiing down the side
but
of a mountain.
I don't remember he died that way.
In the agony of defeat type of thing. But
right, and the Walendas, they were trapeze artists.
Yeah, they were trapeze artists, and tight. What do you call that? Tight wire.
Tight rope. Tight wire. Yeah.
They
high wire. Yeah.
They walked the high wire, and so
with the long stick.
His brother was my social studies teacher. Very good. So he's the one that actually got me involved and interested in politics. I mean, he was an excellent. I tell you, we had an excellent teacher at my middle school.
Wow.
Taught us civics and other things like that. I'll go.
That's darn amazing. Darn amazing. My friend I've had for 40 years is in Sarasota right now.
Oh, really?
Oddly. And I asked her, because we were talking about all these things last night and the circus part and everything. And I asked her about the graveyard there. But it's pretty cool. Is it old?
There's a bunch of them.
Anything interesting happening there, like grave robbing, digging, necrophilia, necromancy?
No. Is it cool and historic and old circus people and?
You got to keep it interesting for the listeners.
People buried all over. I mean, there's
sorry.
in the area where I live now, I live in Palmetto, in Manatee County, but they have a Confederate cemetery.
Wow. Yeah.
So I mean, you know, there's a lot of different cemeteries. I'm
lot of different.
Okay. Cemetery guy.
I always check the Catholic one though, because that's where the voodoo is. In terms of monuments and stuff, and interesting people. But anyway,
do you get any
never mind
presence when you go in those cemeteries, Troy? You feel any of that?
He doesn't go in.
All right. You don't witness or sense any unseen presence around the cemeteries.
No, I can't say that. I'm that attuned to the universe that I've seen or witnessed any unseen presence.
Same.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah. Anyway,
there's a thing that's going on around Tampa Bay. They have these what they call meetups, and you have people who are enthusiasts into ufology, all kind of stuff. And I have attended a ufology and paranormal meetup before. So there is a group of people who do follow that.
Yeah.
Quite intently.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's small groups of them everywhere, but most of them are idiots because they think, it's all extraterrestrial source of all the UFOs they see and record, but it's either extra dimensional or it's just domestically sourced from highly advanced breakaway civilization. One or the other. Just like conjuring disembodied spirits, and you see a ball of light in the sky. Like people are heavily into the occult can do that and market off it and make people think, I'm contacting extraterrestrial aliens, and that's why they're showing up in the sky, but they're really just calling upon unseen forces to manifest in this realm.
Yeah. That's interesting.
I don't mess with that. Mm-mm.
Well, it can backfire on you, especially if you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
But Florida's got a special magic to it. In the right light, at the right time of day, on the right day of the year, it's got its own strange charms. I
That
always
place is
felt them.
prone to getting hit by hurricanes. I'm surprised anybody wants to fucking live there. I would never go there
Well,
just off that, being hit by a hurricane.
yeah, but born and raised, what are you going to do? You get your own problems in Australia, don't you?
Yeah, but not as bad as what America gets.
Yeah,
We just
lately.
get floods,
Ooh-wee.
mostly floods and forest
How about
fires.
horrible heat? Horrible and
Yeah, in the
fires and
summer.
horrible heat.
Yeah.
Horrible, yeah.
You gotta have your aircon on all the fucking time, and
Right.
your power bill goes way up. I gotta get the fuck
Mhm.
out of here. But yeah, we don't get earthquakes and shit, so we don't rarely
Or
get
tornadoes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they can occur, but it's super rare.
Mhm. Mhm.
If they occur, they're just small, but they're strong enough to destroy some houses.
Yeah.
I've seen
I see.
on the news locally where it hit and took off some roofs on some places. I'm like, fucking hell, that never happens. And there you go.
Right.
Yeah.
It's all crazy now.
And we
But
don't
yeah,
get
Pina.
tsunamis. Yeah, because we got a lot of protection from the Great Barrier Reef and smaller islands.
Yeah.
That would just nullify any force of a tidal wave that comes towards us.
Got it. And that's up in Queensland?
Yeah.
Got it. Have you ever been to the Blue Mountains?
No, never been to
I always
any
wanted
mountain.
to go there.
Hmm.
All right. I always wanted to go there. I saw them from a distance, but I've never been.
The only place that looks
That's somewhere I
interesting
want to
to climb regarding a mountain is Uluru, because it looks like it used to be a giant mountain that got sliced in half and the whole top is just flat. Like a giant took a
crazy.
fucking big sword and cut it in half.
God knows what went on back then. What were you going to say, Troy?
I said Australia is somewhere I really want to visit. I really want to see if I can, I've heard it's beautiful down there.
Yeah, it's interesting. Nemo would know better than me.
The rainforests are worthy checking out. Some of the places like that, but some people are just reluctant to explore anyway because of all the dangerous spiders and snakes we have.
Because everything's so fucking poisonous. Yeah, it's crazy. Very similar climate to Florida. I found it one time I went there.
I'd
So
avoid
you'd probably
going to
feel.
Don't go to Western Australia or Northern Territory. It's mostly just hot-ass desert land.
Right. So much. Yeah. I went to New South Wales and Sydney, and it was pleasant enough. It was winter too, so
Cold
for
as
you
fuck.
guys.
Yeah.
Not for us. Yeah, cold as fuck for you. It took me 2 weeks to put on a sweater, but it felt cozy when I finally could. I was glad I did.
There's a lot of homeless people there now. I'd never go to those big cities.
Right.
Your chances of just getting stabbed and mugged are a lot higher now.
Even in Australia, huh?
Oh, yeah. Because of all the fucking hard drugs that get around and turn people into mindless savages, the cops are allowed to get run through because they get a cut out of it from the biker gangs that manufacture it and they just sell it. And the cops are like, yeah, just give us our cut and we'll let you keep selling it. And they'll mostly just crack down on the pot, but they'll let all the coke, crack, meth run through and just destroy people's lives and destroy communities.
And then
you just see
arrest
crime
them.
rate going up. Yeah. Well, if they do, they just get a slap on the wrist.
Right. That wasn't epidemic when I was there 20 years ago. So it's
Yeah, it's
amazing
worse
how
now.
quickly
Yeah.
that can happen. How quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't see a single homeless person. Not a single one.
Yeah, 20 years ago, it was a lot better.
My God. And to me, that's like yesterday. What the fuck?
There never used to be homeless people in the town I'm in when I was a kid, but now they're just all along the main streets in town. So,
Damn.
yeah.
Wow. Jesus.
Turning into a
At least you don't
shithole.
have. Wait till you get casino gambling. That'll solve the problem.
Yeah.
Nobody's trying that yet. Oh
Oh,
God.
I don't know how big casinos are over here. I know they're in the big cities, but
Yeah. Are they? Because I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
remember any of that either.
yeah, there are.
But that's scary. God forbid the natives get sold on that racket. Jesus.
Yeah,
It's
the
a meat
Aboriginals
grinder.
will never be able to pull enough money to own their casino.
All right. Let them be. Make sure they have enough water. God.
Well, they get a lot of benefits anyway. Free
Good.
fucking food and cheaper affordable housing, renting, and all that shit.
God help them. Let's not even go there. There was something else in the news we were talking about. Oh yeah, Troy, you were talking about this crazy airplane deal. I mean, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I didn't think it was legal in any sense for a politician to accept a personal gift.
It's expressed in the Constitution and the responsibilities of the president that you cannot accept gifts from a queen, prime minister, king, a potentate, anybody. That's part of the emoluments clause that he's violated ever since he's enriching himself. He's making
What
sure
the hell?
he's telling us we can only have two dolls while he's going out making billion-dollar deals for himself and
What the
all the people who
hell?
are in his cabinet.
It was so shockingly blatant.
Brokering deals with people that are in power, and the only people who are benefiting are the people who are getting the money in the cabinet and the foreign entities that are going to get laws passed or other stuff that they'll look the other way on.
I mean, all up front. And the base seems to want it that way.
Well, they don't
And
care.
the Supreme Court, too.
As long as blacks and Mexicans don't get it, they're okay.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's unfortunate. When everybody wants to take this, we're going to have this short-term pain. Nobody. Now, if Biden had said that, they'd have hung Biden. And Biden,
Oh my God.
After the COVID mess that Trump put us in, we didn't see it
agree.
the first time when his son-in-law got $2 billion from the Saudis and his daughter got $2 billion from the Chinese. But you want to make it seem like you're upset with the Chinese. You're going to put 150% tariff on them. But what about the money your daughter got? The $2 billion that she got to start her line.
Like you say, in the Biden crime family.
All the money that Trump has made and built out of China with those cheap ties, those little plain ties, those basic colors. There's an old clip, and I saw this. I remember this when he first started running back in the 2015, 2014. That he was on David Letterman, and he was talking about all the money he's making and all this America First stuff. And Letterman was like, "Where are your ties made out?" They turned the tie around. It's made in China. Like, how hypocritical do you have to be? I mean,
hey, the hats too, man.
America First.
All the merch.
And the man's wife doesn't even speak good English. She's not from America.
Well, ain't no merch for 2028 on those boats now. Because the boats ain't coming from China. The container ships.
Yeah. So this is a grift of the highest order, and he's supposed to accepting a plane as a gift. Now he'll say, "Oh, I don't fly in it," or this, that, or the other, but he's supposed to be accepting a plane as a gift because Air Force
Personal.
One is dilapidated and old and out of date, and so he may just use it. He may just.
Yeah.
But think about it.
Don't be surprised though that he does all
Pretty
this because he's got
probably.
the Supreme Courts in his pockets and he's
Yeah,
pretty much
exactly.
got full impunity. So he's going to keep doing stuff like that.
He's gonna keep doing stuff.
He's
that he
only in
wants
it for all the money and power he can have. Doesn't give a
They
shit
call
about
it the
any
Flying Palace.
This guy
It's
claims
going to
he-
have solid gold toilets.
General know more than the economists. I know more than everybody. Then you ask him a question directly about policy. Go, I don't know. You got to ask Scott Besson or somebody. You know, it's a
Yeah. Ah,
walking dichotomy. Walking
ask that
contradiction.
Fox guy
Yes, exactly.
right up front. Yeah. So there's been this shattering of reality and any kind of standard of basic decency
Yeah.
all around the world. What do we do with that? I mean,
there are things that the president can do, but there are many things that the president should not do. You know,
Yeah.
twice this guy has hawked the Tesla. Did a commercial for Tesla, and then he did another commercial the other day. He's like, "Oh, this could be a commercial for," I can't remember what company it was, but it's one of his people in his cabinet. I was like, "Come on, man, are you kidding me?"
I mean, I'm telling you.
Yeah,
Couldn't
you're not
agree more.
supposed to be leader of a
Shilling.
country for the money. Yeah, you're supposed to be serving, but he's just doing the opposite. More money for me, less money for all of you.
And those
Yeah, you're
Elon
all fucked.
contracts
Yeah.
are the Elon contracts are mind-boggling.
Oh, did you all notice that today they were talking about how the air traffic control system in Newark, New Jersey, and Atlanta?
Oh, I've been following that closely, and it gives me such a stomach ache. Those
Basically,
people rewiring for the whole country.
farm that out. They're going to farm that out to Elon Musk and have him.
Oh, the terror.
I'm going to be all right.
Uh-oh, something's going wrong with the call.
Oh,
Anybody
my
there?
bad.
Yeah, okay.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Actually, guys,
All right.
I'm getting close to my bedtime. I got to get up to work in the morning. We got a big week this week at school. So
Okay.
I'll enjoy the conversation. I'll probably be listening in my headphones as I go to sleep. But I want to wish
Very
everyone
good.
a happy Mother's Day and wish you guys a great week.
Thank you, Troy.
No worries.
Great
Seriously.
talking to you.
Good talking to you too. All right, Holly, guys. Talk to you later.
So, yeah, I'll read an article regarding.
Okay, I'm back.
this
All right.
bullshit- Oh, and Doug's back. Never
Yes.
mind.
What was
Troy
this?
just had to go. One last question for Nemo. Do you have a lot of cockatoos flying around?
Yeah. We're
Do
packed
ya?
with them.
Screeching, man. Whew, what a sound.
What? He's got cockatoos in the back, like in the wild or something?
No,
They're
just-
wild. Yeah, they hang
yeah,
out.
yeah.
Oh, okay, cool, wonderful.
Flamingos? Do you have flamingos?
I've never seen a flamingo over here. I don't know
Okay.
if they're.
They exist
Got
in
it.
Australia. I don't think do they exist in Australia?
I wondered. I don't
I'm
know.
not sure.
I think they might, but I don't know.
Hmm.
Never
I
mind.
doubt it.
Flamingos are African.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So Brendan finally
Okay.
joined us. Brendan was with us. Where was Brendan? Was he here all this time?
I've been here the whole time. I've been here the
Did
whole
you
time.
talk?
I just didn't chime in.
Sorry.
They were doing great. No, they were doing fine.
Okay.
Really?
Okay.
Hey, how are you since your car accident?
Oh, terrible in this terrible hell, limbo hell.
And is your car all fucked up?
Yeah, everything's fucked.
Ah.
And I'm in this limbo where I have to deal with the insurance because the other
Yeah.
he didn't have insurance, and he's some like dumbass kid, and so
Yeah.
now the insurance is trying to like repair
Jack
my
you.
car when it has like a bunch of underlying damage and shit. And it's gonna
Ah.
so I'm just gonna get screwed either way. So it's just
Because you've been through this before. I remember
Yeah,
the
but
last time you
the
got
other-
rear-ended.
the other bitch- Oh, it wasn't rear-ended. It's she pulled a U-turn in front of me into oncoming traffic
Mm.
and totaled my car.
God.
But so it's just a whole mess. Like, it's a
Yeah.
mess.
If someone
Sorry.
fucking drives right into you, you should be allowed to pull out a gun and shoot them.
Oh, believe me,
Yeah,
I
but
wanted.
You won't get paid.
Yeah,
You need to
exactly.
get paid.
Yeah, you need them alive, Nemo, to get their money.
Mm.
No, there should be a law. You kill them and take everything they own.
Yeah. Oh, that would be ideal. Especially in this situation. It's like that kid, if he couldn't make it past whatever age he's at and still not have insurance or anything on his car, then he's toast.
And his car was
Yeah, rough life.
nicer than yours?
Isn't it
Was
mandatory
his car
to have?
nicer than yours?
Yeah, no, the car was like older, but it's like you
Okay.
still have to have insurance in California.
Yeah, it's
It's like-
mandatory. So
Yeah.
he's going to get in trouble, isn't he? Like,
Yeah,
he's
he's
going to get
screwed
deep
himself.
shit.
He screwed himself.
Suck
yeah.
shit for him. Yeah.
Yeah, his car's destroyed, and he might not even have a license. So it's just like
Oh,
he's toast.
God.
Yeah, he's toast.
So the cops came. Cops
No, they
actually
didn't.
showed
No,
up?
they didn't. I
Yeah,
I
they don't
went to
show
them.
up.
I went to them.
Got it.
And they said,
Goddamn
just
right.
let the insurance deal with it. That's their
Yeah.
their response.
Oh, right.
They said,
No,
"There's
they
nothing
won't
you can
come.
do."
They put it in the newspaper here. Do not call us.
Do they really?
You got an injury, call the ambulance.
Right.
Oh my God. So,
It was in the newspaper.
that's outrageous. So go on, Brendan. Any other developments with this? How's your hand?
Yeah.
It's not broken, but it's also not good. So that's all I'll say about it.
All purple and shit.
It's bad. I'm not going to go into details right now, but it's just know that it's not what it was before. So there you go. It's terrible.
Troy, are you trying to get out of the call? I was hoping you would hang out. Now that I'm
No,
gonna go
Troy
into-
had to go. Troy had to go.
He says, guys, I can't
hung
get
up,
out
I
of the
thought.
call. He says, I can't get out of the call. I think
Oh.
Aristides will have to hang up from his. So he had to go. So
Weird.
He's not going to be.
Yeah,
in.
it's late, and he's got to be up for school in the morning.
It's cool. Isn't it like summer is starting? I mean,
Not yet.
Brendan?
No, this
It's
is the
those
last week. This is the last
Highly
week.
charged last week.
Oh,
Yeah, he has to give out tests and shit.
Oh
Yep.
God! Oh, terrible. Sorry to hear that. And
Yeah.
there should be a leave button on the right, says our man Nemo. And of course, don't be afraid to say these things verbally either, Nemo. And yeah, and
Yeah, you can hang up the call and then go to the YouTube if you're still listening, because this is way less efficient than Skype. Because I remember, Skype you could leave the call and you could still float around, but it's not as efficient.
You're telling me. That's
And he said he'd fall asleep with the headphones on YouTube.
Who did?
Yeah,
Troy.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
It
okay.
was cute.
Yeah. He always used to do that. Yeah, that seemed to be the norm. Is that he would just kind of tune in and fall asleep, right? I mean, that's
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And
that's what everyone's been doing, because your hours are vampire
Yeah,
hours and shit.
yes,
You don't do
that's-
prime time.
True enough. Yes, it's yeah. I'm very, very different from most other people, and my biorhythms are quite different. Nemo's he's biorhythmically all over the place. I don't think Nemo really has a biorhythm. Is that the case, Nemo? You just kind of.
No, it's just inconsistent.
Because he's in
sleeping.
Australia. Yeah.
I don't know if it has to do with
No,
Australia.
it's just who I am.
Yeah, just.
I don't have a consistent sleeping schedule.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah.
Do you get much sunlight?
No, I don't go outside much.
I mean, but like, do you see the sun, or is it just like you're in rooms?
Yeah. The sun rises right over my fucking window. Like,
Okay.
I get a good view of it,
And so,
especially in summer. Yeah.
so it's not necessarily a good thing then. It like bakes you out of bed or something. Like you wake up hot, like with the sun burning you like under a magnifying glass. Oh.
In the summer, yeah. It's like, it's just shining right through and amplifying. And
Have you
the windows need to be heavily tinted.
I was about to say, have you ever considered getting blackout curtains or something of that nature?
Yeah, I do, but it doesn't block out the heat.
Oh God, that's too bad.
Wow.
Yeah, sorry to hear that. So
It just blocks out the light, not the heat.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Australian summer is on another level, I'm sure.
And getting hotter.
Oh shit! And I'm wondering, it was just as bad with Our Lady in Vermont, Amy Como. I sent her this article of the Mormons trying to establish a Mormon utopia in Vermont. Of course, they wouldn't build their houses the way her significant other built that microwave, which he just built like.
Why would they pick Vermont?
Well, I'm assuming cheap ass land, and
It ain't worth it.
Yeah,
The way she described it.
Thank
sound
you.
Like maybe it sounds.
And
like
get
they
a
figured it
Mormon
out.
casino.
Yeah.
They want a Mormon casino.
Is that for real?
Do Mormons have
actually real?
casinos? I've never.
No, I know. No, I just invented it.
Oh,
It was a
okay.
joke.
But I'm sure it's being looked at.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's forbidden. It's a sin. It's a sin.
Yeah.
All
According
right.
to-
Yeah. There we are.
Gambling.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't
Yeah.
know that. But
In
I
their
believe
defense, they have morals. Like they won't push that on other people typically.
it.
Okay. And they are the health food capital, Utah, of America, if you really want
Oh, yeah.
clean shit online.
Cool.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, tell Brendan you still haven't eaten any greens yet.
No, but I'm taking fancy supplements. Green.
Okay.
Yeah, but that
So
can only
everything
get
that
so far.
comes. I'm sorry.
That can only get you so far. Yeah.
That's right. And so it's been, what, 2-3 months?
I think you're good to maybe branch out a bit if you're keen on it.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. But like I was saying before, the test results are just rolling in. So I'm monitoring that.
What are you worried about? I mean, it's like.
Well, I think
Well-
what Brendan is saying, Holly, is that maybe it's better you get.
This is a neurotic lady problem.
No, what?
Well, no, I'm not being facetious. I'm asking. Like,
Yeah.
What was your concern? Like is
The
it cancer
the-
or something?
Well, just a general toxic burden
Right.
that builds and builds and builds all the time, kind of thing. So it did seem like pausing was reasonable, but no, I'm already thinking enough is enough.
I was about to say.
But it has taken this long for any kind of actual testing to occur. As I was saying before, the
And how
maps
they-
are
What do
fantastic.
they look like?
No, tell them about
So
the
they're-
fantastic maps.
I mean, they just started. So I was going to give it another week or two and see what was coming back. One area was okay.
Okay, so there you go.
So
Sounds
there
fine.
I go. I'm getting there. Yeah, really soon.
Most likely, it all blew to us over here in the east. So
The map's quite specific. It went straight through the heart of organic farming in California up by Watsonville.
Wow.
oh yeah, so then you're good. You're good. Just don't buy from there.
Well, that's the deal. I mean, that's where you get the really good, beautiful stuff at the farmer's market, all from there.
What about
With
like Hollister and Gilroy? You can
2
get
for
stuff from
1
out there.
Yeah, but I ain't doing that.
Or just go east. Salinas is right by you. Why not Salinas? They grow all the
Yeah,
lettuce
that stuff is scary.
Why?
I mean,
What?
anything grown, organics, they're not, they're what organics there are all coming from the same farms. That
Let me
stuff
see-
in,
Let me see where my stuff's coming from. I'll tell you right now.
the stuff in Salinas is frightening.
That
The
one's not
wa-
telling me where it's from, but
Yeah. What do you got?
I'm looking.
Okay. Because the groundwater
Yeah,
there,
you
you
go,
can't get it
Salinas.
on your
There
skin.
you go.
Yeah. Well, is it stamped and sealed organic?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they're getting it from,
They grow this. in
Salinas
greenhouses.
and
I haven't had
Watsonville,
issues
it's
with it.
all the same. Oh, good. Greenhouse stuff is different. Yeah.
This one
all right,
says
fine.
product of
Hey.
Mexico.
Right. That's right. So it's grown down in Mexico. They ship it to Salinas, packed. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
awesome.
I'm going back. I am.
Because it's better
I'm
for your
going
health.
back.
And if you're concerned about like cancer that may manifest in 20 years, I mean,
That's the least of my worries. I've
do
been
you really
smoking
want to
since I
live
was
to like 100?
12.
It's like, it's not
No. Longevity's
Not
never
worth
been my thing.
worth
It was just a
So I-
thing.
So
But
just
thanks for
focus
the-
on
yeah.
quality of life,
I'll get back to it. Yeah. I haven't noticed much of a decline. I felt shitty before, and I feel shitty now.
So then you
But
should be
you're
fine.
right. You're right. It's time. You might as well. Imagine if I hadn't all those years,
Yeah, and,
right?
and get this shit. Another one of those plants blew up in Spain and smoked out an entire town. They had to shut down the whole town.
God damn.
Yeah.
So these things are just defective, straight up defective.
You saw the Scotland one.
Tell us.
No, but
Jeez.
apparently they're just popping off everywhere. That's ridiculous.
They pop off everywhere.
This is
They popped
insane.
off. Yeah, Perth had a
Talk
big
about green
incident
scam, you know. Shit.
20 years ago. Totally. Plus, the charging stations catch fire, as do the cars. So you can't win it. People are worried about their charging station in their garage and shit.
Jesus.
Oh, I don't blame that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust anything Tesla branded after that. Cybertruck. Like the panels fell off, and it turns out they were all glued together. It was like, that's insane. Just-
Yes.
Every single truck had to be recalled. Every single one.
Yeah.
Multiple times,
Yeah.
multiple recalls.
Yeah.
So it's just insane. Man.
Yes.
It's a rush to market.
Well,
I'll buy it
that
if
was.
I sell it.
That's
That-
almost giving them credit.
Yeah.
It's just
honestly.
a rush to
Yeah.
market. That's what it
Yeah.
all
It actually
is.
wasn't, because Cybertrucks were like
Taking
pre-ordered for,
forever.
like 6
That
years. or
years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Years, honey. Yeah.
So- But
But-
I know what you're
Yeah.
saying.
All right.
The actual plants are definitely were just pushed out and they are defective.
Yeah. Yeah.
the-
Yeah.
The Tesla thing, that there's not really any excuse. Dude's been around for how long?
Yeah. Too
Where
long.
Where do they
20
make
years.
those? Where are the Tesla truck factories?
There's one over here in Fremont, and then there's one in Texas.
Okay.
And they,
Still, because I knew he pulled out of the
Yeah.
big one. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
yeah, and all the other ones got shut down, like the Gigafactory, and I think Shanghai is the only other huge one, but
That's right.
that one only serves Asia. So those aren't blowing up and shit. 'Cause I'm impressed by the Chinese EVs.
Yes.
And
Yes.
no, people can say all they want. Oh, it's some CCP propaganda, but no, they're actually better quality.
Yes. No, it's true.
To the point where they're approved. I think they're called Naomi or something like this.
Yeah.
Some new EV.
Yeah.
That has where the battery pack actually is modular. It comes out and then they put a new battery pack in
Yeah.
at this like special charging station.
Yeah.
And those are legally being sold in Europe whereas the Cybertruck is illegal in all of Europe, including United Kingdom,
Thank God.
because it's just shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank God. Actually,
Like they
danger.
know
I actually consider
it's
it-
dangerous. It's
yeah,
a danger.
go
It's a danger. Yeah. So, and then even the Chinese, I'm trying to remember what the damn thing is called, but Naomi or Maui or something.
I'll
Downey.
probably remember by the time that I go into the Fugé state and start going into monologue because of. I'll cover it tonight. Go on.
I'll look it up right now. So that car has like a little AI assistant with like little eyes and a little cute face, and you talk to it as you're driving. So it's something that these clowns over here can't even figure out. Like with all their tech, all it does is steal your data, and you get nothing from it. At least the Chinese
Your car
thing
is your
steals data
friend.
and talks to you, and it's all cute shit.
It's your friend.
Yeah.
Your car is your friend. Finally.
Yes.
Finally, your car is your friend
Yes.
and can talk to you while you're driving.
Until
That
it drives you
is
off a cliff.
unbelievable.
Till it drives you off a cliff.
That
yeah.
is.
But by the
Let's
way,
hope
is
it
that the
doesn't
BYD company?
hallucinate.
Is that the BYD company or some of the other
It's
ones?
NIO.
NIO.
Yeah,
Neo.
yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Neo.
And it's the
I
little
hope it doesn't
character that's called
hallucinate.
Naomi.
Mhm.
Well, it doesn't control your car.
Another little
It's like a
paperclip.
it's like a personal assistant. You
Right.
just say, show me the nearest gas station or show me the nearest restaurant, and it tells you.
Yeah.
So it's not controlling the car, just as like a little.
In the sexy
avatar.
voice?
No, it's like a cute little, like a little kid character.
Right. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's very Asian wholesome as opposed
Yeah,
to what
yeah.
I would want.
Very
I would
wholesome.
want it to sound like
Right.
a raspy sex pot
You could
myself.
probably you could probably pay for an
You would,
upgrade.
so.
Once it gets to that point.
Well, I'm sure it will in terms of personalization if things ever improve, actually improve. Right now, everything's going downhill. But yes, the Chinese cars are, as I've said before, they're actually good stuff, and they'd outsell all this other crap we've got available in the United States in a heartbeat. Except Americans aren't given the chance to purchase them. So
which is why Rump and his master had to do the Chinese tariffs.
That's right.
Because otherwise Tesla would be out of business literally within days.
Yeah, overnight.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right.
All that's true, and so
they can't even compete with like this company.
Yeah, no.
And modular
Ford
batteries
quit the
are
business.
The most logical.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because the Fords were rubbish. I mean,
yeah.
The trucks were like blowing up in car washes and shit.
Jesus Christ.
They quit EVs altogether to put out these massive commercial, consumer pickup trucks that are just like make Humvees look like little
that's
lambs.
the only thing they can do. Otherwise it'll just
and
be a
people
fail.
are buying them like madly. So I see that as some kind of stupid, weird pushback. Yeah, but they're always so shiny, like they've never driven but from the store and back.
Of course.
But
Yeah, they're a
so
bunch of
I know somebody.
They're like strap-ons, basically.
It's like some kind of X-Men armor
like
suit.
$100,000 strap-on.
I mean, you could roll cars over with one of those. But my friend has a car that it's the only thing that makes sense to me, and it's been discontinued. The Chevy Volt, and it made so much sense because it's got a little tiny gas tank. It's a hybrid and also a battery. But the thing is, when the battery wears down, you flip the tank on the gas tank, and running it on gas charges the battery. So there's no need to plug anything in ever. And so you spend like $20 on gas and $20 on electricity. Or no, you're not even spending on electricity. Brendan, you're the car guy. Have you heard of this magical unicorn that they stopped making?
Yeah, I know about the Volt. It was a failure.
Was it?
Chevrolet Volt.
Yeah, but why? Because he loves everybody. And then now, because I see people with my say.
They missed the mark. Instead of making it, because of some stupid legislation, I'm sure, to like get grants from the government, it couldn't be a plug-in hybrid with a gas engine. It had to be an electric car that gets charged by gas. So the engine can't drive the drivetrain directly. So it's totally like if you completely run out of electricity, you have to wait an hour for it to charge itself up. I mean, it's just a redundant system. Whereas a plug-in hybrid, if you completely run out of gas and juice, you can turn it on and drive away. So you're not stuck anywhere. And it's insane that that's not the baseline. Like all these companies should just start as that baseline. But for some reason, it's like everyone's lost their minds or something. In Japan, they're all hybrid. Every car is a hybrid, and then on top of that, like 90% of cars are hybrids, unless you have some kind of sports car or something.
So does running the gas charge? So it's running the gas, charging the battery, and you don't need to plug in, because it's this battery storage problem that's catching fire.
The engine still drives the car. So your battery can be at
engine,
zero, and you just put gas in it and drive away, and then the regenerative braking and stuff will recharge, and the generator will recharge your battery, just enough to get you to a charger or back home or whatever. But it still is a direct drive. The drive line is directly connected to the engine, so there's no need to wait for it. It just goes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Okay.
Yes. See,
Whereas the Volt is backwards.
Yeah. So these there we are. So these are almost like breakaway civilizations. We're in entirely different realities than other nations.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got better cars overseas for sure.
Definitely, yeah, and
You know,
And
it's a
old
bad thing when
cars.
the communist Chinese are making better shit than us. I mean,
yes,
it's over.
yes,
Game over.
Oh boy.
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
The Americans are not. Yeah, they're out of the game in so many ways.
It ain't your granddaddy's Kia anymore.
Kia, that's cute. Yes.
And I know it's bad when Brits are coming over here, like on YouTube. I see these guys where they look at us like we're like some place in Africa or something. They're like, I can't believe this place. Like, look at them, you know? They can drive around in big trucks and they can sit on their patios all day. And like the dude's sitting on his porch, like we're some kind of freaking third world country. And it's just like, that just goes to show they come here for sport and fun. Instead of, because it used to be the Brits would come here to make money. But now we're just like another freaking anthropology place. It's so fun to cosplay in America.
Oh shit! Oh yes. Oh well. Oh my goodness. I'm just so glad that you're all here tonight and that you did so much to support. So Nemo, hopefully we've done at least secured the account. I want to wait till Brendan and yourself and I can get together before we play with it a bit and familiarize me with it. I've explained why I was gone for a little bit of time, and hopefully it's understandable that I was. And obviously, as I said, after
Not really, because you could just like lounge around, you know, sipping blood and just answer one quick phone call. Shit.
I have to put the phone in a P.O. box. We've been over this. Every once in a while, if we're taking a trip outside of the estates, then yes, we could stop and check in on the P.O. box and pick it up, because sometimes it's better to have it on me in the event that there's an emergency outside of the grounds. I mean, we've been over this before. There's security issues involved. Don't forget that's basically a tracking machine. Oh
my god.
Yeah. Well, you certainly you're not saying "oh my god" in denial of what I've just said.
No, of course not. Okay, we know what you said, but it's just like, I mean, come on, we're like trying to help you out here.
Understood. Yeah, but it's appreciated. It's appreciated.
Like out of all the weirdos you've dealt with, I think Nemo and I are the least likely to want to go to the estates.
Oh yeah.
Everyone else was like begging you, please.
Well,
I just want to see one.
Actually, Nemo probably wouldn't mind going, and
yeah,
I
but
don't
you
think
know
the
he's not
owner would
actively
appreciate
trying.
outsiders coming in.
yeah, there we are.
Yeah, see, well,
he
Nemo
knows.
has sense.
See,
But I'm
Nemo
saying,
has
like,
common sense.
everyone had this weird fantasy shit where it
Yes.
was like, please take me.
That yes, it's true. That is
like
true.
Brooke and these other creeps.
Yeah, from Brooke. Though hers
what was his name?
Hers was comparatively
What was
wholesome, but the worst was Peter Moon, of course.
Yeah, the scrotum head. Yeah,
Scrotum head. Yeah, that's Vinnie Barbaric is his real name. Oh my God, just the hideousness of the people I've dealt with in the past. But they were all assigned A's, all assigned, and their whole job was to do nothing but waste time, try and sabotage as much as they could, and just break down my morale and motivation. Yet, of course, by promising and never delivering, and that was the that's the thing for people who say that goes both ways. I would give these people all the time they wanted on air, which is what they wanted, and look at what they did with it
for 5 fucking years, boring us to sleep.
Yes, that's right. Outrageous. And
I told you about how I would do an experiment where I just like randomly pop in when Pete was talking, and before I would click on it, I'd be like, Romania, Solomonari, and then I click on it, and then he'd be there, Romania, Solomonari,
just repetitive.
Caves. And I would like say it verbatim before I even clicked on it.
Yeah,
that's how bad it was getting.
There was an affinity between himself with his cave diving and our man Ian West, that idiot, with his obsession with holes in the ground. It's like they were both on the same
and
vibe.
with all of them, it was like the same shit on loop.
Yeah,
it was like same shit over and over.
Oh yeah, no, outrageous redundant, repetitive, outrageous.
Oh,
monotonous.
And speaking of that situation, there was some article, I sent it to you, for that Liam Payne guy. Remember him?
I think you're talking about the one, I will find you, I will
Fell
kill
out
you.
the window.
Oh, that guy fell out the window.
Fell out the window.
The dude that got sacrificed on Aquino's birthday. Let's
That's
just
right,
put it
that
for
dude.
real.
That dude.
What really happened.
Yes. So go on.
Yeah.
The dude, the singer, whoever got sacrificed on Aquino's birthday.
Yeah.
Well, apparently his $32 million estate had no beneficiaries. Imagine that.
Oh my God.
So his family is like scraps while everyone else probably steals it.
Oh no, it goes to the state. At that point, the state just steals it, and so and his
There you
family's
go.
left with nothing, and it's like, well, too bad.
Or
you
at least
didn't
like
plan.
a pittance of what they should get.
Yes, that's right. Yes, and
Gavin Newsom's lighting his cigars with $100 bills.
yeah.
Yeah.
There
Well,
you
he
go.
was
With
English.
Coke on him.
Yeah,
He was English, so they probably taxed the family out the wazoo and took half
Oh,
of it.
Britain
off the
took
top.
that up.
Yeah,
They
That
taxed
belongs
half of it
to
off
the
top.
crown.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
and
So
yeah.
if that doesn't prove it was a sacrifice, because if he was suicidal, he would have at least had a will, right?
Of course.
You know?
Well, we all know the reality of this, and we all know that that's when Ian exposed himself. That
But
was
that creep, Ian was saying, I know he was just, he was crazy.
drugging.
Even a crazy person would want,
Yeah.
like, even Kurt Cobain had a will for his daughter,
Yes.
Well, and he has
So-
handlers up the waz,
Yes.
so
Yeah.
somebody would have wrote it.
Yeah, that's right. It
For
would have
him.
been written off to somebody. No, it's
His
not the.
business manager.
Yeah, but then again, that wasn't like Ian exposed himself per se. I mean,
Yeah.
we all knew he was the enemy all the time, but it's just one of these things where we always gave him the leeway just as like helping again with the piss breaks and all the rest of that, and it just like, but then you couldn't trust him with that because he was sabotaging the show.
I mean,
It's just-
out of all the losers that you brought on, no offense,
Mhm.
or to the ones that are still okay, but to all the crazies that you brought on,
Yeah.
Nemo, or what's his name? Not Nemo. Of course not Nemo.
Yeah,
But
no,
what's that guy's
Ian.
name?
Ian or
Ian.
Yeah,
So Ian is the one that almost got your channel destroyed
that's
twice.
true. Yeah, that's
stricken.
true.
And he's the only one that's ever done that.
Right.
So-
Well, I mean, not really, but he's one of the ones who did it most effectively. And,
There's been attempts.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's because that's because of course he used to work as a DJ. There was some reality to that. He
And
definitely
exactly, which makes it even more suspect because
Yeah,
he
of
knew
course.
about copyright rules and shit.
everything else. Yes, of
Yeah,
course.
so-
No, these were all assign A's. They were all assigned, and But what else was I going to say about Sammy Romero when he's trying to be morally supportive? Was talking about, if Peter Moon had just let you write and all this stuff, then it would have sold. This would have been, it speaks for itself. Your writing speaks for itself. He should have just just published everything you produced, and all that's appreciated. But none of that would have sold without advertising, because no one will buy what they don't know exists. And Peter Moon was unwilling to ever spend on advertising, so it doesn't matter what was produced; it was never advertised. And so Peter Moon had no intention.
And he made it so unpalatable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but that adds to, that's just almost like I said, it doesn't matter whether it's unpalatable or whether it's golden. If it's not advertised, nobody knows it exists.
Exactly.
Yeah, and he wasn't advertising it.
That's
ever.
that's the marketing 101.
Yeah.
Get the word out.
Yeah.
Marketing 101.
And he had no interest.
Yeah, but
in
he
it.
was always Christ on the cross about the book. Oh, I did it, and it's not making any money. I wonder
Of course you're
why.
not- yeah, of course you're not advertising
Yeah.
it. No one knows it exists, and he refused to advertise it. It's a terror, yes. But his whole job was
It
just
was
to
a
do that.
mystery.
Yeah, his whole job was just to do that. There was no other reason for his being here other than to do that. And he was getting
Promote.
paid for it. And certainly every time he was on this show, as anyone here will attest, El Nemo or Brendan, all he ever talked about was all the money he was spending. And I'm spending my money on refurbishing the house. I'm spending my money on a new Moorish table, a new lava lamp inside of the Moorish decorated theme room, and it just went on.
The
and on.
Moroccan lamp. Yeah, I remember that shit. The Moroccan lamp he
Yes.
wouldn't shut up about.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that. And the,
But he acted like it was such a burden to produce the book
Yes.
that it was like his ball and chain.
Yes. Well, while talking
Poor
about
guy.
the tower, I want to set up this $40,000 tower in Romania.
The
his-
transceiver, they
his-
scanned his ass.
Yeah, his last erection that never has been established. I mean, it's never been built,
No.
of course. Yes.
No, they just keep taking his money.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think I told him the last few times I was saying, like, telling Doug, look, just tell him he's getting ripped off because it's a transceiver is like $500.
Well, I did.
And the materials to build that tower is like, yeah, and you ended up saying it.
I did, but you know, it's like I told him what I couldn't
He's too
understand.
used to being scammed from being involved in Scientology most of his life.
Thank you.
Yeah. And he wants to feel like a big shot, so he doesn't want to argue with them.
Thank you.
He wants to feel like I have the money, so I can do it.
Well, there's at one point when one of the individuals jacked it up by orders of magnitude so exorbitantly that he was claiming that he was going to demand that Paula never speak Romanian inside the house again. I mean, like, that meant anything to her. She didn't even stay in the house. You know, it's like, you know, she, he was like, he just something like, it would be like he was some kind of creature that lived in the crawl space to her, because she had him relegated to the basement, literally. You know, it was the first floor, that was it. You know, you could do your stupid shows down there, and you know, which is how she thought of it all. And the way he would try and coax her every once in a while, oh, hey, come here, like she's a cat. I don't know if you remember that, just how it was, you know,
That's
when he
disgusting.
when he was trying to get her to talk on the show and everything. It was so pathetic in every way. But yeah, here, sit down. It's so sick. And yeah, we could just go on and on for hours, but definitely,
He's foul.
yeah, he's foul, and hopefully he's dead. Like you said, he doesn't seem to be active. So, and we know he's a slut for attention. So if he's not active and responsive,
He's toast.
yeah, he's
toast.
pretty much, yeah. Which of course he brought on himself. You know, there's nothing going to his daughter. He spent it all. You know, whatever she gets will be a money pit. She's got no money to fix that place up. So yeah,
Some decrepit mansion on Long Island.
yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Cost you a fortune just to fix it. And shit.
oh God, yeah, because we know he did nothing but damage it with whatever the fuck he was doing, with crazy shit he was doing in the bathroom and crap. You know, the aside from setting fires by burning cursed candles, which of course we don't need to go over the stories of that for our listeners who don't get what we're talking about. It's probably better you don't know. But yeah, if we ever get on the subject again, we can explain it. All such being said, just to check in with Aristides, I'm just going to check if he's still awake. If not, that's fine too. It's about 12:30 midnight where he's at, I believe, and he's on a more conventional biorhythm.
I'm here, but you know, I'm kind of on my downswing. So
understood. And we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for everything tonight.
Yeah.
And
you guys been doing great. So I think we're figuring stuff out.
Yeah, as time goes on.
Because how long
Very
have you been
much.
on with this call?
Oh, well, now. It's been a while now. It doesn't seem to have a time on it,
Yeah.
probably because there's no time limit on it. So it's not giving me the timer.
Right.
and
It's been over the hour, right?
Yeah. Oh, it has to have been. So, I mean,
think, all right.
well,
Doing
we
better.
understood
Doing
that.
better.
Yeah, we understood that when we, finally got it working. So, all such being said, to everyone who's joined
Doug,
us.
did you see this?
Numbers
Did
are
you see
good.
this shit?
Yeah. Oh, let's take a look at the image that has been sent.
I sent it to you in your private, but it's so just crazy that you probably skipped over it.
Yeah, that's so insulting to vampires.
Right.
It's so
Right.
insulting
It's
to
not
vampires.
crazy.
This is Brian Johnson. It's a photograph of Brian Johnson, and of course these are actually quite funny. They're saying behind the scenes of vampire photo shoots, vampire inspired fashion trends, vampire as even vampires need some sun. You know, follow Brian Johnson. Now, okay, so somebody set this up, right? This is not his site, is it? I mean,
No,
he's
this
not
is
posting.
his personal. No, this is his personal. He's becoming like a social media addict now.
Okay.
Probably because of all the children's blood he's imbibing.
Oh God.
Because they're all online. You know, they're like chronically on TikTok. So he's
Yeah.
like obsessed with getting famous on TikTok now. So I showed you like that dance and shit, and now he's doing shit like this. You know.
So this is him.
saying
He's
a vampire.
saying this.
This is him. This is him. His actual his handle. This is his handle.
Okay.
So he's typing this shit.
Oh God. Okay, so so what this is I do want people to understand. Obviously, this man has been one of the original people who outed himself as investing heavily in parabioses, so which is blood transfusion, and so he may have literally taken on this kind of, maybe he really believes this. In other words, he possibly feels that he's becoming a vampire simply because he's imbibing blood intravenously, to put it in its most blunt sense. So he's basically is now reveling in this and trying to, and people of course make fun of him for being pale, etc. And he obviously is just full of himself, and he's like, this is really pathetic. It is really pathetic, and I'm just feeling, I feel shuddery. It just makes me shudder to look at this. And so
I think it's the drugs, or something.
Well,
that's all I can think.
You notice Musk is saying similar things when Musk says, "I'm an alien time-traveling vampire." I mean,
oh yeah,
they're beginning. Well, this is what I said is the Silicon Valley elite, which one of the things I pointed out to El Nemo and Brendan Zogit. They're already kind of enclaved, and I'm hoping to enclave them even further. I mean, in a more ideal world, you just get them to live in these little city states that they want to live in. If I could, I'd put as many of them as possible in an elite enclave and isolate them as much as possible and render them thereby quite vulnerable. This is what the
Mars would be better.
It's you want to keep your enemies close, so it's basically you want to keep them closer, and that way you can cut off the water. What's that, honey?
I'm thinking they'll be
you're glitching terribly. You'll have to repeat that slowly.
Sorry.
Yeah, but
they'll be drilling down and getting the water on the headwaters before anybody else can, if they're not watched very carefully.
It's best to wipe them all out and take all their assets.
Well, there's a few of them, believe me, that should be done. Of that, yeah. I'd
rather go fund me their trip to Mars.
That's never.
Can't we start a campaign?
No. Yeah. Oh well, she's being facetious. She's being sarcastic, Nemo. She doesn't really believe it. But
yeah, not us.
Yeah, but
a rapture. Who do we pay to bring the rapture?
Yes, and for
the new pope.
Yes. Well,
I mean, Israel's trying to make that happen themselves. Man-made Armageddon.
Yes. There we are. So for those of you who couldn't hear because there was some glitchiness involved, Holly's saying, why don't we have a rapture? And in this case, again, being facetious or sarcastic, she's saying she can't wait for the rapture because it gets rid of all the most boring assholes. Because the people who believe in that are really not people you want to be hanging around with anyway. Certainly not for eternity. But also,
because I think a mass genocide of humanity is a good thing, and they'll get to go to heaven, the ones that believe in the rapture, and everyone burns in hell.
Yes, they really do. But when you come to this point where someone like Brian Johnson is now believing that he's, the horror here is, I don't. It may be a bit of a joke, but I think he really believes it.
He's got an inflated ego and just buys into any bullshit he makes up.
No,
he looks like a fucking gay porn star. He looks like such a bitch boy. He'd be playing the part where he gets dominated by the other male porn star. Just a bottom bitch.
He's not even attractive enough for that. He's
well, you don't have to be attractive.
In his head, he thinks he's top tier. I mean,
he just looks like a real pussy.
Yeah.
So,
well, he thinks, I look young, and I'm, he thinks he's young and ripped. Like he's like falling for his own shit, basically.
Yeah.
He believes his own shit, his own hype.
Yeah, because he sleeps all day. and vapes toad all night, and so he thinks he's a vampire.
I think you're talking more
He
about
sleeps
Musk.
in the daytime.
I think you're talking more about
Yeah.
Musk. But
Yeah.
Brian Johnson is just, his problem is he's too active, and
He's too sober.
Yeah, he's
Wow.
not getting enough sleep. That's his problem. He's
Yeah.
not getting enough sleep. This guy gets up first thing in the morning and he's hitting the treadmill, and then he's measuring his
Oh,
blood
God.
pressure and all that shit. You didn't know that about this guy? It's like, and he's taking.
No.
He released some POV kind of like a video game edit of him waking up, and he's like, he's like day in the life of someone who lived forever, and he's like, it shows, he's like has the camera in his
Oh,
hand.
this is that guy?
Yeah, this is
And
that
he's
guy.
fronting as a vampire now?
Yes.
You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, in his
No.
head, he believes it. He believes
Oh,
like
shit.
what Doug said. He
Yeah.
believes his own hype.
Oh, shit. Is this like him revealing his big secret or something? Parabiosis?
Oh no,
Fuck
no,
all
he's
the
been
supplements?
open about
No.
it. This was the guy that he was comparing his morning wood with his son and shit
Yes.
because they share
Yeah.
blood.
Oh my
They
god.
share
Now
supplements.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
Now
yes.
I know.
The
Yes.
blueprint guy.
But he's
Look up
taken this
Blueprint.
turn to the vampiric.
Yes, as has
Well,
Musk.
he always has been. He always has been.
Yeah, no,
He
but
always has been with the parabiosis,
Well,
but now he's like fronting it.
right.
Did
Whereas,
he get tooth
thank you.
implants?
Yeah, that'll probably happen in due
Fangs?
time. He probably doesn't. He just gets it all wrong. He does all the wrong things. It's like if he did that,
That's the
there would at
lamest
least be
thing.
there would at least be some, how would I say it, childlike charm to it. But he's like he probably won't do it. But it's one of those things that
Maybe Ambrosia's paying him for
uh,
spreading the word.
He grew up in a Mormon family. That makes sense why he's so fucked in the head.
It's
Oh, boy.
probably a factor. Yeah, well, certainly what I can tell you is, what was it you said, honey, about Holly? What did you say?
Maybe he's being
Oh, paid.
Ambrosia.
Right, this is what is bizarre to me. Did he not get
Do you
paid
notice,
to go
Fred,
to
that
do a
it's like-
presentation in India? And it's like he was all bitching about it. It's like, you're a
Yeah.
multimillionaire. Why do you need to get paid? I mean, it's like, this is what I don't understand. They'll say, oh, I'll do this for the pay.
Well, he has to fund. It costs him like $1 million a month or something, like
That's
hundreds
true.
of thousands a month.
At least.
So
For
that's
his
why he's
practice,
stuck in this
yeah.
business cycle. Yeah,
Yeah, that's true.
'Cause he knows he'll run out of
Yeah.
money if he doesn't keep selling shit.
Yeah,
so that's why. That's
and
part
get
of the reason why.
sponsors.
Yeah.
Sponsors,
Well, he has
sponsors,
his own. He
sponsors.
has his own business where
Yeah.
he's selling like
Okay.
olive oil and chocolate that'll help you live forever.
Yeah.
So he has to.
Right.
He has to be the brand, otherwise it'll fail. So, and then he won't have his money to do all this crazy shit because even
Yeah.
with all his money, the bank interest can't keep up because
Well-
he's so insane.
Well, we're all
Wow.
trapped. We're all trapped in our own way, but his trap is completely unnecessary.
Yeah,
This is the horror of true stupidity.
Yeah,
is that
but it is the culmination of individualism
the culmination of
and
individualism.
that whole philosophy.
How?
You know what I
What's
mean?
the point
Individualism.
of living
Because
forever if
it's-
you're by yourself?
Right, but that's, the whole myth that if you perfect yourself, everything will be okay. That's what I watched my whole life developing. From when the 50s, nobody cared that much about how they looked, to this whole thing of I'm going to live forever. It's all about me. Fuck society in any sense.
Mhm.
And that's
Yeah, I
the
think that's only
way.
if you have money.
Yeah.
Exactly. And this is the pinnacle because
Yeah,
individualism and no sense of responsibility to any kind of community is what has made these fortunes.
Okay, yeah, true enough, but it's
Right.
yes, and they all scream about libertarianism, in which they try to espouse quote unquote individualism. True, this
Fuck
is
yes.
this is the pinnacle of libertarianism, and
Okay.
which tries to promote individualism as one of its rationales. So you're right.
I think America was
Yeah.
founded on that,
Well, America was founded on
on the myth of it.
Well, that really came later.
Because-
That really came later. Actually, just to tell you the truth, I would have to look through my son's husband's libraries again, but I mentioned a book that I had assigned to the Blood Boys after reviewing it that was written by a female author that was explaining that the real individualism concept didn't really develop until we were expanding westward. And when we started expanding westward, that's when they started saying, "Oh, I can be alone," which is really was kind of a new
Right.
thing. And it
The
really,
buy that.
Homestead Act.
yeah,
Homestead Act
and
Yes.
yeah, and it was actually a product of a kind of post-slavery. In other words, well, after the Civil War rendered slavery truly illegal, then the myth came that it became a psychological rationalization for the white man. This is what this female academic articulated perfectly. She said, and she was basing this on all kinds of documentation and evidence. It wasn't
No,
like she
I'm
was,
buying it.
yeah,
Yeah.
she wasn't like making this up just as a kind of, oh, this is how it looks. It wasn't like an observation. It was events.
Right.
In other words, it was demonstrably evident that what happened was once slavery was outlawed, then the white man had to rationalize that, well, it wasn't the slaves. I did it all myself.
There you go.
See, that was
There you
until
go.
then, no one thought like that. No one thought like
Ah.
that because the concept did not
Fascinating.
exist.
Right.
That originally the founding fathers were talking about, well, we own property and it was all supposed to be about property. But because they had all kinds of subjects who didn't own property, they brought up this pursuit of happiness bullshit. But when it
Right.
came to that, what they didn't say was, okay, well, they said you all have rights, but they didn't say everyone is an island, that every man is themselves and we're all doing this all ourselves. That really wasn't part of it. It was teamwork. They were still very much with teamwork. But when it came
Yeah,
to...
but property rights were kind of uber alles.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that included
Over
property.
human
Oh,
rights.
Yes. It was property.
Environmental rights.
Yeah, property over
Yeah.
other human beings as well. Don't forget, other
yeah.
human beings were property.
That's right.
And
That's
so,
right.
yeah, and then once the humans were no longer property, they had to say, well, it wasn't these humans that made me a success. It's all, I did it all myself. And then
That's right.
that's when individualism became a religion. And so she pointed
And
this
they all
out.
got really butthurt about it. God damn it.
Oh, yeah.
I
Oh,
had to
yeah.
do it myself.
Now,
I'm so angry.
yeah, so I got a call coming in. I got to take this call, and please, everybody, take a few minutes and hold the stage for me. I'll be right back. I'll make this as quick as possible, but it might take, you can never predict. It might take 10 minutes or so. So, okay,
Oh, God.
well, you've been through this already, and you did great. Like Brendan said, you were doing so well, he didn't feel the need to intervene. But now we've got Brendan
Well,
with us.
I'm still here.
Yeah, good. So El Nino's
Good.
here, and Brendan and Holly. So you guys got this.
All
I'll be
right.
right back. I'm going mute.
All right.
I'm just doing some protection, casting some buffs, some protect buffs. What are you guys up to?
Very good. Very
I'm
good.
banking on Brian Johnson will die from an ironic death and get blood cancer soon.
I
Well,
don't know how.
it's not
What's
really-
going to kill this guy?
I think that's a very good observation. I mean, what do you can't prod your body forever,
My
like 'cause he's
God.
doing too much invasive stuff,
Is he
and
going to
that's
grow
not the natural way.
horns?
Yeah, it's not the
A
natural way.
tail? I picture him walking down the street and a safe falls on his head, like in the old
Yeah.
cartoons, remember? Oops. And the poor moving guy up on the
Wouldn't
top.
that be
Oh,
ironic,
I'm so sorry.
It's
A
just like
flower pot,
because someone, because someone
That shit used to happen when they still had balconies. Yeah. Especially in other countries.
Shit. Like the AC
Yeah.
units will like fall out of the windows because someone's trying to fix
Yeah.
it. And they don't know what they're doing,
Oh.
and then it just like hits some
Ooh.
family. Yeah. So
Oh yeah, falling air conditioners. That's a thing. God. Too funny.
so there you go. And
Yeah,
that would be the irony, wouldn't
fascinating.
it?
Yeah,
Like,
totally.
just
I
gets-
mean,
He's like, I'm the slowest aging person on earth, and then he just gets something falls on his head.
what
I
was
don't know
it?
how he's not like terrified of that.
Yule Gibbons croaked on the talk show.
Oh
Remember
no,
him?
did he really?
He croaked on the
sucks.
talk show. Yeah, just leaned over and died. I mean, peaceful
Oh,
death.
no.
It really contributes to the legend in the end.
I guess, but that's horrible.
Yeah.
That's horrifying.
Yeah, that's what he
Okay.
did. Oh, it was quite the news. But yeah, this guy going, oh,
Yeah.
crossing
So
the street, all that for
it's
nothing.
gonna be something, yeah, anticlimactic, right? Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I mean, it could happen to any of us, but just we don't put that much emphasis on freaking trying to. I'm gonna extend my life forever. You know, the universe is kind of, you know, it's got that divine humor. Like it'll definitely
Maybe he'll go on a
catch up.
shooting spree.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Or you're saying he will? He'll just lose.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go lose.
Yeah, right. I could see that. I wonder how armed up he is.
Usually people
for
like
his
that are pretty
long life.
fragile. So if he feels that he's like aging too quick or something, he'll freak out.
Okay. Yeah.
like when he like what Doug brought up when he was doing that interview in India, and then he just lost his cool. You know, he what do the kids call it now? They like you know, he just started freaking out essentially. You know, I
Really?
forget what's the slang term, Nemo? Do you know, like when people lose their cool and
Triggered.
Tweak?
Kind of like tweak. What was it, Nemo?
Triggered.
Triggered, yeah.
Triggered.
Yeah, he was like
Oh,
triggered.
he triggered him.
So he was in this talk show in India in like New Delhi, which I like Doug said, why would he even go there even for money? Doesn't make sense. But basically he goes there and he's wearing like the N95 mask, and then he like takes it off for the interview, and he starts like wigging out and is like he's like just coming here lowered my biomarkers because of all the air pollution, and I lost like 3 minutes off my life just breathing this air while I'm in this interview, and this is horrible.
Oh,
he just started like, you know, geeking out, you know, started triggering out.
Does he never leave some air filtered condo?
Yeah, exactly. He's
and
like in
so now
world.
he has smells. He's smelling smells.
Yeah, and India, I mean, Delhi is the most polluted place on earth. So he's
True.
not wrong that it took some minutes off his life, but I mean, he's just so obsessed with it.
Still, you know, I have no respect for germaphobes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And also for somebody that can't like stand the smell of a place.
Yes. Yeah.
That's weak.
Have you ever been to India?
No.
It's not for beginners. It's not for beginners.
No.
So,
there's just
tiny
piles
bit
of
in
shit
there,
everywhere.
Yeah, I think something
beyond.
Like India has the biggest modern population of outdoor defecation on Earth. So it's like we're talking 500 million on a daily. Just no toilets, no indoor plumbing. So
my friend's friend dropped dead getting off the airplane.
Died?
He was really excited. Yeah.
What?
How? He just dropped dead. It was his dream to go there, and he wasn't old. But something happened. I forget. It was almost like some contagion. But he just dropped dead right on the airfield.
That sounds quicker than any contagion that I know.
That left me a mark about going to India for sure.
Yeah,
it actually happened. It was crazy.
That sounds like something in his chart. Like,
yeah, no shit.
Like, have you ever heard of astromancy or astrological
and cartoastrology?
Cartoastrology. Yeah, there's many terms. That's probably the best term.
Yeah,
cartoastrology. Yeah, you've talked about it recently. So that it could have been something where he like his chart actually did not jive with the location, and it was like
hard enough to drop dead. Whew.
Yeah, it's possible.
That can happen.
Yeah, that can
no
happen.
Shit.
Quite common actually.
Oh no shit.
That's why you got to be very careful when you travel. Yeah, like
holy God.
That's why in the past, like these sciences, these arts were like so important, like because you can't just do whatever you want whenever you want.
Yeah,
and like there might be like easier muhartas in Jyotish, like Vedic astrology. Those are like timings when you could go somewhere. So he probably, obviously no one knows these things, but it's like when you can do something, when is the ideal time or the worst time?
Yes.
So if you mix that up, even by accident, it can kill you.
Yeah.
It can just cause an issue, like what muharta is good to do what in and all of this. So
Oh,
so it's important to know these signs.
man.
Yeah.
I looked at my, on astro.com. I dialed it up
Yeah.
for free, but it's tiny and I can't really see it. And the line
but
where I've
probably like
lived for a
Astro
long
Sage or something.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, the
what
line
was
where I
your
lived for
lifeline?
a long time goes pretty close to here. I couldn't, there were like 5 different colored lines and I couldn't distinguish one from one, but they all kind of clumped up nearby here, but not X marks the spot or anything. You get that
Well,
sine
that
wave
just means
across the world
you lived
map.
there for a long time. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, it allowed for it, but it wasn't X marks the spot either. Everything works out or you drop dead.
No,
No,
not
no.
so. Not every chart is going to be that deterministic, but some people have
Sure.
it.
Yeah.
Like some people
Yeah.
have more freedom than others in this life, So
Amen to that.
Yeah.
Amen to that.
That's what the
It was-
chart is there to tell you.
Amen to that. It was one of my great reliefs in life to realize we're not all actually created equal. Oh, hell no.
Right.
And that was a wonderful refuge I found from that.
No beings, nothing's equal in the universe. Yeah.
Hell.
When it comes to beings, There
Yeah.
are all sorts of different levels.
I found great refuge in that moment. So I need somebody to help me with that, studying my chart, because I do find it fascinating.
Yeah. There you go.
It's kind of like with God. I'm not sure how personal it's supposed to be, but
I'm pretty sure
There's-
the top overseer does not give any shits about us.
that's one end of the spectrum, yeah. But on
Yeah.
the other hand, I have felt given a shit about by something that ain't me. I've experienced that, and I don't know what all it is.
Yeah.
But I guess my fascination with the night sky and the observation of it lends to the
The best way to
sense
look
that
at that
it's-
is with like the hermetic lens. So
Yes.
as above, so below, as within, so
Yes.
without. So all of that you're seeing is within you as well. Which is
Yeah.
why if you feel something when you look at it, it's like it
Yeah.
touches something, Yeah,
And meets you halfway.
astrocartography is the word, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Meets you halfway. It really does.
Yeah, as the focal point, it's like it has to be.
Yeah. It's not just me.
Right.
I have felt seen only a few times. But when it happened, there was no doubt. So
Yeah, I mean, well, there's much more than Big Brother. Like this world is like, like,
yeah, and
there's
it's
so much
still
watching out
magic,
there.
but the magic keeps morphing into weird, new, baffling phenomenon in a way, culminating maybe in AI. But it's always been.
No, there's a singularity, but it's not AI. I mean, like AI is human created, and it's not like the universe is much more important or much more advanced than any AI can get.
Absolutely,
it's
I
working off
agree.
much more variables, and then also AI can't make stuff out of nothing. Like divine can make something out
fair.
of nothing. I mean, that's the biggest magic there is.
Okay.
That is fair.
I'm back.
Like you can go all the way to the, if you're deterministic or materialistic, like Big Bang.
Yes.
Then what's
Yes.
before the Big Bang? How does nothing create everything?
Right.
So that's the trick. It's like divine is
Yeah.
much more than any AI or
All
anything
right.
could
So
create.
that's the glue and the lightning. Yeah.
Like
Okay.
where's the universe plugged into? Like where's all this energy coming from? Like how did it manifest? Like that's the that's the trick.
So what's
That's
your
the
one
real
sentence answer?
That there is no answer. That's like it's divine.
Okay.
It's just divine. It's beyond human experience. Like
Yes.
you have to get to that level to understand it. So you have to ascend. You have to evolve. So there you go.
We're just ticks on a board.
Well, I'm sharing the screen. You got the numbers way up. Doing very well, everyone. I'm proud of you all. I mean, comparatively speaking, they're certainly high for my having left the stage. And you guys are doing great. You really are. And see, I mean, look at that. So proud of you all, in case you can all see that on the screen share. And
When you blow up to 6 figures, don't forget us.
Well, that goes without saying, honey.
Yeah.
Of course, everybody has to make it known the son of Adolf Hitler is alive and well, and has his teammates that are out there explaining the wonders of the universe. And by all means, catch me up. A little bit of summary as to what was going down there. Now, if I press this button, this is okay, or no? Let me know. I'll press Nemo's button. How do I get the? How do I get back onto the call or stop sharing? Press this X. Stop sharing. There we are. Okay. And
I don't know.
okay.
It doesn't show your sharing to me.
Oh, so you weren't able to see the screen share?
No.
It just showed the YouTube page, not what you're trying to click on.
Well, but I believe you. You don't have to show it to me.
Yeah.
I can't see it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, there we are. At any rate, yeah. And okay, everybody. So, do you want to expound on this subject a little further before I dive into monologue and just ask everybody to interject as much as they feel like it? And again, I cannot overemphasize how much.
We were talking about astrocartography, and you can explain your experience.
Okay.
Where in your chart, it shows that you're not supposed. It's basically inauspicious to go to any desert or hot or dry climate. And basically, every time Doug has gone to those places, it's been horrific.
Yes,
right.
So he can confirm that, and I know from
he almost died. Yeah.
The ocean is more your speed. Any water or ocean. Yeah.
Okay.
And fog shrouded.
Yes.
Fog shrouded stronghold.
Yes. Yeah.
There you go.
Absolutely. Oh my fucking
Yeah, Holly
god.
told us an anecdote about something, so we just brought it up.
Okay. Yes. What anecdote did you share with them, Holly? Oh, geez.
I have no idea.
Uh,
The hell?
The dude that went to his dream location and just died on
yeah,
arrival.
and just dropped dead on the tarmac.
Who was
We were
this?
talking about India,
India.
and it smells, as I recall.
Oh my god. Who? What? What are we talking about? Holly?
It spun off the guy that doesn't want to die.
Oh,
We were
And
just saying, Brian
gave-
Johnson, it would be ironic if he spent all this fucking time,
Yeah.
chilling,
Yeah.
trying to live forever, and then like an anvil fell on his head, or like an air conditioner fell on his head for no.
Or gets bit by a tsetse fly. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's Wile E. Coyote stuff. Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
bemusing.
Wouldn't that
certainly.
be something?
Yeah. Okay.
Hit crossing the street.
Right.
We can go on and on.
Oh, no doubt. I
Planning
mean,
this guy's demise.
And
then she mentioned that it was that the dude was some dude she knew, right, Holly?
Yeah. Finally
waiting
got
his
to
whole
go to
life
India.
Yeah.
Literally steps off the plane and drops dead.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That happened.
Yeah, somebody you know. Okay.
A dear friend of somebody I know.
Yeah.
It really did happen.
Then you said something about it
They were
smelled.
upset.
Then you said something about it smelled.
No, because it was like.
Oh, well, there's
Well,
plenty
it
of
just
places that
spun off
smell in
from
India.
there.
I can tell. That's that wouldn't have been.
You had to
something-
be there.
Yeah.
You had to be there.
Oh yeah, that's all right. So
These things are organic.
yeah, thank you for catching me up on that. That's disturbing at the same time. Not
The
unexpected.
nuances.
Yeah, not unexpected. These sorts of things happen, and like Brendan said, probably had a chart which would have forewarned him about such.
That's
places.
right. Now
Yeah.
you got it.
Yeah, the
That's
astro.
where it
cartography.
went.
Yeah.
That's
I'm looking
right.
at my astrocartography. There's a lot of interesting stuff.
Uh-huh.
Where should you never
completely
go?
off the map.
Where should you never go?
Okay.
There's no such reading. You don't get a place like you
Fine.
can never go.
Oh.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
If I were to
Yeah,
guess,
here's
it says anywhere in America
okay,
for
let's see.
Brendan, but
with disharmonious aspects, it's
Yeah.
gonna be. It looks like West Africa is pretty sketchy.
oh yeah, and to
Ooh.
think of all you had
I ain't going
planned.
there.
Yeah, to
How
think you all had.
convenient.
Yeah.
I'll keep that one. It looks like
No
the
matter
Falklands,
what.
There's a lot of shit going on down there. Like Antarctica, definitely won't ever go there unless something crazy happens.
Right.
Unless we
Right.
get like our passport stamped by your father.
Yeah,
But
there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
I wouldn't mind dying there. That would at least be a cool story. You know?
Yeah.
The
there you
Winter
go.
Palace.
Yeah.
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 Fortress of Solitude.
Uh-huh.
Let's see some. Actually, and then Siberia. There's like a huge convergence in Siberia. It's like if I go there, I know I'm dead because I'm in a gulag.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh,
That's not like I'm not going to be visiting casually if I ever go to Siberia.
Siberia.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like Eastern.
You'd
like we're
be
talking,
dragged, kicking and screaming.
let me see. Where is this at? Like Yakut Peninsula and shit. Like where's that? Like
Yeah,
right.
Oh,
to the-
people
No, yeah,
actually
Yakut
live
is,
there.
Yeah, Yakut is the Congo of the Russians, and it's basically an
Yeah, so it's-
occupied nation. So just
let's
so
see.
you
Yeah,
know,
it's east of there.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
You'd have to be
Or west,
drafted.
excuse me, west of there.
Yeah, west of there would be Chukchi and the Kamchatka Peninsula.
excuse
Yeah,
me, east.
would be
East of
more towards
Kamchatka.
Urals.
There you go.
That would be the Urals region. That would be like
Yeah, so I'm
that's-
never going there.
Yeah, well, you know what that is?
Massive
That's
military presence.
that's Tunguska territory. That's Tunguska.
The
territory.
mines.
Yeah.
So fuck
The
that.
taiga.
If I go there, I'm already dead, basically.
The mines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and no, none of us want to go there. It's but then again, the Russians made it that way. They turn everywhere they go into a giant prison. That's all they can think of is, make this another place of exile where we send people we don't like, and that was their idea of expansion. There's always someplace worse, and now every place
I'm
is
gonna get
worse.
rid of disharmonious aspects.
Yeah. Now every
I'm gonna
place.
add harmonious aspects.
So yeah, now where do you go? Where's your
Good parts. Yeah, where's the good places in the world for
Where's
you, Brent?
your Vegas, baby?
Yeah.
Well, there's a place, but I won't mention it.
Okay,
Next
good.
week.
Oh
point.
come on! I'm dying here.
Egypt, there's a big convergence on Egypt, so
Okay.
I would like to go there.
That could happen.
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
So there you
You'd have
go.
to do the show from there.
Oh shit.
Here I am.
Yes. Here we are. Yeah. Then
Don't
he.
get paid. If I was getting paid,
Remember Sarah Rachel Adams would just take selfies of herself all over the fucking world. Just like she would just like,
Yeah.
I'm going to Egypt. Here I am in front of the pyramids, and it's like, I'm going to Paris. Here I am in front of the Eiffel Tower, and it's just like she did this, like it was casual. It was like, we know for a fact, of course, she was being sponsored by Michael Aquino because she was, nothing against her, but it's not an incredibly enterprising or even, shall we say, dare I say it, very intelligent person. She's not a person that had her own source of income. So she, again, just a example of, pure sponsorship. Sometimes it seemed like it was good to be born into MK Ultra. For some people, it seemed to really work out.
Maybe it's easy enough to Photoshop too. I mean, who knows?
It was,
How hard could it be?
In her case, that wasn't the case. I'll tell you that much. In her case,
All
first off, it was around that time. Photoshop, of course, existed, but it really sucked. It really looked like shit, around that time. We're talking about
Right.
10 years ago by now. And
You
and
could tell.
you
it was
really could.
bad.
Yeah, you could really tell the edits, generally speaking. But it was like...
I'm getting a good positive reading from Japan.
of course.
Place for relaxation, peace, quiet,
Oh,
retreat
yeah.
from daily life. New creativity will spark. So there you go.
If you're made
So-
of money,
You're surrounded by.
Yeah.
you know
Well,
what that
Japan's not very
costs.
expensive. Japan's not very expensive.
Really?
It's surrounded by. It's
it
only
is-
like Tokyo. We're talking Tokyo.
It
Kobe
is and
shit.
it isn't. It is and it isn't. I mean, let's put it this way: it's not your average
Oh,
person cannot
dude.
afford to go there, really. But still, but go on, Brendan.
Yeah.
But Brendan's right. If you save up enough, you plan really
It says
well.
perhaps it is your intention to find a permanent abode or start a family.
Yeah.
So it's a benefit
Yeah.
Venusian line. So maybe I can look into it.
Wow.
Oh, that means
Fleeing to
love
Japan.
and romance.
Japanese girlfriend.
Yes, that's
Woo.
it. No, he could get married and get citizenship. Then
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
yeah. Oh, there you go. That's
Also, my Saturn
Oh.
line is there.
mhm.
So,
Yeah.
so there's this
Is that
and
good
where they intersect.
or ominous? Divorce.
Yeah, it's good. It's good in a sense. They intersect kind of off the coast of Hokkaido, so I don't know. So there's a lot of harmony. It looks like
That's
the
exotic.
the angle is good in central Japan. It looks like convergence of Saturn and Venus. So potentially that's an option. But the United States is completely devoid. There's like a Mars
Nothing.
center.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, I told you. Yeah, that. Is
Hello,
not-
Sanjos.
Legitimately, there's nothing in the U.S. for me.
Yeah, yeah,
Astrocartographically.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
There is one convergence of my Jupiter line, experience with family, et cetera, but I mean, there's no one that lives there that I know of, so it's basically out of the question.
Yeah.
and,
Yeah, you need a connection. A Japanese foreign exchange student.
There you go.
See, I got a circle over. What is this La Hispaniola? Yeah, I'm never going there. I don't care if my son's at the azimuth. Yeah,
Yeah.
like Haiti and Dominican. Yeah, I ain't going there
Oh,
unless
yeah.
I'm like, sponsored. or
Oh
something.
yeah.
They don't need you.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Another
see. Okay,
eater.
So that's it. There's a little bit of Indonesia. There's some activity. India, I got a Mars line in India, so that's interesting. Maybe I'll visit one day.
Damn, your
Beneficial on
prospects
the
are pretty
eastern
slim.
Eastern side. Well, there's more that I'm not saying.
Yes,
I
it's
don't
very
wanna say
security
Like-
conscious.
like-
And-
Yeah,
and-
yeah,
and,
okay.
with good reason. Anyone around me gets very security conscious very quickly because they experience attacks, honey. It's like, haven't you experienced a few
You're
attacks?
telling me?
Yeah,
Jesus.
yeah.
Oh, here's
Why do you think
something.
I didn't talk to you online for 12 years?
There
This
you
is
go.
One of the most best places to stay in terms of your global horoscope, and it goes through
All right.
Central Europe. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Back
right.
home. Kind of.
Rome. It goes right over Rome and
Oh,
Sicily.
right.
Yeah, I
Rome?
retire there.
Oh, Lord. Huh.
What do you mean? I would retire in Rome any second. That's beautiful.
Oh yeah, no, it
In-
is.
Yeah, okay.
All the way through Finland and the Baltic littorals. So maybe is that Poland or Germany? Yeah, it's
Well,
Poland.
no,
Poland.
that's the Teutonic Order, is the Baltic littoral. So you're talking about
Yeah.
what's rightfully Germany, yeah, Gross Deutschland. But
And you're Serbian, am I right? Is that correct? Serbian?
I'm not.
No.
Serbian.
no.
It does.
All right.
It does
You're
intersect
something.
with. Yeah, the Balkans, yes, and then also the three. What are these things called?
Latvia, Lithuania,
Yeah,
Estonia.
yeah,
Yes,
those
the
guys.
Baltic
Yeah, those
littoral
guys.
states.
Yeah, Baltic.
That's
and the
my
Balkans, both.
ancestry.
Okay,
There you go.
interesting.
Lithuanian.
That's what I was trying
There
to
you are.
articulate there.
Yeah.
There's some disturbance in Egypt. Let's see what it says. The end. It represents the realization of a lifetime goals. There you go.
Ooh.
Wow.
Fundamental changes of personal views. So that's Egypt.
Oh.
All right.
You're going to come back only wearing white and prophesizing on the street corner.
Yeah.
We'll have to bring you food.
It says here my Pluto line is also So Egypt is an option for sure. I can visit that.
Dude, I support it.
Yeah.
You better keep your wits about you.
Of course.
Oh, I mean I could speak Arabic. I'd be fine there.
You could
Yeah.
become a sadhu. I could.
No.
I could imagine that. Maybe.
No, I've already exposed what those sadhus are on air before.
Tell
Yeah.
us. I don't
It's
even know what
known.
a sadhu is. Tell us about this sadhu.
Those naked dudes with they smear ash on themselves and they have those big dreads and they're smoking hash all day. You know those guys?
Yeah, that's India. Is
In
that
India?
Yeah.
Yeah, in
Uh,
India.
okay.
Yeah.
In India.
Well, that's
So
not
those
Egypt.
guys.
Yeah. We're going.
There's no, it's not Egypt, but there's like millions of
Right.
those guys
I get that.
because the women are doing all the work and housework and shit, and the guys
Yeah.
are just standing around eating all day,
Yeah,
and they
Yeah.
become stronger, literally physically stronger.
yeah.
And so the wives beat them up after they have, they use them for, creating a few kids. And then after the
Right.
kids are old enough, they just beat the shit out of the husbands to the
Jeez.
point where they have to flee the house. And so and then they all join these like sadhu groups because then they're all together, they're like begging for food and they get enough donations to survive and shit. And so the myth that was created was that they're renunciants. Like, we left willingly and we left our lives behind to pursue, spirituality. But the reality is they can't go home because they're going to get literally beat to death by their wives or all the women, the aunties and all the old grandmas the second they step foot back in the house because they're pieces of shit. Don't contribute.
So it's a narcissistic boys club.
Yeah. And this is not a joke. Like, these ladies can like hold 40-50 pound jugs on their heads for like 12 miles.
God damn right.
Like, they're not
bags
someone
of
to drive
grain.
away.
No.
Like, yeah. So these guys can't go back home. And so they tricked everyone into thinking, oh, we're just, we're renunciants and we willingly gave up our lives and shit. And the reality is they're just beggars and losers that got beat up by their wives. So,
Jesus.
Isn't that pathetic?
God.
And there's millions of them. Like, there's literally like tens of millions of them.
Jesus Christ.
And people like the Brits and shit put them on TV saying, look at this spiritual pilgrimage, and it's just a bunch of them walking in circles and shit because they're trying to pass the time.
It's a tourist thing.
Man.
And they all just sit there and smoke hash and like blow themselves out on hash.
Oh, Jesus. Oh.
Yeah. And then
and eat
later
oranges.
Later the tourists came, but you see them once and you're disgusted and you never go back.
Well, that must be one of the smells you were talking about there, Holly. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you were here when you heard it, when I said it, but I said everyone that goes to India says India is not for beginners.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Like,
Definitely.
you don't just casually go.
Yeah.
Because you'll be shocked or you'll get killed like that poor Irish chick.
Yeah.
And raped to death. It's just horrible
And the
stuff.
trains and the buses and all that. Oh, man. Holy God.
Yeah.
It's horrific.
I mean,
it's horrific. So it's not for
nothing
beginners.
is normal.
And then people
And-
like Chris Dean and shit saying she went to Pakistan and all this shit.
Yeah, and I swear to God, I could have swore she was claiming she was going all alone everywhere, and maybe she was.
She worded it. She pulled the classic chick shit where she worded it like the person wasn't there,
right,
or that they were like a neutral party, but it was just her boyfriend.
Right.
So he was taking all the shit for her, and she still didn't mention it.
Interesting. See, I was just so appalled by her behavior that, by the way, not in the sense of even really being offended, but I was just, taken. It was too outrageous to be offended by. When people are truly behaving just outrageously and you've never met them before, and it's like you don't know this person, but they're coming on and they're just letting it all hang out. Yeah. It's silly to take offense because it's, there's just too much going on, and you don't want to invest energy in someone you don't even know. And of course,
it was funny. Yeah. It was funny until I realized she was just making Victoria's life hell. Then that's when I was just like, that's bullshit. But the chick, like, at the time, it was hilarious. It was just like, is this for real? Is this bitch for real?
Yeah, and that's the part. Well, that was obvious from the beginning. She was in her own demented way, for real. Yeah, but it's that's why it was funny. It's funny. It's just so I didn't catch that, but I'm sure that I'm sure that what Brendan says is probably true, that she probably was going with the boyfriend, because otherwise the chances of her coming back alive.
You asked her at one point, like later on, you said, how did you travel everywhere? Yeah. And that's when she said, oh, I had this Austrian boyfriend and he was on the dole. Like
cool. I remember that distinctly, but I didn't connect the two dots. Right. I didn't connect the two dots. Yeah, my impression was,
maybe I'm extrapolating, but that's basically what I thought. She was
no,
saying,
it makes sense. It makes sense.
Travel.
I mean, you might be extrapolating, but the truth is, she said that he had traveled with her all over different places, and they were always on the grift. But I had assumed that stopped in India, because she kept saying I was alone in India and Pakistan, but that would make much more sense that he was with her, because the chances of her coming back alone, alive, would have otherwise been almost impossible. It just would have been, because
and the reasons, I can't believe her reasoning. Where she said, I was like, why would you leave South India for Pakistan?
Right.
Because of the lamb curry.
Like,
Oh
really?
yeah, no, oh it was insane.
You couldn't find lamb curry in fucking Goa, you idiot!
yeah,
Like that's so crazy.
Oh, outrageous! And then
She was
yeah.
just lying. She's lying, full of shit.
Yeah, I mean, and I swear she said that in Pakistan is where she said, "Oh, I cried. It smelled so good when they were roasting the whole pig." And it's like, well, this had to be some tribal area out in the middle of nowhere because no Muslims are going to do that. And,
No, they don't eat pigs anywhere in Pakistan.
Yeah.
It's just like you'd be hard pressed.
Yeah, no, really, you'd have to be at that point like among people in like Tajikistan or something. You'd have to have gone
Right.
all the way through Afghanistan and into.
She was probably in some kind of Kashmiri region where it was like a borderland.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of
I
Asians
mean,
and
that's
stuff.
even if we take her story to be true. I mean, if we took her story to be true, she would have somehow wound up all the way to Kashmir or something like that, where you had some Hindus or something or something. But either way, it doesn't make
They were probably in Nagaland, which is on the other side by Bangladesh. But
Yeah,
she
well,
just
that's-
doesn't know anything where the fuck she's on.
Yeah, that would have been. Yeah. Again, it would have shown that, she's just geographically. She was like high the whole time and just didn't know where she was. That would be funny. It's which, by the way, it's almost conceivable because Bangladesh is like a Muslim nation, and it would be one of the 7 sister states that's buried between India and Bengala.
Well, there's a region called Nagaland that's in between India and Bangladesh, up in the mountains.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And they have like the most insane meat eating.
Yeah.
Like they eat everything that moves, literally.
Yeah.
Like you can look up documentaries. It's like stomach churning.
Yeah.
Like they'll eat anything.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's
like it makes Chinese people look tame.
Yeah. No, I got it. I got it. Well, there's some.
And they're descendants of the Naga, so that's why they're called Nagaland.
Yeah. Oh no.
They're not human. Like exactly 100%.
No, I get it. I totally fucking get it. Yeah. In fact, that's in those areas that black guy had escaped to, and married the chief's daughter. And of course, they were headhunters. Those people were headhunters.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And so Holly's Holly, are you there? We're getting
like an echo.
Yeah, really strange feedback.
I am.
Okay. Yeah. So
sorry. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. It was erratic, and it's still ongoing. So, but at any rate, I appreciate all of this. You guys have done great. I'm going to, like I said, just charging the monologue. Oh, are you going to sleep now? I mean, God knows you need it, but
I'm out.
It's only 10:20 p.m.
Yeah, that's good enough for me. I think we did a good job. We did a little bit of something.
No, you did.
And Douglas, I got to get walking.
Really?
So I'm going to go too. Yeah, I do.
And
I'm going to be listening on
in
YouTube.
The next couple months or something.
Yeah.
Couple months. My yes. That's we'll dude, don't be like that. It's let's take okay, so let's let me do a screen share and see if you can see this. And all right, so we're going to try and do a share, and once I press that button, it should take us directly to the calendar. So Monday is the 12th. So it's like God knows I'll probably be spending a good part of the day sleeping, but if I wake up, I'll give you a call then, and then we'll try and get some things done with Nemo, just further acquainting myself with what it is to be acquainted with. And so we'll make as many communications as we can. And again, this is like coming up ahead. Oh shit, I got to remember to wish Troy Bellamy a happy birthday. It's coming up on Thursday the 15th. And so yeah, just a lot going down, and we'll work on it together. What was that, Holly? You're just
I was sneezing.
Oh, okay, that's cute. And
yeah.
All right.
Keep going.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Don't want you to catch cold.
But
okay.
I'll be listening.
All right. We love you too.
Carry on.
Okay.
Love you guys too. And hey, the system worked real good.
Yes, considering. Wow, best type of fashion show from Nemo. That's cute. Yeah, she's a bit
all right,
plump.
thank you all.
Well fed. Yeah, but anyhow, yes, thank you, honey.
Talk
we love
Wednesday.
You too. Yes.
Bye.
Yes, and we look forward to that. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Oh my God.
What is her fashion? What is she showing? The bangle? The armband?
The tits and pussy.
Yeah.
It's
The jewelry, but it's like
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
saying,
they're
like,
wearing
it's a waste
jewelry.
it's like a waste of time to even do that catwalk. It's like, what are they selling?
Well, these are like under the table auction shows for
Jewelry?
sex slaves. No,
Oh, I
sex
see.
slaves.
I see.
It's like
That makes
criminal,
sense.
you know, top
She's the
mobsters and-
product, not the.
Yeah, yeah,
She's
yeah.
right.
That's what these fashion shows ultimately are.
Right. Okay. So I'll take two. I'll take two of those.
It's but what I guess so many questions. It's all right, there you go. Well, it's all right, and like our man said, it's probably advertising the jewelry. Brendan's right, because I noticed females in the audience.
Yeah, that's the cover, but
Okay.
under the table they've got
There's
rich,
like children in
powerful-
the audience, by the way. I don't know if you
Yeah,
see
yeah.
that little child there.
the
What?
rich drug lords and powerful people. They're doing under the table auctions on the sex slaves.
Okay. Maybe.
That's the whole point of fucking fashion shows. It's not just
true.
here's the clothes and jewelry.
Oh, okay. I never thought of it that way, but yeah, okay. Thank you for sharing that, and well, certainly this makes a point, and it's yeah, I definitely think it makes sense. It would be about the jewelry, and but as for what Nemo's saying, I don't have enough evidence on it to make any judgment. So yeah, I mean, it's conceivable. I mean, it's certainly conceivable, but says ISIS on it. So obviously ISIS is a name that's gained a lot of notoriety, but it obviously has the Egyptian symbol, so they're trying to...
The goddess Isis.
Yeah, the goddess Isis. So is that just to be cute? Is it just to be like... I don't know, Brendan, any ideas? Is you think that there's an actual brand here? Because I don't know if there's a brand by that name. I mean...
They blaspheme the goddess just to use her name.
Right. Something's going
That's
on.
what
with
I
it.
would say about it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. However, this particular specimen of femininity is rather plump, in my opinion. In the face, at least, it's like kind of odd that. And such being said, just is what it is. Well built, otherwise. Yeah, generally speaking. So I'll just heart that because it's a nice thing from our friend Nemo, or I'll just kind of ha-ha, I guess. And
Yeah, I don't know how to say it without sounding like a creep, but she's a bit old for me.
yeah, she is. It's odd. It's odd. Yeah, she's not
But
the
she
youngest.
looks good. I'm not saying she doesn't look
She's
good.
in good shape, but she's not the youngest thing in the world, and her face is a bit plump, like I said, well fed. She's well fed, not the youngest thing in the world. I guess they can't accuse models of being skinny anymore. Everybody's going for the wide size and all that stuff. Yeah, remember Michelle Carmela Saldana said she was chosen for a wide, what they call them? She the term they use for the models that are extra size. She used that term. I forgot what it's called.
Big, robust.
Something I forgot. Big.
Plus size models.
Something like
size,
that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. That was funny. That was cute. Yeah. And all right. That was but yeah. At any rate, dear Brendan, if you do go and decide to go to sleep, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Obviously, I'll be reaching out to you, and don't disappear on us too soon. It's far too early. Yeah, God, don't say things like that. Not at this time. In a transition like this is when we need you around for a little while. You know, this week at least. Jesus Christ, life is difficult enough. Oh my God.
Well, the universe is like, that thing.
I mean, it's amazing what does work out. Things are pretty incredible the way things work out. But still, and Nemo, I can't overemphasize how I appreciate how much you've done. You've done quite a bit. That much is obvious. I haven't had a chance to acknowledge all you've done yet, but you certainly sent screenshots, so it looks like you did quite a bit, and I really profoundly appreciate that. That's incredible. Thank you, Nemo. Such having been said, we'll try and synchronize And once we do synchronize, we'll spend some time at acquainting me with the venue and, try and integrate it into what we do. All right. And with that, anything else from the twain of you before I jump into monologue?
No. Have a good one, Brendan.
Okay.
Yes. Good night. Good night.
But
I'll be floating around for a bit longer.
I was about to say,
but I'll be going.
Yeah, feel free to interject if you are if the spirit moves you, so to speak. All right, let me breathe, center myself, dive right into it. Basically, it was both Mother's Day and Mother Ocean Day, a celebration of kindness for both. So when this time rolls around next year, as I was showing the Blood Boys more of a spirit of civic and social bonding, because basically none of them have mothers or families in the conventional sense. They're all orphans. Just remember that you have an option. They don't. You can demonstrate your love for your mom and the ocean. Of course, with them, I was concentrating more on water quality improvements. Now, that may sound rather, shall we say, disconnected or disjointed, but it's not. May is a great month to remind us of the importance of mothers in our lives, not only our own mother on Mother's Day, May 14th, which, though I'm thinking, of course, now on some Canadian type deal that my son was reminding me about, because obviously we use any excuse to integrate me into the schedule, especially if another tutor takes some time off. But obviously it's been May 11th today, and that's the traditional time for the United States Mother Day. I think England is May 14th. Maybe Brendan can help me here. He was reminding me about something about that, and that stuck in my mind, that date, which I know Canada and England have their own Mother's Days, and they're at different times. Just like we have two Father's Days that we celebrate, only my son celebrates my Father's Day on Taiwan Father's Day, which is Baba Day. Different date completely than the date for Father's Day in the United States, which we use to commune with my dead legal father in particular. But this is also a weekend in which we can display our affection for the life source, the source of all life on Earth, or generally so, Mother Ocean, on Mother Ocean Day, which is May 10th. And why not show appreciation to both by sharing in some of the household tasks that not only ease mom's household workload, but also help to prevent water pollution. I mean, believe me, when I was dealing with a bunch of orphans, that was the most constructive angle we could really take, combining the two holidays over the Mother's Day weekend. Basically, we all know one thing. If not properly managed, pollutants associated with even the merest household chores, like cleaning up around the house, like trash, yard, debris, helping in the garden when you think about pesticides and fertilizers, and washing the car, which brings to mind detergents and automotive fluids. All that flows down into our storm drains and eventually enters our ocean without ever being treated. This is important, and it's tragic. It's travesty, and it ultimately will prove lethal to life itself. So there's ways you can prevent ocean pollution and put a smile on mom's face next Mother's Day. Basically, the three things I was pointing out to the lads was cleaning up around the house, garden planning and maintenance, and vehicular washing, which, by the way, one of our least one of our trucks is a Prevost, which is like not a truck, it's really a bus, which again, our man Aristides taught me the actual term for it. When you've got a very executive level limousine type bus, it's no longer a bus. He had a special term for it, and I can't remember what it is for the life of me, but it does have the brand name on it, Prevost. So these are almost customized, these jobs, but Prevost is the one that produces them, and that's the name of the Pope. So, hey, a lot of synchronicity going on. So we were working on cleaning up a provost, one of the things we were doing. Now, by helping Mom clean up around the house, you're also preventing household pollutants from leaving the property. Sweep up yard debris and pick up trash and pet waste and place them in the appropriate bins, ensuring that lids are secure. Properly sort through your recyclables, following the guidelines of your own county's Recycle Right program or their equivalent thereof. Clean out your cabinets and garage looking for unwanted toxic products like pesticides, fertilizers, paint, detergents, and automotive fluids. And these automobile fluids are quite corrosive. Take it all out to your local WH, or I think it's more similar to the HHW, the Household Hazardous Waste Facility, where they can safely be disposed of. You can also surprise Mom with native plants by visiting the local chapter of your state's Native Plant Society website for a list of regional native plant nurseries. Native plants not only save water, but they also reduce the need for fertilizers or pesticides. As a bonus, established plants prevent soil and sediment erosion. Commit together to learning about native gardening and ways to prevent irrigation runoff by participating in free online landscape and gardening classes offered through the Green Gardens group, or services exemplified by, in my own state, the San Diego County Water Authority's Water Smart program, here in my own golden state nation of California. Help Mom maintain a beautiful garden by learning about the benefits of nutrient-rich composting, or even building a do-it-yourself compost bin. Not only does composting help plants thrive, but it also prevents food scraps from going to the landfill. Now, of course, great example of all this going wrong, where you get too much of a good thing. Some mothers are, women as they get older, all their time is spent gardening. They love their gardens. One time I remember there was this, what was his name? His name was Harvey something. I can't even remember what the guy's last name was. He was Jewish, openly so. Forrester, I think it was Harvey Forrester, was the guy's name. But anyhow, he was a psychiatrist, and he got into drugs, and he got into just really compulsive behavior, and the drugs didn't help, and he wound up setting his certificate on fire and then reframing the ashes, something crazy like that, to show his contempt for academia. At any rate, he lost all standing in the community, and he wound up becoming a prison psychiatrist, which is the absolute bottom end of what happens to psychiatrists when they fail in everything else. They wind up working for the state, working in a prison facility where they pass out pills to sedate the murderous. And he worked with one particular case where the killer, I guess, got tired of watching his mother do gardening all day, and at one point he chopped her head off and buried it in the yard like it was a cabbage. I remember Harvey Forrester sharing that case, and of course I shared that story with the Blood Boys while we were working in the garden, as just kind of like, you don't need to take it to that extent. Yeah, there we are. And of course, learn to tolerate people who have their, little obsessions, like maybe puttering around in the garden all day. Then, of course, there was the Provost that we took to hosing down. So to prevent harmful detergents from flowing into our storm drains, take Mom's car to a commercial car wash next year. If you want to give it that personal touch, wash it on permeable surfaces like a lawn, gravel, or pavers, so that the water can soak into the ground rather than run off into the street. While you wash, use a hose with a trigger nozzle to save water, and use soap sparingly. When you are done, pour your soapy water down the sink or into a landscaped area instead of the street, because that isn't treated. It doesn't have a way to go through a process of treatment before it goes into the ocean. So Team Dietrich wishes all moms, grandmothers, aunts, sisters, and all mother figures the happiest of Mother's Day's weekends. Thank you for all you do in helping to mother our environment as well as other people, protect the quality of our water because of Mother Ocean Day, and preserve the beauty of our waterways now and for our future generations. So with that, we can go on with the show. And let's see if I've retained any audience after that. Again, amazed how many listeners stay through these little perambulations of mine. Such being said, pardon me while I suck down some tea. And all right, Mr. Troy Bellamy brought up immigration and South Africa. And again, everybody's gone now. We don't need to start with that, but I figure we may as well cover the topic and just get it out of the way for him.
I would just like to interject and say, yes, all whites in South Africa should be safely relocated to a more civilized area.
We just so our listeners understand, our man Nemo Albano, obviously that's not his real name, has a real name, and he is actually at least second generation Suid-Afrikaner, meaning that he is one of the Boer African descended white people who had to escape South Africa. And so he suffers from intergenerational trauma, quite understandably. As a matter of fact, even Troy Bellamy was admitting to the fact that South Africa today is certainly no place for white people to live with the kind of turn it's taken. I'm going to do my best, of course, to put that into perspective. And so in our chat, which hopefully Troy and others can access later, I'm putting in a little link to an immigration site so that people get a better understanding, get more of an access to information that gives them a generic background into the phenomenon. The map text reads, by the way, the United States redefined and restricted immigration in the 1920s. After contentious debate between nationalist organizations and immigrant advocacy groups, the Immigration Act of 1924 established quotas based on national origins. Though it severely limited the flow of peoples to these United States, immigrants persisted, finding new ways to arrive, settle, and thrive in the early 20th century. But into, I think it was the first weekend of the first month of the year, Trump swung open our nation's doors to white Suid-Afrikaners, or the Boer Afrikaans, the Dutch-descended whites of South Africa. On Friday into the weekend of what I believe was around the first weekend of January, President Trump directed government officials to prioritize the resettlement of Suid-Afrikaners of European descent exclusively through the United States Refugee Program, which he suspended during his first day in office. In an executive order, Mr. Trump accused the current South African government of discriminating against Boer Afrikaners. This is the ethnic group in South Africa made up of descendants of European colonists, mostly from the Netherlands, who first arrived there in the 1600s. About 70% of all farmland in South Africa is owned by members of the country's white minority. The president signed an executive order criticizing South Africa's 2024 Expropriation Act, which allows the government to take land for a public purpose, or in the public interest, in exchange for just and equitable compensation. South African officials have likened the law to eminent domain in these United States. The difference being that the nation of South Africa has, as far as I understand it, has yet to expropriate any land under their law. There is good reason for this. Blacks have never grown up farming in South Africa because none of them owned the land. They may have worked the land under white owners, but even that might be rare. So they really don't have any experience with farming, and if they were to take the land and just hand it over to blacks like in Zimbabwe after the fall of Rhodesia, which was an all-white government that strove for recognition in the world. Zimbabwe is an object lesson in how, well, the catastrophe that follows. It's basically, you get an all-black population that starves to death. So I don't believe that the current South African government is that insane. They don't seem to have... They seem to have enough modicum of sanity retained where they don't want to experience what happened in Zimbabwe, which was another ardent Marxian, communist, collectivist nightmare, where blacks who had no experience with working the land that had been owned by all the whites knew what to do with what they confiscated. Now, Trump also cited South Africa's role in bringing a case against Eretz Israel, meaning, of course, the Greater Israeli Genocidal Campaign. Don't forget the nation which campaigned against them to get them brought to the International Court of Justice was South Africa. And Trump cited that fact at the International Court of Justice, where it proved Eretz Israel, or Greater Israel, guilty of genocidal intent in its war in Gaza. This was, in case anyone did not know, a black-led effort. And therefore, Trump does not trust the blacks because he worships the Jews. He said, Trump did, that the United States shall not provide aid or assistance to South Africa, and shall promote the resettlement of Afrikaner refugees escaping government-sponsored race-based discrimination. Now, notably, the president made loud and clear that the United States will welcome South Afrikaners of European descent to our country if they wish to come. Now, this is where it gets tricky and interesting. Employing a term for white South Afrikaners, Trump's order stated, in shocking disregard of its citizens' rights, the Republic of South Africa, in other words, black-ruled South Africa, or post-apartheid South Africa, recently enacted Expropriation Act 13 of 2024, Act in parentheses, to enable the government of South Africa to seize ethnic minority Afrikaners' agricultural property without compensation. This act follows countless government policies designed to dismantle equal opportunity in employment, education, and business, and hateful rhetoric and government actions fueling disproportionate violence against racially disfavored landowners. The Secretary of State and the Secretary of Homeland Security shall take appropriate steps, consistent with law, to prioritize humanitarian relief, including admission and resettlement through the United States Refugee Admissions Program, for Afrikaners in South Africa who are victims of unjust racial discrimination. Such plan shall be submitted to the President through the Assistant to the President and Homeland Security Advisor. In satire here, pure satire. Okay, maybe I got a little carried away. Not all residents of cesspool nations should be tarred with the same brush. Some South Africans, just to take an example, are mighty desirable. In fact, I'll give you a picture of them. Here's one right here. And this is where, of course, I will enter a link that should be fairly predictable. And let me see if I can get back onto our call here and share that link with the only person who's conscious right now on my call, Mr. Nemo Albano. There we are. Yeah, that's one of them shithole countries that produces some exceptional families, like the Musks, that our president wants to bring over. In fact, that's the guy who talked him into this. This has nothing to do with my cancellation of all that DEI nonsense and my promotion of advancement, recognition, and acceptance based on merit principles only. This has to do with favoring white people, for God's sake, not those DEI wannabes. You know, we really need more of the kind of people you find in Canada, which is why I want to annex the place. Sturdy Anglos with values and no language problems. Huh? What? French-speaking Quebec? And Ukrainians settled in the western provinces? What? All right, satire time over. Let's go to the roots of Donald Trump's fixation with South Africa. In January, President Donald Trump signed an executive order stopping all aid to South Africa and offering refugee status to white South Africans. That order decried government-sponsored race-based discrimination, including racially discriminatory proprietary confiscation, and accuses South Africa of a shocking disregard of its citizens' rights. It specifically called for the resettlement of white Afrikaners, who are predominantly descendants of Dutch settlers and part of the country's white minority. Trump's order focuses on a South African law, the Expropriation Act of 2024, which passed, I think in the last month of last year, around December of that year, 2024, and allows the South African government to seize ethnic Afrikaners' farmland without compensation when it is not being used. That's the caveat. That's the qualifier. There's no white South Afrikaner sitting on farmland at the present moment that I am aware of that is not fucking using it. They're developing their land in the sense, or rather not developing it because that implies building on it. They're cultivating it. They cultivate their land as they've done for generations because without them, all the blacks around them starve. Oh, well, they starve too. So it's kind of in everybody's interest. So this is for when it's not being used, or, quote unquote, when it would be in the public interest. Now, the act is meant to address inequalities that have plagued the country since colonial rule and enshrined under apartheid, which was, of course, a system of legalized racial segregation and discrimination when black residents were dispossessed of their lands, which, of course, they were not farming on any agricultural scale. That's not the kind of economy that they had. Even though apartheid ended in the early 1990s, the inequalities persist. White South Afrikaners make up about 7% of the country's population, and yet own around 70% of the country's private farmland. So Trump and his ally Elon Musk, himself born and raised in South Africa, have repeatedly accused the South African government of anti-white racism, a charge South African President Cyril Ramaphosa denies. Ramaphosa, Afrikaner rights groups, and critics of the Land Reform Act have said that Trump's order is based on misinformation. In other words, the whites agree with the black president of South Africa in this case that Trump is misinformed and that private property rights are actually protected. Now, cutting aid to South Africa stops nearly $500 million a year in funding, most of which pays for the world's largest HIV/AIDS program. All because South Africa's effort to address apartheid's legacy riled up Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Now, apartheid is famously, or infamously, one of the many brutal regimes in the 20th century. Many millions of people were displaced from their homes, or rather, homelands. In the political struggle against apartheid, many thousands of people were killed and detained. It was a long, bitter, bloody, difficult struggle for democracy, which miraculously ended peacefully in a negotiated settlement in 1994. 4 years earlier, in 1990, the last president of apartheid, F.W. de Klerk, released Nelson Mandela, unbanned his party, the ANC, our African National Congress, and decided that apartheid would end by a negotiated settlement with the people who were once his blood enemy. That settlement took 4 years. Short period of time comparatively, believe me. The course of a single presidential term. In the course of those 4 years, de Klerk went to the white electors and asked them if they wanted him to continue. There was a referendum in 1992, and 68% of white people said yes. So if anything, we can condemn the white people for being autodestructive, potentially mass suicidal. So it was, regardless of that fact, really a process of mutual consent. A lot of people died in those 4 years. There was a lot of violence. It was a complicated process, but it was in the end a peaceful settlement that both sides agreed to, bringing in democracy in April of 1994. So the Boer Afrikaners went from having all of the power and from having this system, apartheid, which literally translates to simply aparthood, keeping people apart, that basically kept them in power. After the negotiated settlement, it was a pretty gentle settlement on white people. Afrikaans people were about just over half of the white population. Most people carried on living their lives pretty much as they were before, to be honest, but that's obviously a completely oversimplified version of the story. It is nothing to be taken lightly if you're white in South Africa. You better be behind electrified razor wire fencing. You'd better be driving around in an armored vehicle. And you'd better be armed to the fucking teeth. And you still are risking your life venturing beyond white enclaves, which are essentially bunkered and fortressed, and rightly so. It is a dangerous place to be, and whether you're white or black, half the population has fucking AIDS. Now, okay, when you scratch underneath, obviously more complicated things are happening. One of the things happening is that crime rates absolutely soared in the late apartheid and early post-apartheid era. And white people became victims of crimes in ways that they never did under apartheid, which was and is very frightening. Another thing happening. a policy of land redress was introduced in the mid-1990s. And to explain what happened, it's necessary to go back to 1913 when a law was passed disallowing black ownership of land in South Africa. Many, many people were displaced from their homeland in the decades after that. Remember, they were not cultivating the fields. These fields were not being developed agriculturally. The blacks of the south of Africa had a very different type of economy than what the whites were introducing. So, as far as the whites were concerned, the blacks were making no use of that land to integrate it into the global economy. Does that justify it? I'm not saying that. I'm just articulating the rationale. Okay? All right. Just because you can articulate something doesn't mean you're advocating it. Regardless, the population could not be supported without the white development of that agriculture, because economically that's one of the original factors that made South Africa an economic powerhouse. Okay? Now, I think it was by the early 1970s that several million people had been displaced from their homelands, and a policy of redress was never set in place until finally the mid-1990s. And among other things, it allowed people who could show, meaning provide evidence that they had had their land taken away from them after 1913 to get it back. But not by confiscating land, okay? Not by taking it away from those who legally owned it, but by buying it back at market prices, which most blacks could never afford. So that was the core of the land reform scheme, just stated at its most simple, all right? So no whites were threatened. It wouldn't matter, all the blacks could say we all lived here as homeland. Oh, well, hey, I'll sell it back to you at market prices and it's worth millions and millions now. Yeah, well, that ends that. It all stops there. Okay? So in the mid-1990s, there's this process of land reform, and it's now 30 fucking years later. Okay? That process is still underway. And I think many white people's grievances about that process are less about the policies themselves than the way that they've been implemented. Black and white South Africans are both enormously frustrated with South Africa's government for its levels of inefficiency and its communized corruption. And very often anger at that melds with anger over the substance and the content of policy. Now, regardless of all the qualifiers I've articulated, a fair amount of land has been redistributed. It has not been a particularly successful or a particularly well-managed process. It has left both poor black people and white landholders and others dissatisfied. So a lot has to do with the corruption and inefficiencies of the process itself. Now, added to that is the fact that President Trump doesn't always speak with any great deal of accuracy. When he talks about South Africa now, as he's been doing recently, he will say things like, "The land of white South Africans is being stolen." If you look at South Africa's response to Donald Trump, nobody, and I mean nobody, white or black, has agreed with him. Land has not been stolen from anybody in South Africa since 1994. A lot of land has been purchased at market prices and redistributed, but not stolen. As for where these J-June ideas came from, or rather sourced from, there have been South African organizations that have lobbied Trump very vocally, very persistently, for a number of years on matters of land redistribution, but also on matters of crime, of the extent to which people who live in rural South Africa are quite vulnerable. There is no standing police force. The police force is all black and they're not going to help the whites. So many white farmers have been victims of very violent crime, what we could only really term as guerrilla warfare, insurgency, or acts of vile terrorism. And Trump has heard about all of that from a very vocal, very articulate lobby that says that violent crime against farmers is not coincidental, that it's organized, that there's something behind it. It's an attempt to push them off the land. He's been told that by pretty extreme forces in South African society, not the mainstream ones. On the all too real and all too chronic violence against white farmers, the farmers generally live in remote areas. They're far from police, who of course have their headquarters in cities. There are a lot of guns in South Africa. There's a lot of unemployed young men in South Africa. And a lot of people making a living from crime, consequently. People enter a remote property and hold up the people at gunpoint and take all their possessions they can carry and always kill all of them to leave no witnesses. So levels of violence in South Africa are extreme. In a country of 62 to 63 million people, there are 20,000 murders a year. That is breathtaking. It's an apocalyptically violent place. And it's absolutely understandable and natural that the white farming community would feel under siege, would feel vulnerable, would feel scared. But it's another thing to say that there's an organized plot against them, that this is a manifestation of a deeper attempt to throw them off their land. If you look at who is killed in South Africa, if you look at per capita murder rates, those most vulnerable to being killed are, help me out here, Nemo, take a guess. Come on, since you're the only one awake. Who would you think?
What?
Who would you think are the most vulnerable to being killed per capita? Unemployed young black men. Who else? Just like in the United States, what do blacks kill? The guy next to them. Because
yeah, more blacks.
Yes.
Blacks kill blacks.
So there's a black on black tsunami of auto negro genocide that precisely mirrors that of these United States. And that's not for a moment to say that white farmers should not feel afraid and should not take action to defend themselves. But the idea that they're especially victimized is untenable. Am I coherent? Am I making sense? Do you
Yeah.
get what I'm saying?
It's just whites in general just shouldn't be anywhere near those people at all. That's all I believe.
There's no evidence for me to argue against that. So, responding to everything I've just articulated, President Trump has made this offer to help resettle Afrikaners in the United States, which, Nemo, you would agree with me, sounds like going from the frying pan into the fire, but
I'd rather them all come over here in Australia.
Thank you.
If I was a billionaire philanthropist, I'd pay for all the non-Khazarian whites in South Africa to come here.
I hear you. And don't think the Australians have not considered that has entered the public debate. It has been considered on public television in Australia. So don't think Nemo is just, acting out some, venting. He's not venting. This is like Australians have considered this. Understand, Australia is the South Africa of Asia. So there you go. That's not an insult, just what is. All right, they're very, very. They had a white policy forever. I mean, like it's like we could go into the history of that. And I predict all of this will come back in, to use a pun, in spades. By that I mean you're going to see that really become the norm in Australia, because Australia, there's really no reason for them to follow the liberal progressive arc of social experimentation, social engineering. They're going to go in the opposite direction. At any rate, so as I said, in terms of responding to this, people are pretty bewildered by the Trump offer, including people who have been lobbying Trump, believe it or not. Nobody, to my knowledge, has taken him up on it. Which, again, is, look, I see where Nemo comes from. I see where Troy Bellamy comes from, saying, hey, man, he's offering this to the whites. And it's like, hey, Troy, the whites aren't buying it. Why are you angry? I don't think Troy knows that. I don't think your average black person hearing this would know that. So the head of Agri South Africa, which is a pretty mainstream, perhaps a center-right organization, said, we're farming here, and we're farming successfully. So the day after Trump made his announcement, on a flight from Johannesburg to London, the white South Africans were all joking about it, saying, well, let's divert our flights to New York. It was really an object of fun. Here in these United States, the cutting remark is, Donald Trump is finally sympathetic to Africans, but they're white Africans. I mean, there's great irony in the fact that a successful, reasonably well-off farming community are those being given preferential access in a continent where there's a great deal of poverty and strife. The irony is obvious, and everybody sees that. It's easy for Trump, because for him there's no downside. He gets to perform a very powerful and entertaining anti-DEI performance in front of the world. He also potentially gets a middle-sized country to change its foreign policy, or certainly be under enormous pressure to do just that. So South Africa becomes an exemplar. It becomes a lesson to the world in what American power under Trump might mean. And this is a world in which we now, in the past 72 hours, since my latest transmission before tonight, already have a new war, a new pope, and a new era of trade that we didn't have 72 hours ago when I hosted my last transmission. Now, as India retaliates against the religiously charged terror attack in Kashmir, we'll all be following the developing situation between India and the Pakistan insurgency. Let's put it this way, as I've said before. And okay, our man Nemo's gonna be right back. He's gonna smoke, and that's fine. Our man Brendan is still on hold. Fucking Aristides disappeared. What the fuck? He used to be on with me throughout the night. What the hell happened? And so there's only 3 of us on the call. Well, okay, well, you know, hopefully we don't need Aristides later, because we always had the potential to just kind of shout if he needed. So what did he say? Same happened to me. He said this should be the one. Doug, add me to the call again. May have dropped when I walked outside. Same happened to me. Is this what they're saying? Like, when were they saying all this? 1 hour and 54 minutes and 13 seconds ago, I guess. All right. So, whatever. In terms of our functioning, got good numbers, so I'll continue. It's like I said before, when you talk about a comic book concept, like Cobra Command, and you don't think that anything like that could ever be real. You like think, oh, this is comic book stuff, and it's like leftovers from the 60s spy movies, and people have super cool acronyms or even dumb acronyms, and they're just like supposed to be words or something, but they're not. That these terrorist organizations with these incredible acronyms, they're waging war against each other, like G.I. Joe and Cobra. You think all of this could never be real. Well, it is real, and it's a place called Pakistan, which really isn't a place. It's an insurgency with a fucking acronym. It's not a place that you ever want to live. Believe me, it is a hellhole. And you are going to be, of course, just doing yourself a disfavor if you travel there, which is why we were all shocked when that chick named Christina claimed that she had been going through India and Pakistan alone, and it makes sense as our man Brendan says that she really wasn't alone. But for those of you who don't remember, COBRA was an acronym for Conversion Operations via Blackmail, Revolution, and Assassination. And it was, of course, a terrorist organization that wanted its own nation state. That is what Pakistan is. Pakistan is the only nation in the world with its name composing an acronym derived from the colonially imposed English language, no less. Said name was coined in 1933, the same year my biological father Adolf Hitler and Franklin Delano Roosevelt ascended to power. And it was comprised from the names of at least 5 territories that were proposed as constituents of a separate country for Muslims in British India by combining the English initials Pakistan. Said neologos, that's a French word from the Greek meaning new word, representing P for Punjab, A for Afghania, which was the name for the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, or the Khyberside Pashtun culture and society, as preferred by the self-styled founder of the Pakistan national movement, the late Cambridge student, the Indian writer and Muslim nationalist, Shahzadi Rahmat Ali. And K for Kashmir, which is a Muslim majority state with a Hindu king, and therefore occupied by India to protect the status quo. I'm not saying that's right, I'm just saying that's what it is. I for the Indus Valley, S for the Sindh, T for Turkmenistan, roughly the inner Asian heartland compositing the modern post-Soviets, or after collective Central Asian states on our in Eurasia. Afghanistan, the A for Afghanistan, the second A, effectively Afpakia, or the Pakistan of our world, and its intelligence services, the ISI, having more influence over the Taliban in their conquest of the Afghans than any other nation or intelligence organization. For those of you who don't know, the Taliban are not Afghan. They're all Pakistani. It was a Pakistani invasion of Afghanistan, so they could thereby use that as the springboard for invading Kashmir. So Pakistan is aggressive and expansionist and terroristic. And finally, the N for the last letter in Balochistan. The prefix Pak, transliterating into the Persian term Pek, meaning pure, conjoining with the suffix Istan, or from Baluchistan, the land of the Baluch, being divided between and occupied by Pakistan, Iran, and Afghanistan, per the successful culmination of the AfPak strategy against America. The amalgamation of all of these terms translating as Pakistan, the land of the pure, in the CÉANDy, the Urdu, and the Persian languages of Farsi, was altogether acronymized a la Pakistan, an insurgency, with nuclear weapons, and mechanized columns, and combat helicopters, and all that good shit. Imagine a terrorist organization with its own nation, with its own army and navy, and nuclear weapons that produces, or rather processes, all the heroin poppies, the opium poppies. The opium poppies are grown in Afghanistan. They're processed into high-grade heroin in Pakistan. And from the poppies in Afghanistan, the heroin out of Pakistan, Afpakia, produces and sells basically all the world's heroin at this point in history, effectively. Anything else is so small potatoes or chicken shit that it doesn't really count. Basically, Pakistan has a near monopoly on the world's heroin trade. And they use it to fund their nuclear weapons, of all things, just like some comic book terrorist group, and they do their best to fuck the world over in every way imaginable. Pakistan, by any right, should not exist. And yet, they are the primary ally of the United States as a counterpoint to India, which was pro-Russian for many years. And they are a true ally of Communist China. So it's the one place in the world where they love both Americans and the Communist Chinese. And all this because both America and Communist China are trying to contain India. It's as fucked up as you can get. It's a shit show. As for them nuking each other, I couldn't care less. This is one of those wars where I'd be rooting for both sides to lose. That being said, okay, for the sake of humanitarian and environmental oblige, hopefully nothing happens. But we'll keep an eye on it. And but I think they're both nuts, and they're both they both have the potential to go at it again. They've had 6 wars so far. The last several of them almost going nuclear. In the midst of this, we have a new pope. Pope Leo XIV is part of the Trump lash. The College of Cardinals has made it clear that Roma is no fan of the president. The Catholic Church has selected its new pope, a surprise choice by all accounts. Just last week, Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost headed the dicastery for bishops, the arm of the Vatican charged with selecting the bishopric. History will now remember him as Pope Leo XIV, the first ever American-born Pontifex Maximus. Pope Leo XIV is an American with a social media record hostile to Trump and in praise of open borders. While this is an American Pope, Robert Prevost's parents have French, Italiano, and Spanish heritage, leaving him fluent in 4 languages, and his first address in the Espanol, not the English. As written in The Spectator, he is an American who is plainly identifying as Peruvian. Thus, the new Pope, Robert Francis Prevost, is as much Latin American as he is an Americano, largely due to his extensive time spent as a missionary in Peru. While born in these United States, he became a Peruvian citizen in 2015 and is seen by many, including his former parishioners and some world leaders, as more Peruvian than Americano. His background and dual nationality have sparked a global conversation about his identity and how it might shape his papacy, particularly regarding, United States-Latin Americano relations. As for those Peruvian roots, again, Pope Leo XIV spent over 12 decades living and working in Peru, becoming a dual United States and Peruvian citizen in 2015. He even learned to speak the Espanol fluently and is deeply connected to the country's culture and their people. He's got this dual citizenship. His dual citizenship signifies his strong connection to both these United States and Peru. And there's the global recognition factor. Many in Latin America see him as one of their own, particularly due to his time spent serving in Peru and his connection to their culture. And then there's the American imperial perspective. While he is the first American-born pope, some in Latin America, in fact, the majority, have questioned whether it's even appropriate to call him an Americano, due to their own negative experiences with these United States. Peru's Presidentes, Dina Boluarte, has described Pope Leo as Peruvian by choice and conviction, herself exalting, "The Pope is Peruvian. God loves Peru." Now, Pope Leo XIV is also a very Angelino choice, much like Los Angeles in my own golden state nation of California. This American-born Pope transcends borders. Although Pope Leo XIV is a Chicago native, his selection resonated across Los Angeles. LA is one of the capitals of Catholicism in these United States and a place with direct and indirect ties to Pope Prevost. St. Thomas Aquinas Church in Ojai, and Our Mother of Good Counsel in Los Feliz are run by the Augustinians, a religious order that Pope Leo XIV himself once headed. His decades of ministry in Peru, first as an Augustinian missionary, then as bishop of the Diocese of Chiclayo, hits home for the tens of thousands of Peruvians who live in Southern California, especially those who hold an annual Catholic commemoration in Orange County, of all places, for a sacred Peruvian painting of Jesus known as El Señor de los Milagros. In his first speech, Pope Leo praised his predecessor, Pope Francis, for his brave voice and reassured the crowd before him that, without fear, united, hand in hand, with God and among ourselves, we will go forward in a rapidly changing world where evil will not prevail. The new Pontifex Maximus has much work ahead of him to wrangle the faithful into unity. A well-funded conservative movement with ties to Southern California has labored to sunset the church's decades-long commitment to social justice. More progressive members will continue to push the Vatican on the ordination of women and gay marriage, the latter of which Pope Leo has spoken out against in the past. Meanwhile, the shadow of the clerical sex abuse scandal, which has led to billions of dollars in payouts in the United States alone, continues to hang over the Vatican like a millstone around its neck. Amidst this context, it feels a bit facile and tasteless to say that the first American Pope, Leo XIV, has been elected to counter the malevolent influence of Trumpism. Popes often change in their role, and since Catholicism is a religion and not an electoral party, the servants of God tend to defy political caricature. Consider the limited evidence, however, following an unusual social media spat between, of all people, the podcaster Rory Stewart and Vice President J.D. Vance about Ordo Amoris, the Christian obligation to love in relation to the subject of immigration. The then Cardinal Robert Prevost posted an article entitled J.D. Vance is wrong, subtitled Jesus doesn't ask us to rank our love for others. Said article by a woman named Kat Armaz dismantles Vance's Arabist argument that Christians should, in his words, love your family, and then you love your neighbor, and then you love your community, and then you love your fellow citizens in your own country, and then after that, you can focus and prioritize the rest of the world. Well, this is a very Arabist argument. Understand, when I was amongst the Arabs, the common philosophy was, I against my brother and I against the family, my family and I against the tribe, my tribe and I against the nation, my nation and I against the world. I mean, well, no wonder nothing gets fucking done. Can't go wrong with a philosophy like that. Can't go anywhere with a philosophy like that. So no, wrote Armaz, the problem with this hierarchy is that it feeds the myth that some people are more deserving of our care than others. The new pontiff clearly agreed with that. More recently as well, he retweeted a progressive Catholic writer called Rocco Palmo criticizing the Trump misadministration for its illicit deportation of a prisoner to El Salvador. Responding to the election of Pope Leo XIV this evening, Palmo added, "First Canada, then Australia, now the conclave. Just unreal." He's referring, of course, to the rising Trumplash, the rejection of the United States president's puerile policies around the world. In his first words as the Pope, Leo said, "We are all in the hands of God. Let us walk together, build bridges, and proclaim the gospel without fear." The bridges, not walls, evocation is a near constant refrain of liberal bishops who oppose right-wing border policies. At Pope Francis's funeral, Cardinal Giovanni Battista Re used the line to sum up the late pontiff's message to the world. And then they picked an American who has done a lot of his spiritual work in Peru. Before thinking about it more, when asked what he would tell the new pope, Americano to new Americano, Anthony Rendon, the longtime California State Assembly, who's now a lecturer at the Jesuit-run Loyola Marymount, and whose home parish growing up was St. Bruno's in Whittier, cracked, "Not sure if it's the right time for an American to bring people together. My sister just sent me something that says he's said good things about social justice, poverty, and climate. That seems to be promising. It's great to have a leader from something more meaningful than a nation. Your constituency is international, but people will see you as an American, something that people neither need nor want. He's distinguished himself from Trump already, and that's good. The potential beauty of the church is in its scope and reach, and Pope Leo needs to embrace that. We must wait to see how Leo XIV conducts himself as Pope, but it's fair to say that the College of Cardinals has made it clear that Roma is no fan of Donald Trump. Not that Trump much minds, of course. He just congratulated Pope Leo. "What excitement! And what a great honor for our country! I look forward to meeting Pope Leo XIV. It will be a very meaningful moment." Yeah, he only knows about this because his wife, Melania, is Slovenian, and they're all Roman Catholic. So it will be a meaningful moment, because Trump is a secret fucking communist. The Republicans have been abusing the term communist or Marxist to describe their opponents for as long as I can remember. Since at least the time of Ronald Reagan, they have accused liberals of abusing the power of the state to infringe individual rights and liberties, and to violate the promise of capitalism and the principles of free enterprise. What they really mean, however, has nothing to do with Karl Marx. A government of, by, and for the people, would by necessity have to tax people of means and property in order to treat and serve everyone equally. From the Republican point of view, that's the problem. Government shouldn't do that by their accounts. Political equality, to them, is communism. As a consequence of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's monopoly of the word, it's probably not surprising, though still maddening, that no one seems to have noticed that Donald Trump's economic policies are downright communist. Well, not quite nobody. Justin Wolfers noticed. The famed economist was on MSNBC recently. And recently he commented on the destructive impact of the president's tariff policies. Professor Wolfers read a passage from a recent interview Trump gave to Time magazine, in which he said, "We're a department store, and we set the price. I meet with the companies, and then I set a fair price, what I consider to be a fair price, and they can pay it. Or
Pathetic. We've made it to Macy's level and shit.
Thank you.
J.C. Penney. This dude's he's out of his mind.
Thank you. They can pay
Ridiculous.
it, or they don't have to pay it. What if they can't afford it, motherfucker? What you consider...
Mentally, he's in like an 80s Christmas movie. Like, he doesn't even... Like, where is he even at, you know?
Thank
talking
you.
About a department store and shit. Like, what are you talking about?
We don't even have department stores anymore.
No, they all shut down because of his friends at Scamazon and fucking the other shit.
Thank you. Thank you. Department stores used to be the shit. I loved department stores. They were fabulous. Oh my God, people are so missing out. I mean,
back when people would actually help you and they'd wrap your shit. Now it's like, I got a taste of that in England. I couldn't believe it. I was like, they were like helping me like pick out clothes, and then they packed my stuff in like tissue paper and shit. And I was like, what? I was like, I don't need this. And they're like, what do you mean? Like, they didn't understand why I was shocked. They're just like, this is normal.
Yeah, thank God. It's
and then I'm coming from America, where I just went to a department store here earlier, and you go into the dressing room and it's just piles of shit they haven't put away. The shelves were just and the employees were all chit-chatting with each other, like throwing shit on the ground. It was like a teenager's room and shit. It was horrifying.
That's so fucking sad. Why? Yeah. Why is it like that? I don't get it.
Good question. I don't know. Because they pay them shitty and they treat them like shit, and then
it's gotta be.
Who knows?
You'd think they'd be glad to have a fucking job, but it must be like you said. They must be treated like they're dirt, and they must be paid nothing. and therefore,
Well, and apparently Target, they rescinded all their DEI shit, so now everyone quit basically. That was colored.
oh right, of course, yeah, because there's no point.
So it was like a bunch of, I don't know how else to word this, a bunch of loser whites that can't work.
Oh my God, white trash. Just basically,
Yeah.
it's so sad.
Or just teenagers that are like so lost, they have no idea what's going on.
Yeah,
they
like
just
the one who
they're
crashed-
just there for the paycheck.
The one who rear-ended you, like that. They're like that.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I mean,
And it's we failed. America failed this generation, or whoever these kids are, wherever they came from. It's just they don't know how to work. They don't know how to drive. They don't know how to do any kind of education stuff. I mean, academics. So it's insane.
It's terrible.
Bad.
Yeah. No, we're in very, very
And
frightening
then Goofball's
times.
in an '80s film.
Yeah,
The dude
thank
that's
you.
running the shit.
Thank you. Like, what was it? What was the Christmas film on Miracle on 34th Street? Something like that. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
So that's him in his head. He's that guy with the scarf.
Yeah. Going around saying, yeah,
We're
I'm
the
like,
department store.
yeah. Oh my fucking God! And
That's probably the last time he's been into a store. That's why that's all he knows. That's all he
Thank
remembers.
you. Thank you.
Like
Back.
1984 Christmas, the
Oh
last time
God,
he had
probably
to shop.
before then. Probably before then. Yeah, it's like that's all he remembers. And no, thank you. I appreciate.
Sorry
that
to interject, but it's I couldn't
no.
believe that.
No, thank you. I need that interjection. And,
We're the department store. Yeah.
yeah.
Did he
Oh,
really
no.
say that? He really said that verbatim?
He did.
God.
And in response, the professor Justin Wolfers, who, like I said, you're talking about a man who's like an economic expert here, and he basically had this to say. He said, Milton Friedman is rolling in his grave. This is central planning, not even by a central planning committee. A central planning committee would have expertise. This is a bloke in a room who thinks the country is a department store. That's what he said.
Yeah. So this dude's a Brit or something.
Yeah,
He's like British.
You can tell. You can tell by the way he's talking. Yeah. But he went on to say more. He went on to say, the president told Time magazine that he's the one to establish a fair price for things, as if he were the owner of a department store. This would seem to run against the grain of 40 years of economic thinking in which the markets and markets alone set prices. What's going on? Trump seems to have a weird relationship with money, as in he doesn't seem to know what $20 would buy. And tell people about that, how Trump was, responding like, oh, $20? Oh, what'll that get you? What did he say again? Something about $20 and he didn't know what it would buy?
I forget. It was like he thought it could buy you a whole bag of groceries.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Or something. It was something insane.
Yeah.
It's like, he's like, you could just, walk out with a whole bag of groceries. And it's like, there's like people in his ear telling him like, dude, it doesn't, like, not anymore.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah,
Just shut up.
Maybe last time that you saw people go shopping in the 1960s.
Yeah. Because even in the 80s, $20 was like pocket change. I don't know. What is he talking about?
Yeah, no, I told you he's old. This guy is old, and he's reliving his childhood. But as Justin Wolfers went on to say, he doesn't seem to know what $20 would buy, as he's never been constrained by price, as you say. I may be going out on a limb here, but that seems to have something to do with his misunderstanding of what tariffs can and can't do. I can't help thinking that if a Democratic president were doing this, there would be howls of socialism from all corners of the business press. I don't see anyone making connections I've made. Why is that?
Right. Not to mention it's a tax, and I thought these blokes, these buggers or these plonkers, as they would say in Ireland, these fucking plonkers would say, they'd be like, the government can't tax us, it's, taxation without representation. And then, fast forward to now, and it's like,
we're gonna tax everybody and everything, and like tariffs are a tax. It's just
except the rich.
stupid.
Except the rich. Yeah. Even though he's had to like bring that up again just out of desperation because, there's no one else who can afford to pay taxes. Everybody else has nothing to tax. They're all
I mean, theoretically, if there was a flat tariff, couldn't that be just like eliminating taxes for everyone? But of course, it's not going to be like that. But
we'd have
that's what the theory is, right? That's what the theory is.
Well, he doesn't understand tariffs at all. Yes, tariffs are a tax, but you and I both know that they're basically a tax on Americans who are the importers, who then have to push it on to the consumer.
It's like some states how they have no income tax, but the sales tax is there.
Yeah.
So you're paying tax somewhere, but it's not going to be your income. Is that what they're thinking? They're thinking we're going to
you got to give up. You got to give up this notion that they're thinking. Give up the notion that they're thinking.
I know that, but I'm saying the theory. If there was an economist somewhere around, like, which there isn't. If there was like an economist like somewhere floating in one of those rooms, while they're leaking information, fucking shit up.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't he say like, yeah, this is the plan, like no taxes, no income tax, but we have to figure something out, and then they just don't listen.
Yeah, but there's no economist that will sign up on any of this. All the economists tell him that look, all this shit is just nuts, dude. Please don't do it. But he's listening to a bunch of other crazies who are saying, this is how you reindustrialize America, is to make sure no one wants to trade with us.
Brilliant idea.
Yeah. Talk about Darwinian selection.
How much time do you think we have? Like 2 years?
1
year?
Oh God! I'm surprised. Remember what I used to say? Every day you look out that window. Every day. You look out that window.
Now it's like visceral.
Yeah. I mean, the really sad thing was when I saw these articles on people who just went on a buying spree because they all know that the prices are going to go up, and so Amazon and everyone else is telling them better buy now. And all these people I saw who said I spent $1,000 an hour, and they were all, it was so sad. They were all these ugly, sad, desperate. Sad, desperate, ugly people. It was so sad. It's like.
And what did they buy?
I shudder to think. It was
just like trivial shit. I saw one chick. Yeah, it was just trivial like makeup and shit. It was like, come on.
Oh yeah, yes, yeah. It's
like
just
a purse or something before the tariff hit. It was just like, come on.
Yeah, and so it's just sad, and but these are the times we're in, and of course Wolfers and I aren't the only ones to notice. So as Patrick W. Watson, a senior economic analyst for Maldine Economics, he explains that the policies we are now seeing are more reminiscent of those in command economies, and how one consequence of tariffs is
Can you define that? Can you define that? What is a command economy?
Well, personally, I would define it if I were to define it. And by the way, Brendan and I had an economic discussion of a sort privately the other day. And we were talking about, I was explaining to Brendan that economists, of course, we have to understand, economists do process very differently, and they do live in a world of their own that's somewhat of an ivory tower, because any economist will tell you there is no economic reason for war. And economically, they're right. Of course, economically, wars defy all logic. There should be no reason for war. To them, war is like the Native American Indian tribal exercise of potlatch, which is spelled Potlach. And potlatch was this game in which the Indians got together and decided who could sacrifice the most of what they had on the bonfire. So they'd throw on, this is my kayak, this is my hunting bow, and whoever sacrificed the most won. Wow, you lost everything. And he won and was held in high esteem. It's like, okay, I don't know how something like that develops, and I don't want to know, but to economists, war is like that. And so what I was explaining to Brendan is that to an economist, or your average economist, the Great Depression never ended until peacetime, in other words, when the Japanese-American Peace Treaty went into effect in 1952, and the then already reindustrialized, to a great degree, Germany and Japan were able to invade America's markets, that, to an economist, is when the Great Depression ended. Because until that war legally ended and all sides recognized peace and were in...
You mean their punishment as
Yeah.
per the peace treaty?
Yeah, pretty much. Yes, to open up their markets was America's punishment because they lost. And but
that was their They pulled the doublespeak and said, "We are forcing Japan to trade with the West."
Oh yeah.
In the peace treaty. That's their punishment.
Which
for,
is the whole
indefinitely and shit.
Yeah. Which is the whole reason Japan went to war, was open your fucking markets. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. But Americans buy it, just like I'll get into monologue later. The Russians buy all this shit too about holding contradictory ideas in their head. This is what happens when you live in a totalitarian society. And America is as totalitarian as fucking Russia. You know, the real free nations were the fascist nations. The fascists are the free thinkers. And seriously, if you don't get that, you don't get it at all. But when I was telling Brendan about this, basically in war, assets are destroyed. So as far as the economists are concerned, the Great Depression was in continuity throughout World War II when everybody's destroying each other's assets. So it's not the conduct of a constructive pursuit. And so, okay, you can understand them conceptually.
Your GDP has to go up. Your production has to go up in a fair market sense.
Right.
For it to be
and so, yeah, and we can accept that, but we also have to accept the fact that no matter what economists say about... Economists will tell you with the faith of God, war's not going to happen because it won't make any economic sense. Almost to the degree, almost in the sense that Troy Bellamy and Holly Kiefer were denying that kids would sign up for war. Oh, come on, kids wouldn't do that. You know, they'll give a war and nobody will come. Nobody will show up. When people are just volunteering...
Did you see that? Did you see the meme that I sent where it was like, apparently Hugo Boss is going to start making military uniforms again, and
that's a joke, right? Is that real?
No, that was real. No, it's real. It's real.
Holy shit!
The German government is contracting them. Yeah, and and then they're gonna reopen these Volkswagen plants to make tanks and stuff.
Well,
go on. The people posting it just put a bunch of clips of people cheering and shit, and like, "We're back, baby, we're back." So everyone would volunteer. Instantly. Everyone would volunteer just for fun.
Well, I'm so glad to hear that. So if that's for real, I mean, for those of you who don't know, Hugo Boss, they're the men who brought you the Nazi uniforms. Those are the people. So if they're back making uniforms,
no one's better than that.
Yeah, for the German government, then we're back in style. We're back in fucking style, baby. Yeah. Oh my fucking God. So when I was talking to Brendan about this, everybody bear that in mind, is these different factors we're bringing up. But when Brendan asked,
here it is. Okay. Hugo Boss, ready to produce military uniforms. Hugo Boss awarded a contract for joint service uniforms. The Pentagon awarded a 3.3. So this is America. The Pentagon awarded a $3 billion contract to German fashion designer Hugo Boss AG for a new joint service, meaning German service, joint uniform to be worn across all branches. So there you go.
Wow.
High button collar, high knee split, shinable leather dress boots, and a rounded service type garrison cap with a plastic visor.
Yeah, so they're going to make this...
it's behind a paywall, the rest of it.
Oh, Jesus, but send me the link anyway. You know I can usually break through paywalls. So, Duke, send me the link in private messages, as well as put it into, the text box if you wish.
I'll try. Yeah, I'll see what I can do here.
And, but Brendan was asking, what exactly is a command economy? So, a command economy, in my definition, would be something very similar to Franklin Delano Roosevelt or Charles de Gaulle. It's basically they were running command economies where basically they're saying we're at war, we need to mobilize, and we need to prioritize what's going to be manufactured. It's something that borders on fascism, but it's not, because in a fascist economy, you wouldn't have a depression because everyone would be generally employed. There'd be very few people who would not be. A command economy is more like a centralized economy that is not, it's simply without all the Marxian ideological baggage. In other words, they're like using, getting a central planning committee and saying, we're going to do this and it'll keep the oligarchs rich, and therefore we are going to produce this, but at the same time, these guys aren't going to do it right because they need to, first off, they've got no supply base. They've cut off all supplies with their tariffs. So they've got no supplies by which to even reindustrialize with. And if they expect to, it's
That's
just
the insane part. That's the insane part.
Yeah, it's
like they're doing it backwards, of course.
Thank you. It's like the Volt, like what you said about the Volt truck. It's backwards, and
it's like you collect resources, then cut off, not cut everyone off first and then somehow rebuild. I mean, it's just backwards. Ass backwards, as they used to call it.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. But then again, that's always his point. Its real point is simply to sabotage America on behalf of Putin and Xi Jinping and the enemy.
I don't know how people are so in denial about that. It's obvious. Like they're not even hiding it.
Thank you. No, it's like they're proud of it. Yeah. I mean,
apparently, they can cut, right? They can cut everyone else's benefits and shit, but they can spend $3 billion on uniforms. I mean, they're just getting fleeced by Hugo Boss, you know.
Good.
Scanned.
Good. Good. And hopefully he'll make
we'll cover it, $3 billion.
Hopefully he makes all the Americans look like the fucking village people. And
it's gonna come out wonky. We already know that.
Yeah. And that
deliberately.
And hopefully he'll save all the good shit for the Germans, the good design, so that they'll look all kick ass. That's what keeps the morale up. Yeah. Patrick Watson, the senior economic analyst for Malden Economics, has gone on record to say, and here I quote his T at length and verbatim, but don't be afraid to interrupt me. He says, "Pure Marxism there. Think about who this is. It all seems to spring from a childlike view," exactly what Brendan said, "of winning and losing. I'm not sure he really understands what a trade deficit is beyond their number is bigger than mine. Bad. I'm not a psychologist, but I think..."
Well, like I said, I don't think he's hiding it. I think he's been straight. To his credit, he's honest in that sense.
Yeah.
He's never really faked it. He just says, "Yeah, it looks pretty big and pretty bad." He uses I don't think he's ever tried to hide it.
Thank you. Yeah, he's a simple guy.
He knows he sounds stupid. Yeah, he's a simple guy.
Yeah, and that's why simpletons love him. Yeah. So Patrick says, "I'm not."
So you're saying he's trying to do a command economy? That's the solution, is what they're presenting?
This is what Patrick Watson, the senior economic analyst for Malden Economics, is.
Oh, he's accusing.
Yes,
he's accusing they're going to go that direction.
Yeah, he says that Trump's policies are more reminiscent of those in command economies, and that one of the consequences of tariffs is the government effectively taking control of the means of production, which is a very fetishistic thing among communists. Communists want total control of the means of production. See, so so that's why I'm saying Trump is a communist.
But it's never worked out in there.
Well, of course not.
They had a bunch of fake factories and shit to fake production, because there was nothing to produce.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah,
I have this old Tintin book from the 1920s where it shows he goes in there in the he goes to the Soviet Union, and it's a bunch of dudes hitting metal, just like these metal plates strung up on walls, and then the comrade is like, "We are the most productive we've ever been since the revolution," and then he goes inside and it's a bunch of starving dudes hitting metal poles to sound like they're working. And it was supposed to be a joke, but apparently that's legitimately what was happening when people were visiting in the early days.
No, it was nightmarish. That's and so like this Patrick Watson was saying, "I'm not a psychologist, but I think we underestimate how Trump's personality drives his policy decisions. There's a kind of hyper-selfishness there. On any given question."
This is the downside of not to interrupt you again, but this is the downside of being too academic. These people are trying to analyze him. It's he's insane. I mean, just
thank you.
What is there
you.
to analyze? What is there to analyze? Yeah.
Yeah, thank
They
you.
obviously don't have a plan.
Yeah. No, definitely not. And thank you. I appreciate what you're saying. No, feel free to interrupt. So he goes on to say, like I said, this is a pretty long quote that I've amalgamated, but it needs to be related. But go ahead and interrupt as much as you want. He said, on any given question, ask yourself which choice will make Trump feel good, and that's probably the one he will make. What would be good for the country isn't part of it. Hence, we get things like tariffs. Trump was born to great wealth. To the degree he has ever really actually shopped in a store, he has no idea what it's like to be price constrained. He's talking about a part of everyday life he's never experienced, so I'm not sure we can impute any logic to it. But the comment betrays a mostly unnoticed...
Duh.
Yes, thank you. But this is something you've been saying for years, if you know, but you know, they're finally having the balls to at least say what you and I have been saying, because everybody apparently was afraid to say it before. Of course, they're saying it too late, but
I don't understand why though.
I guess this is why. He says this statement would have once sent Reagan Republicans into orbit. He says the comment betrays a mostly unnoticed political split, that the government should have no role in setting prices, in their view, even metaphorically. MAGA is something else. It is aggressively interventionist. In some ways, Trumpism resembles socialism. Biden left a good economy, though it had problems. Remember last September, the Fed cut rates.
They forgot the C. They forgot the C in socialism.
Yes, thank you.
Or Stalin. They forgot the Stalin in socialism.
Yeah, thank you. So he says, remember last September, the Fed cut rates because unemployment was creeping up, then paused in December because inflation was coming back. I think Biden and Trump weren't far apart in wanting to reindustrialize and address Red China's national security issues. The difference is Biden knew it would be a long-term job and did the hard legislative work of setting up structures to get us there. Trump wants instant glory. He once tweeted something like, "Trade wars are easy to win," and I think he really believes it. So he tossed aside everything Biden accomplished and is doing it his way. We're seeing the results. There you go. That's the end of that long-ass quote. But yeah, it's and we've all said this. For those of you who are skeptical, I've taken all of what these people have said and basically amalgamated together the top 3 signs Trump is bringing in backdoor socialism. First, the whole tariff reindustrialization idea is more normally seen in command economies. As I said, in 2020, it's the government trying to dictate its preferred outcomes instead of letting market forces decide. Their base assumption is that laissez-faire has failed. Now, by the way, I'm a command economics kind of guy. I'm a fascist, but it's different.
Well, they're saying,
yes.
They're saying command is like,
where everything is fixed. Production.
Thank you.
Well,
it's fixed in the sense of like the fix is in a casino. Mm-hmm. That's how it's fixed.
Yes. Yeah. Production, investment, prices, incomes are determined centrally by a government.
Yeah.
That's their formal Brit definition, Oxford.
Thank you. Now, second, the way business leaders are frantically begging Trump for favors and the almost openly corrupt way in which he is granting them is, in effect, government taking control of the means of production. Only it's not communist, it's nepotist. But it's still pure Marxism there. And third, his immigration policies are reshaping the labor market by deporting peaceful people who are simply doing the manual labor our economy needs, while attacks on education are directed at producing a class of lower-skilled white people to replace them. That's his idea. I'll make all the white people poor and dumb so they won't bother to go to school because we're going to garnish all their wages to take back all their student loans.
Right.
So there's no point in going to school because after that there'd be no point in going to work. So they'll just go straight to work. Get it? That's his idea. Then we'll have poor whites doing all the jobs, and it'll be a white society again, with white people washing my windshield, white people picking up my luggage. It's like, that is so fucking self-loathing. That is like, I preferred it when the whites wanted to be the elites. This is like just crazy. And it's not, but none of the whites want to do that.
It definitely seems counterintuitive, but
Yeah. And so for decades, socialism has been an attack from right to left. So seeing it go the other direction just doesn't compute. And maybe also it's a failure to accept that Reagan-style conservatism is dead. The Republican Party, whose corpse MAGA now inhabits, is long gone, but still being used as a shield for economic ideas the old right would never have recognized. And now, as Musk leaves...
these examples of command economies are all communist.
Yeah.
USSR, China, Laos, Cuba, Vietnam.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, but the thing is, we have a mixed economy.
Yeah.
So it's partially command. So I don't understand how they can, go to this extreme saying it's all just instantly communism. Like you said, the fascist thing is different as well. Still a command economy.
Well, here's the difference. As I've said before, the way to explain it to people most efficiently, the most concise, succinct way to say it is that in a capitalist economy, it inevitably becomes monopolist because the corporations wind up controlling the state. Not in the sense that Holly is thinking because she's indoctrinated by communists and she's told the absolute bonkers lie that corporations want to become the state, which is the last thing corporations want because that's not profitable. Because governance is not about turning a profit. Governance is the exact opposite. So, but corporations run the state so that they can do only one thing, which is privatize all the profits and benefits while socializing all the costs and losses. That's what happens in a capitalist economy that ultimately renders it monopolist. So they privatize all profits and benefits and socialize all costs and losses. That's the only reason why they control the government. It's not to take over the government, because then someone would do that to them. In a fascist society, the state controls the corporations. It's the total opposite. So in a fascist society, the corporations are told, you will produce this. You will retain lifetime employment. You will pay for the education of your employees. So that this way...
So my question with that is just from an economic standpoint, like what happens to wages if they can't go up? Because theoretically, capitalist wage, even though it doesn't work like that anymore because it's a broken system, but originally you could work your way up to higher wages, like going through whatever system.
Yeah, theoretically.
How does a command economy deal with that? Like people, because if you're just stuck at one salary your whole life, you can't move between the classes.
Well,
so it creates classism.
If you want to know, as I've said before, here's the best example economically, is that when people are trying to look at what's exemplary of capitalism and communism, which are two-dimensional economies. By that I mean they're literally two dimensions. They're flat. For those who don't get it, a one-dimensional person, for instance, when you use that term to describe somebody, it's the ultimate insult. A single dimension is a point. So when you say somebody is, he's so one-dimensional or he's unidimensional, you're saying this person is a point, metaphorically. When somebody is two-dimensional, they're at least flat. They can live in flatland. So they can live in a dimension where there's only so much they can perceive. And this is how we try to explain to people the difference between a fourth-dimensional entity in hyperspace who is beyond our ability to comprehend. We are living in three dimensions, but if we were to make the two-dimensional parallel, we would be like squares and triangles and single lines all living in flatland, and then some three-dimensional person built like us could come in and put her hand on the table and it would look like a shape, but then we could put only our fingers on the table, and we've just changed shape radically into 5 different entities rather than one. We could lie down on the table and kill everybody. We could lock people out of their rooms because their walls are nothing but lines, but we could go into the rooms because we're in a third dimension. A fourth dimensional individuals like a jinn, they can pluck us out of a locked room. They can, turn us inside out. Just like we could tear up little shapes we pick up on a 2-dimensional table. So this is what we use in physics to explain hyperdimensionality. Well, fascism is that hyperdimension, or rather it's at least a third dimension to the 2-dimensional economies of capitalism and communism. So on the left side, the most exemplary communist nations would be North Korea, which is still extant, or formerly Albania, which was equally extreme, the North Korea of Europe. And the North Korea of Africa would be Eritrea, which anybody can look up, and, well, basically it's hell on earth. Every one of these nations was hell on earth. And then you look at the other extreme of capitalism, and you would have Hong Kong. So the closest you had to an extant example of fascism in the surface world, on the surface world, was Japan. Everything Japan succeeded at doing with its exports, and their motto was export or die, was basically they exported like running a war. This was a command economy that was centralized around MITI, the Ministry of Information, of Industry and Trade. I think it was Ministry of Information, Trade and Industry is what it was. Ministry of Information, Trade and Industry. By the way, imagine a government agency named Ministry of Information, Trade and Industry. That's right out of Paul Joseph Goebbels' Reich's propaganda ministry. It's like a ministry which you could never imagine existing in the United States. Imagine you can imagine Homeland Security, which theoretically encompasses all security agencies in the United States, but you can't imagine a ministry in the United States of information, trade, and industry. That's just unimaginable. That's everything, right? Isn't that the government? Effectively,
right. It's still extant, by the way.
Yeah, and it's still extant. And
MITI, Ministry of
MITI.
Economic Trade and Industry.
Yes.
Economy, trade, and industry.
And it used to be information, trade, and industry, but I think they changed the title on purpose just to stop freaking people out, because the information
and the
part...
symbol is a cube with a ziggurat.
Oh, right.
If you squint, you can
Cool.
see the ziggurat. Yeah.
I love it. Cool. And so that is a fascist economy. Japan was a fascist economy. It did everything in marketing like it did in World War II. It basically conducted an all-out effort to mobilize. And how did people advance in Japan? They advanced simply by continuing to work, and not everybody advanced. And it was okay because they had lifetime employment. They had education of their children paid for. They had full health care. They had basically, it's not like they were going to wind up homeless or retire in poverty. They were given a pension when they got old. It's like, so yeah, if you didn't advance, it wasn't like you were going to go down. You just might never advance. Now, was it a just society? Not necessarily. Maybe many people advanced through nepotism. Maybe many people advanced by taking on this kind of intern status with their mentor, etc. But let's put it this way. Most of the time, if people weren't doing this, they weren't interested in advancing. You see what I'm saying? It's like if you didn't really have an interest in advancing.
I get it.
There's plenty of people who are just happy to show up to work. The salarymen, as they called them. Yeah. So if you were just a normal salaryman and you just said, okay, I'm just glad to work, then, well, granted, this was an extremely limited lifestyle, but people were still able to watch TV, enjoy themselves. They had a life that was no different from people in America, except it was free of crime. Effectively. And literally, I could go on about that for hours. But so you get the point. In other words, Japan is the closest publicly accessible. If you want to visit a fascist culture, go to Japan. Everybody's in uniform. Everybody's in uniform. All over the stores, women are in uniform in department stores. People are in uniform in the public stations, with the railroads and all the rest of that. Everyone's in uniform. Yeah. Children are in school uniforms.
So I'm looking at this. It has a pros and cons, like histogram, like a graph of this command economy idea. And hold on, let me zoom out here. But basically, it has a shitload of cons, but they're all propaganda level shit. But the pros are rapid economic growth, effective production of produce and goods, meaning like foodstuffs. Businesses cannot fail, and unemployment is non-existent. So just those 4 pros alone should make just make up for all the downsides of it, the theoretical downsides.
Thank you.
Governments make mistakes. These are the cons. Governments make mistakes often. Well, there you go. No response for consumer preferences. That's fixable as well. Shortages of surpluses in goods. How would we fix that? Maybe, that's something that can be done at per case basis. No incentive for inefficient firms. So then you have to deal with them separately. No voice of option in centralized governments. Well, tough luck. Limited personal choices. Yeah, stuff like that, like limited personal choice, bureaucratic systems which are inefficient. The worst one is non-incentive or innovation. Yeah, so stagnation. That was my point.
Well,
like if you're in this, there you go.
Remember, the Americans propagandize that Japan has been stagnating, and they'll present it like, oh, Japan hasn't, they're all stagnating.
Stagflation.
Well, that stagflation is totally different phenomenon. Yeah. But
then at the same time, they accuse them of artificially lowering their currency.
With
he was complaining about.
Japanese yen is going great. Japanese yen is strong against the dollar right now. And
but they keep it low to deliberately. It's not
of course,
it's failing or something.
But anybody can visit Japan, and ask yourself, visiting Japan, do you feel any of these things Brendan has just described based on this propagandistic bullshit? Does it feel like it's stagnant? Does it feel like
no, definitely not.
You're not going to feel that. You're just going to. There's all kinds of things that they show on YouTube.
I have an example about the shortages and surplus of goods. Actually, like they have this ongoing issue of rice prices, right? So rice prices are actually quite high in Japan right now. It's about $35 for 10 kilos, which is way more than what we pay here, and or most other countries. And so the government actually released from its stores its emergency rations. They actually released like thousands of tons, multi-thousands of tons to bring down the price.
Wow.
But but it didn't actually do anything to the price for some reason. So they're having to, navigate that. So that is one of the examples, I guess, we can take from that.
Sure, but it's like, comparatively speaking, compared to the quality of life, otherwise, these are...
Sounds like, when I heard that, I thought the same thing. I was like, that sounds kind of like almost petty. Like their life is so good that they're like, the rice is too expensive.
I mean, dude, it's like, take a look in America. It's like, I haven't eaten in days. I broke my arm.
I have to steal. We have to steal. Go to the shop and steal and shit.
I broke my arm and it wiped me out. It's like.
You're preaching to the choir over here.
Well,
even get my X-ray read, and I pay good money for my insurance.
And
they took 4 or 5 days to read an X-ray. It was insane.
Yeah, well, at least they didn't ask you to get in the oven and fix it. Get on the conveyor belt and fix the oven while we turn it on.
Yeah, England has its own problems.
I mean,
that's their idea of service economy.
Yeah, no shit. It's like, this is why we won World War II. You're lucky you don't live under the Nazis. They would have put you in an oven. Well, wait a second. That's what you're telling me to do. Oh,
yeah. It gets cooked anyway.
But at least you're not Jewish. They used to put people in the ovens because, the race and shit. But we
just do it because you're poor.
Now we just do it because you're poor. Yeah. Oh, and burn you alive. Yeah, at least the Jews went in dead. See, the Nazis were kind. They were merciful. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
Tell
terrible.
people about that story, and then tell them about your hand, how you're paying money for this insurance, and and the woman's not looking at your X-rays, so you fucking call the bitch, and and
Yeah, I had to call the doctor's office like 3 times, and they're like, yeah, sometimes it takes a while, 3 days, 4 days. It's just so dumb. And then they just brush it off like, oh, it's too bad, it's nothing's broken, and it's like, no, I'm still having pain, and I still haven't gotten a response. They're fucking losers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like, you're just a dollar sign. If they can't make money off you, they don't care about you.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah, it's and so now, as Musk leaves Washington with his brand and credibility in self-inflicted shambles, the new legislators of Silicon Valley technoligarchs continue to impose their prophetic visions upon us. The United States economy is shrinking for the first time in 3 years amid tariff concerns, while Trump donors are set to strike
I'm sure
gold.
he still blamed that on Biden somehow.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All this, well, the Trump donors are set to strike gold in Grönland, a high-stakes land grab for the rich. Yeah, and so, like I said, I want to get them all in one place, but let's get them all in one place here. Like I said, right off the coast of California. Not on the coast, but off the coast. Within the seabed of the Juan de Fuca Plate, as I showed both Nemo and Brendan. That way we can always turn the air off if we have to get them to agree. But to contextualize, according to a federal spending data review by the New York Times, 44 of the government contracts ended by Dodgy and Musk have been revived by federal agencies. In other words, more than $220 million worth of contracts canceled by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, acronymous as DOGE or Dodgy, have been brought back. However, Dodgy still lists 43 of those contracts on its website as having been terminated, and some were added after they had been restored. This led to several data errors on the site. Now, the White House told the Fourth Estate that the paperwork lag would be fixed. The contracts that have been rekindled include everything from software license agreements to partnerships with vendors in charge of data and records for the government. Most of the contracts came to an end in February and March amid demands that agencies make supermassive cutbacks. Agencies subsequently restored the contracts, at times only days after they had been canceled. Exemplar Grecian, the Environmental Protection Agency, restored a contract after 2.5 hours, but Dodgy still listed the contract as canceled for weeks. The contract was subsequently extended, now costing more than previously, of course. Musk and Dodgy set out to cut $1 trillion out of the $7 trillion federal budget, but the backtracking on canceled contracts revealed the difficulties of making such expansive cuts. Contractors told the Fourth Estate that Dodgy rushed to urge agencies to cancel contracts that were likely to be revived, as some were required by law, and some required skills that the government does not fucking have. White House spokesperson Harrison Fields told the New York Times, and here I quotest, the Dodgy wall of receipts provides the latest and most accurate information following a thorough assessment, which takes time. Updates to the Dodgy savings page will continue to be made promptly, and departments and agencies will keep highlighting the massive savings Dodgy is achieving. I'm choking on this. I am choking reading this. So, Dodgy has listed over 9,400 contracts it claims to have canceled, totaling $32 billion in savings. The group claims to have saved $165 billion in taxpayer funds in toto. The White House spokesperson told the New York Times that the reversals it found were...
Wasn't it supposed to be trillions?
Yeah, oh, dude. It was supposed to be 60 trillion. 60 trillion, 70 trillion. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Where's what happened? Something happened?
Yeah. Yeah, but anyhow, this White House
Freaking-
spokesperson. Yeah, go on.
The
We
Q
know.
crowd. The Q crowd came out and said, "You ain't taking our black budget, you fucking idiots."
No shit.
You know,
Oh,
we use that money,
No
to do
shit.
nothing.
I do want to bring up something tonight about what I have never told anyone. It was about Sean Stone. And Sean Stone was in touch with me for a fair amount of time. During that time that he interviewed me more than once, and when he wound up interviewing Michael Aquino. And at that time, he was completely intimidated by Michael Aquino, but did keep me up to date.
Well, you just got cut.
Did I really? Of course I did.
Yeah,
Oh, of course. That goes
like it
to the
just
same.
you cut out for a few seconds, but I think
Oh,
you're back now.
So
Yeah.
what did you hear? What did you hear?
Nothing after you said Q.
Oh God. Yeah, so what had happened was that Sean Stone was in contact with me during the few times that he had interviews with myself, and during the few times he was conducting interviews with Michael Aquino. But by the time he was interviewing Michael Aquino, he was obviously very intimidated. But one of the things that he was doing in his adult state was he was continuing to update myself. So I had never told anybody about it before. Indeed, it had really how would I say it? It had slipped my mind. And so what happened was, of course, for those of you who don't know, Michael Aquino was.
Hello?
Oh shit! Did they cut the show?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, we're on a different call, but yeah, it just cut out again.
Oh, okay. So let's see if we're broadcasting. And says the stream is still continuing. Say something. See if you register on OBS.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. So you register on OBS. Let's take a look at live streaming. Live streaming numbers are well. Timer's still going. Everything.
You sound
excellent
clear on the
connection.
stream, but maybe it's just my connection to you.
Probably. They're probably fucking with your
So-
connection. And it would make sense. But basically, it seems like every time I talk about Q, they start shutting you down. That it's like they know I'm going to repeat myself to a degree. So it's almost like they want me to repeat myself multiple times. Like that'll just finally get me to shut down on, you know, what needs to be said. So can you hear me now? You can hear me now.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Mm-hmm. So when Sean Stone, for those of you who don't remember, help me remember her name, Anya Briggs. Sean Stone was involved with, what's his name? The Minnesotan guy. The guy who was the wrestler. Who was Ventura, Jesse Ventura. So when Jesse Ventura had conspiracy theory going as a major phenomenon, and conspiracy theory was the shit, and everybody was watching conspiracy theory so they could watch, quote unquote, the bad guys get the wrath of Jesse. Jesse Ventura was hanging out with all kinds of people, and many of them were the worst of the worst. And that included Dr. Leonard Horowitz and that poor Jewish handler of his who died young. And I can imagine her dying young. She was just going through so much stress as a handler, where she was just living her entire life as a negative person and, you know, trying to fuck people over by entrapping them into weird situations, which were kind of like Candid Camera, only they were claiming they were exposing them as great evil phonies who were part of the great child trafficking conspiracy, which they are, of course, all obsessed with when it comes to Q-tard world. And but when it came to Sean Stone, he wound up getting into literal physical fights with Jesse Ventura, which didn't last long. Jesse Ventura would throw him to the ground. But when it came to Sean Stone, they were fighting over Anya Briggs, who had been sent to target and torpedo the conspiracy theory series, and she wound up destroying it. She wound up getting Jesse Ventura and Sean Stone fighting each other, and they were all, you know, fighting over her, and in the end, she brought the series down. But it had so psychologically damaged Sean Stone, he didn't know left from right or up from down, and he decided he was going to become a Muslim. And then he wound up becoming a Muslim in some weird cult in Turkey that had nothing to do with real Islam. It was just like some sex cult of some cult leader in Turkey that he got involved with. And so Anya Briggs got him turned on to that while he was claiming to be a Muslim. It was really just a load of shit. And but one of the things that he told me was that Michael Aquino had actually rendezvoused with Donald Trump. Now, this was on June 24th of 1916. So I'll probably talk about that in monologue tonight if I continue monologue or go much further. All I know is that it was described in detail. I was shown some footage, only he showed it to me without sending me any links because he never published it. In other words, he showed me via the screen share on Skype. And so when he showed me this footage, Michael Aquino was on the Trump property, and that was at Turnberry in Scotland. And that's because Trump was considering it for the Open, the Golf Open tournament. And Aquino had rendezvoused with him, not to play golf, but so they could discuss his becoming president. And Trump was, at that time, June of 2016, really still a presidential hopeful. And so they did get together to discuss Brexit, which had just happened, and how that showed that all the waves were going their way, and it was time to surf the wave and bring Trump into the White House and shit. So I was shown footage of this, and I'll describe what I can remember of it later on in monologue tonight. While it won't be much, but it certainly goes to show where Trump is coming from. And Trump is just another Q-tard, just like Putin. This is evinced by my having rendezvoused with Alexander Dugin in the days when Aquino was still not only just alive, but also in actual power. I'm sure you're surprised by none of this, but with that, I'm going to ask a favor.
Say the least.
Yeah. Going to ask our man Brendan and our man Nemo if they can hold the stage for just a few moments while I just take another short break. Been drinking a lot of tea, want to take a short break. Sheila Gavin says, "Dearest Douglas and Brendan, I hear you both very well. Thank you so much, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly, honey." And so let me give her a nice big kiss. So let's make certain Nemo is able to talk. Hey, Nemo, how are you? Nemo, are you there? You back with us? See if we can get you to express yourself.
Isn't he AFK?
Is that what he said? If he went out for a smoke?
BRB.
Yeah, he said BRB. He should be right back. I mean, how long does it take him to smoke? Did they what do they call it? Yowie? Yowie's the Australian Bigfoot. Did the Yowie get him when he went outside?
Well, it is Australia. I think a BRB is like 2 hours at least.
Yeah. Jesus Christ! But what would he be doing outside? What would he be doing?
Smoking.
Gee, for 2 hours? Jesus Christ! Yeah, that's like.
Yeah, that's at least
What the fuck is he smoking? He needs to share that shit.
It's at least three fags and just chilling.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. By the way, for those of you who don't know, you might be too young. Fag used to mean cigarette back in the day, and it's definitely but they still use that sort of terminology. Places like Australia, our man Brendan's got it right. You say you don't think you do well in Australia? By the way, do you need to find something to read? Yeah, do you need to find something to read while I'm gone for a few minutes? Or can you handle it? You can just handle it.
Not really, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go mute.
And no, I wouldn't visit Australia unless it was worthwhile.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm curious. The only reason I would go down below the equator is just to experience, just to observe for myself, like the whole how the stars look and everything.
Understood.
So,
that makes sense. Okay.
Just to see what the outlook is like.
Okay, so I should be back in about 5-ish, 7-ish, and go on mute for now. Okay? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank God for Brendan.
All right. Okay. Yes. Yeah, so regarding the current events, there's so many things going on as usual. Just briefly perusing what the Japanese have, some of their, observations. It says microplastics. I know this is not news per se, but it's actually a very real phenomenon. Microplastics are so widespread that they're discoverable at all ocean depths, according to international researchers that work with JAMS Tech, which is Japanese research agency for marine earth science and technology. They analyzed data from 1,800 sampling stations and have, since 2014, up to 2024, and they say every single sample they've taken from any depth has microplastics. So that's how much plastic we've produced and dumped in the oceans. That basically it's ubiquitous. These small microplastics take more time to sink, and they affect marine ecosystems over long periods of time. The sea has become a large quote unquote bank for these microplastics, and that basically, it's ubiquitous. They found it all over the earth. So, that's problematic. Fish and other creatures can easily ingest them, causing concerns over the influence of the ecosystem. So, if you're eating fish from the sea, seafood, various things like that, you're going to be imbibing these microplastics, which are definitely not something you want to have in your system. So that's shocking, to say the least. And then when it comes to like India, Pakistan, apparently the ceasefire is in place. The standoff continues despite the ceasefire, but so far everything is no notable action has been taken as of today, Sunday. But so yeah, India claimed it was retaliating for a terror attack in Kashmir and various issues they have with each other. But this has been going on, for years. So they just, there's nothing really happening in that sense until the worst happens. So there you go. So India, Pakistan, but I saw many jokes about it. Like what if they hit the call centers, that would do us all a favor. And I'm currently looking at the German broadcaster, but it's in Deutsch. So let me try and switch it to English so I don't have to translate on the fly. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. So let's see. Oh, maybe I have it set to German. So Papst Leo the 14th. About that. Let's see here. Now I'm stuck on the German version of it, so we're gonna have to find some other alternatives here. Just give me a second. Yeah. Oh, and then apparently Newark is in, complete chaos. The airport there is basically shut down. So Newark, New Jersey, the airport chaos. Can it repeat itself at other airports in the summer? Air traffic controls break down and everything goes wrong. It says the chaos is unlikely to repeat anywhere else. So, sounds crazy, but, for the past 10 days, U.S. travelers are in chaos in Newark Airport because of disruptions that began on April 28th when loss in communications in a radar tower kicked off a ripple effect of delays and cancellations, etc. I think those people or whoever worked in that facility actually quit. They actually left the job, walked off the job, so that's shocking. So for people of, New Jersey, but I don't know if the Newark airport was as popular as it was before. It used to be one of the bigger ones, so I'm not sure how many people it's affecting. Most people go through like JFK in New York City or whatever, various other ones, Dulles and all these other regionals. There's a lot of airports up there. So yeah, and in that case, that's basically what I have to say when it comes to that. I wonder what Doug is up to. He's back yet or not? Let's see. So, is anyone else on the call? Or just myself? Okay, so let's see. What else do we got? I guess I could translate straight from German. Um, Poland is blaming Russia for sabotage. Sounds likely. Putin is basically going to meet in Istanbul with Erdogan, and I think Zelensky is actually offering to do a peace talk there when they're all together. So that would be shocking, but also cool. They did that, in my opinion. Let's see. The Kashmir conflict. So we're talking about India here. We already covered that. Yeah, and then and that whole trip about Bill Gates is going to give away his fortune through the foundation that they own, him and Melinda, by 2045. I mean, it's just so I don't know how that's newsworthy, really. I mean, it's like, what else are they going to do with it? Like, and a lot of these things, like, people don't realize that, if you have that level of wealth and you die with it in your bank account, that affects you negative. Your karma is negatively affected because you didn't redistribute all that wealth. So that's why all these billionaires, they always give away their money before they die, in that sense, because it is actually a karmic burden. If you die and then someone has to sort through your income or whatever's left, that goes for anyone, because it just is like a ripple effect. Like, if you die and leave money behind, then people fight for it and all that, and then that actually falls upon you, even though you're already dead. So that's something to keep in mind. Yeah. So it's saying here, this is interesting. I don't think they've translated this article to English. Great Britain and the generation of non-smokers. So there's a lot of people quitting smoking, as which I've noticed as well. Like, whether it's even the people that take up vaping, they end up stopping anyways, or they just get hooked on vape. But as a whole, smoking tobacco is gone pretty much. Like, it's low. Even here in California, like, it's almost shocking when you smell a cigarette. It used to be very ubiquitous, but now it's like you get hit by cigarette smoke. Like, just if you notice, you notice it more because it's not as common. So yeah, so that's some stuff that I noticed. Yeah, tariff emergency fund. Yeah, I like that. This is someone writing an online article. They're saying now it's time to start a tariff emergency fund, as if any of us have any savings at all. Like, I mean, that's a joke. It's something like over 50% of Americans don't have a savings, and I think people listening will understand that. Like, people are living paycheck to paycheck, and they act like it's some kind of.
So I've gotten back just in time to hear people are living paycheck to paycheck, and they act like what? They're acting like. Okay, go on.
Well, I'm just saying the sentiment is that, like, oh, it's because you guys are spending too much, or you have some kind of impulse buy issue, and it's like, no, it's you can't live off low salaries and things are expensive. Like, I mean,
there you go.
You have to live paycheck to paycheck. It's not, no normal person would want that choice, obviously. Yes. Like, obviously there's neurosis in people that can't handle money, but not 50% of the population. That's what's so insane about it. Yeah. Like, you really think 50% of the population just has impulse buy issues? I mean, no, they can't save money because everything's fucked. The economy's toast.
Hey, you kept good numbers. Yeah, we're at good numbers.
The article I was referencing was just this rando writing for this online tabloid shit saying, it's time to start a tariff emergency fund. Calculate your cost of living and save for these tariffs. And it's like, as if anyone would be able to do that. They're so out of touch. Yeah.
Thank you. Just there you go. Granted, when I'm left trying to provide suggestions for surviving in these troubled times, There's very little else we can say except something that's vapid or stupid, but we understand that when Brendan and I say it, we've qualified it before. Honestly, there's nobody in the United States today that's working your average job that has the capacity to save anything of any substance. You know, when they're saying, for instance, oh, you know, you've got to put, you know, the only way you could do it would be this one example I saw.
Have your car totaled.
Well, actually, the way this one person expressed it is basically they live in their car, and that's the only way they can save for retirement. They live in their car, and they piss and shit in a pot. That's basically
literally.
it. They piss and shit in a pot, literally. They live in their car, and that is the only way they can save for retirement. And that's effectively what we're down to. Okay, at this point, there's no point living. It's like, I would just start knocking off gas stations. If you wind up in jail, how different is
They
that?
don't have cash anymore.
Oh yeah, good point. You know what? Yeah, good point. I'm showing my age. I mean, crime is becoming impossible. When they say something like only 20% of the population uses cash, you know, and you know we're all borderline criminals who do. It's outrageous. It's no longer a world that I am not operating on the level that most people are operating on for the normal functions in life, you know, such as purchases and the like, or you know, going in hotels, staying in hotels and the like, where everything is done by you know, credit. It's awful. So all that being said, it is what it is.
Here's the latest analyst from Yale's budget lab. Trump's tariffs may add up to $5,000 to the average family's annual grocery costs. I mean, like, that's not even plausible. I mean, that's not even like a plausible number for most people to deal with. So I don't. Obviously, within a year or two, everything's going to collapse. I mean, like the bottom will fall out.
Yeah,
that's like an actual stat. $5,000 on top of what we're already fucking paying, you know, it's over. Yeah.
Certainly, it's the end of the world as we know it, and everybody should be aware of that. But Trump's solution is, like I was trying to say to Holly and help me out here. I'm sorry. What's his name? Troy Bellamy. Thank you. When they wouldn't buy it when we said, you know, Trump is going to start a war. That it's basically, once the economy crashes, his solution will be, oh well, we'll start a war.
So that way he can't get voted out, because everyone would try to get him out after that.
That's as a matter of fact, that's the only option he would have. And he certainly made enough enemies, but you know, he's got all kinds of idiots out there who would sign up, and they'll launch the war. It doesn't mean they'll win, but then once their asses are kicked, then I can explain to them all how it got to this point. You know, when we're picking up all the pieces. But this is where we're heading, and you know, that's when, of course, I couldn't get my point across because I was obstructed. Not that they're malevolent people. I mean, it's partly just simply I couldn't believe what I was running across was Holly and Troy didn't believe anyone would go to war. Yet Holly believes somehow that there's massive private armies that corporations have that could take over entire nations. Oh, but people will fight when they're getting paid well like that. Well, you don't understand. The corporations will only pay elite mercenary forces well, not draftees who need to be trained.
I was going to say, you can't pay everyone like a mercenary wage. It's not possible.
Yes, of course not, because you're paying someone a mercenary wage because they know what they're doing. Exactly. And what people don't understand
they're
is
already trained, which is where all the cost is. The sunk cost is the training.
Yes,
which is what governments are for.
That's right. So they're trained by
standing armies.
they're trained by governments, and then they wind up going private because they have confidence in what they're doing. But your average mercenary is not just a man with guns. Your average mercenary who operates the computer system, the satellite
Right.
positioning system, the surveillance system, or the radio, which is a far more complicated process than people might realize. Somebody just a good
Yeah.
ham radio expert, etc. These are also mercenaries. So when you're getting together a mercenary army, it's not cheap, and it better be fucking worth it. Now, when societies fight wars, the idea is you win the war and the defeated party pays by giving up their resources, giving up their labor, giving up basically compensating you for your effort by surrendering all kinds of privileges to you, which is how we know the Allies never won World War II, because it was the opposite. It was the Axis nations that got all those privileges and reindustrialized. It's like the logic speaks for itself. But I'll go a bit more into it tonight because it was VE Day in both Russia and the USUC, the United States, United Kingdom. So I'll explain that to people. I mean, I did want to make a point about Dodgy, but definitely our man Brendan was making a point about the economy. And so finish up, take your time. If you got anything else to say, do say it. Take your time.
I was gassing out for a little bit there. I didn't even, I reached the end of what I was extrapolating, and then I had to do some trolling.
Okay. And that's fine.
But I found some interesting items.
Okay.
I'll see.
Sure.
Nothing terrible.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Good.
Yeah, and the Germans, by the way, they don't call it India-Pakistan war. They call it Der Kashmir Konflikt.
Excellent.
So,
Excellent. That makes perfect sense, and much better for it. As I said,
and Kashmir, like you've said, is been experiencing this kind of shit since the 80s, right? At least, or 70s maybe.
Oh yeah. I mean,
this is nothing new.
Ever since the end of World War II, essentially, it's ever
Right.
since the end of World War II. By that I mean, of course, the Pacific War. Remember, of course, everybody, World War II did end in the Pacific, but not until 1952. World War II in the Atlantic theater has never ended. Which is what I'll have to get into in describing the VE days in both Russia and the USUC, United States, United Kingdom, and comparing them. And everybody go back to my latest episode before tonight's and hear what I said about that. I mean, while Brendan's here, I can repeat some points and, some points to be made that really stand out. Just let me open up my calendar, as a matter of fact. I shouldn't be opening up the YouTube channel, but the calendar.
Yeah, one other thing is
Sure.
I brought up was Bill Gates giving away his money by 2045. You've heard of that, I'm sure.
Oh, tell us about this. It's like I shut down. I shut down. When I see that guy, I just shut down. It's like
I don't know how that's what I was saying, is like, I don't know how they're giving this shit even any airtime. It's like, what else are you gonna do with billions and billions of dollars? It's like you can't take it with you when you die and shit.
Yeah.
So but he's saying he's gonna put it all into Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and then it's gonna get given away from there by 2045. But the reason why they do that is because whoever is advising them, like the top officials or who actually runs the shit, they tell them that basically the karmic burden of, if you die with a bunch of money in your bank account, that karmic debt goes to that being, whoever owned it, because it's like you're taking energy out of the system and not recycling it.
Yeah.
So it's like and then like if you leave money in a bank account and you die, then everyone's fighting over it and all that, and that's on you, even though you're already dead karmically. So that's why these people always give it away before they die, or at least the people in the know.
Oh yeah.
Spiritually in the know, or they're told, look, you can't die with this money. You have to give it out or do something with it.
Yeah.
So that's all I was pointing out.
Of course. No, that's eternal. And this goes back to the more enlightened societies all the way back into ancient history, and certainly was carried out throughout the Middle Ages by the church. That was the church's responsibility, was to approach the wealthy on their deathbeds and let them know that you're not taking that with you. You need to... the church was actually the social welfare state. And they did an effective job of it. Yeah, for almost 1,000 years. So when I was on last episode, I was telling people about it was the 71st anniversary of the fall of Dien Bien Phu in 1954, and it was the 80th anniversary of the surrender of the forces in the field, the Reichsforces, or the Reichswaffe, on Hochdeutschland, or High Germany. Am I pronouncing that correctly? The surface world, Germany, where the
Hochdeutschland.
Thank you. Where the forces in the field surrendered and the forces afloat at sea. But this had nothing to do with the Nazi political system, because the Allies refused to hold any negotiations with what they declared was a criminal state, and therefore the Nazis had no choice but to go into exile. There was no there was no room for negotiations because the Allies were demanding unconditional surrender. And as a result...
So the original idea was to, go to Antarctica and then negotiate? Was that the original idea? Or?
No, they knew that there was no negotiation. They thought that maybe the killing of Roosevelt, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, would bring that about.
Right.
That was one of the conditions. What the Nazis were seeking was three major conditions. The irreplaceable elements were the removal of FDR, the cessation of the Allied bombing campaign, and a one-front war. Once all of that was accomplished, the world was theirs. They could beat the Soviets with one hand tied behind their back. So so I will go into that a bit more in monologue. But my point was that with the surrender of the Reichsforces in the field and the exile of the government, then what happened was that, look at the dates, 1945 to 1954. Not only are they transposed numbers, 45 to 54, remember that to the West, to the Europeans, World War II was 9 years, 39 to 45. With the invasion of Poland, all the way to 1945, that's 9 years. So 39 to 45, 9 years of World War II, and then 45 to 54, that's 9 years. 9 years between World War II and then the fall of Dien Bien Phu, which was the fall of France. With the fall of Dien Bien Phu was the fall of the French Empire. And that's when the French had to retreat back into France, and they lost...
From Indochina.
Yes, Indochine. They lost Indochina. And that's a substantial population and amount of territory that was under the Roman Catholic Church, because the French were Catholic.
Right.
So, it was a loss to the church, it was a loss to France, it was a loss of the West. It was the fall of the West. It was like a second fall after Singapore. So then you go just a few years further to 1956 and you had the Suez Canal crises. Well, go back a few years back from 1939. In 1937 was the beginning of the Sino-Japanese conflict. So the Sino-Japanese conflict started in December of 1937 with the Marco Polo Bridge incident, and that's 2 years before World War II in Europe. So from 37 to 45, and that's a 11 to 12 year period of conflict in Asia, and then you ratchet that up from 45, 12 years forward, 11 years, 1956, and that's the Suez Canal crises, when the French, the British, and the Israelis invaded Egypt, captured the Suez Canal, and Israel said, we now control world trade. And that's when Eisenhower said, we're going to go to war with Israel, and every Jew in the United States better start thinking like a fucking American instead of like a goddamn Jew. Imagine any president saying that today. And that's when the Israelis retreated. Now, understand, Eisenhower was going to go to war against Britain, France, and Israel. And that was within 12 years, 11 years, basically 11 years, just like the Sino-Japanese War was 11 years. In Asia, World War II was 11 years. Ratchet forward 11 years, and you have the fall of the Suez Canal and the fall of the Allies. That's when the Allies, France, Britain, and Israel, were going to fight the United States, and the United States would have taken them all down at once. That was like, this is where we're at. This is so how can anyone say there was a united Allied front? It all went to shit within the same period of time. 9 years to World War II, and then 9 years later, the fall of Dien Bien Phu, which brings the Americans into the Vietnam War. 11 years for the Sino-Japanese conflict in Asia, and then 11 years after 1945, you've got
Yeah,
1956.
same here. Apparently, early on, Ho Chi Minh was
Pro-American.
cool.
Yeah.
He was cool with the Americans. Yeah.
Yeah.
He
They
was
held
not
a victory
anti-American
parade.
at the onset. Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
they had a big victory parade in which the Americans were, the Viet Cong, Viet Minh, they all marched for the Americans, before the Americans in review. Yeah, all that's
Damn, we
true.
fumbled that shit. Yeah, holy shit.
Yeah, and that was, all Americans will claim that, and they'll all complain that, but it had to happen. Don't forget, the Japanese won the war, and the Japanese said,
Yeah, in the wake of the French defeat, French, Vietnamese, and representatives from U.S. and China met in Geneva in 1954 to discuss the future of Indochina.
Yeah.
The French and Viet Minh agreed a ceasefire, and then along the 17th parallel, I see. It set up the Vietnam War later.
That's right.
Got
And
it.
then the Americans spent the rest of eternity in Paris with the peace talks for Vietnam. And
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
So this went on forever. That's when you had France almost went communist. That's when you had the students perform that supermassive sit-in at the Sorbonne. It was nothing like what you saw in the United States. We're talking about the French students took over the Sorbonne. And that was, France was just this side of going communist. That's why de Gaulle had to set up a command economy. De Gaulle said, we're at fucking war, and the communists are going to take France if we don't do something. Of course, he concentrated totally on France, and he sacrificed Algeria, which was, in my opinion, the most self-destructive thing he could ever do. Yes.
Did they know it had oil at the time, or he just didn't care?
He was... How would I say it? Something was wrong with with de Gaulle. It was
Right.
something that he didn't. I don't understand how he could not perceive. But then again, it was their
He
Vietnam
was an old
War.
drunkard or something.
Yeah, there was all kinds of problems. But he was like he definitely. Let's put it this way. It was a conflict that was France's Vietnam. So he couldn't. A lot of these people just gave up with their Vietnam conflicts. The British had Malaysia, which they claimed was a great victory, and they were fighting the Japanese throughout that time, really. It was an extension of World War II. The Japanese were there at the fall of Dien Bien Phu. People can look that up. Japanese officers were training the Vietnamese how to bring the French down. The Japanese were carrying on their war, and how people don't understand this is beyond me. Americans occupied South Korea, or the Korean Peninsula, while fighting the Korean War. Americans occupied South Vietnam while fighting the Vietnam War. The idea that the Americans were in quote-unquote occupation of Japan, yet couldn't be fighting Japanese.
Oh, yeah, and get this.
Yeah.
Bao Dai, or excuse me, Ngo Dinh, Diem.
Yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce it. It says the U.S. appointed Ngo Diem to lead South Vietnam. He also collaborated with the Japanese.
Yeah.
So the Japanese forced them to basically capitulate and deal with this guy. Am I reading this correctly?
Absolutely.
They said you have to deal with our guy, and then they're claiming, it's because his Catholicism appealed to the West. It's like, no, it's the Japanese told them, you have to deal with this guy.
That's right. Yeah. That's Ngo Dinh Diem. Ngo Dinh Diem. Mm-hmm. And the other man you were mentioning was Bao Dai, was the emperor of Vietnam, and Ngo Dinh Diem was the prime minister under Bao Dai.
Exactly. That's what they're talking about here.
Yeah. And so
it says the U.S. did not sign the second agreement, instead establishing its own government in South Vietnam.
What happened was that John Fitzgerald Kennedy, don't forget, as I've mentioned before, John Fitzgerald Kennedy had the Japanese captain who had sank his PT boat. The man who rammed his PT boat was behind John F. Kennedy when John F. Kennedy was sworn in for president. He very much knew the Japanese were the power players, that they had won the war, and acknowledged that. And he was on a friendly level with them, but he signed off, later on regretted it for the rest of his short life. He signed off on the CIA assassination of Ngo Dinh Diem, So when the CIA assassinated No Dien Them, that signed Kennedy's death warrant. And Kennedy later said, I'd like to tear apart the CIA and burn it to the ground and cast its ashes to the four winds. He said all this knowing this was going to be the death of him. So there's also the Japanese factor in taking out JFK. So don't forget that everybody wanted JFK dead. Poor son of a bitch. And in this case, he was the victim because, this is why he hated the CIA. And there you go.
Oh, here's some breaking news.
Yeah.
U.S. and China say they've agreed to pause additional tariffs for 90 days after trade talks in Switzerland. Damn, so the Swiss had to regulate. Jeez.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And I told you.
And this, how long can we last with these 90-day delays, and then the economy crashes, and then another 90-day delay?
Till he starts the war.
It can't go on forever.
Till he starts the war. And
so what, like 1 year?
it's like
2 years, maybe.
It's like I can't imagine this going on a few years.
No, there's no way.
I mean,
sorry to interrupt this train of thought, but this is just what came in.
No, it's important, and I do want people to know I'm ignoring it. It's almost beneath my dignity to talk about that. It's almost like beneath my dignity to try and analyze that, because
it's like, what would you expect?
It's like,
I don't even know why they're reporting it.
It's one of these things that, not that I'm chastising or chiding Brendan for bringing it up, but rather it's one of those things that I saw and just ignored. But since Brendan brought it up, I want people to understand, yes, I'm aware of it, but it's like Brendan said, how is this news? It's like, okay, they meeting together in Switzerland, they would have to be stark, raving mad to say, oh, I'm taking it all away. Yeah, we're going chicken, man. We're going chicken head to head, man. And just, take their economies down. They're just going to, really?
Blow up the world economies.
Yeah, really? I mean, that would cause as much damage as pushing the nuclear button that we used to fantasize about, which would have done effectively nothing, as opposed to this.
Yeah, this is debatably worse. Shit.
At least temporarily. Inarguably worse. Inarguably worse. They'd press the button,
Definitely.
and like I said, most of the fucking missiles would just explode in their silos. So it's not like they'd really do much damage to each other. That's why they had to build so many fucking missiles. They knew the majority of them were not going to work. At any rate, when it comes to this and the example I gave right now about Dien Bien Phu, the Suez Canal, all the rest of this, the Allies falling apart, so let me try and get back into it, but by all means, interject. I do want people to know that Musk also said that Dodgy would share the details of its work publicly, saying that they can name the specifics line by line, but the New York Times found several errors on the so-called wall of receipts, often inflating the supposed savings. Dodgy has taken credit for ending programs that finished years or at times decades ago. It has also counted the same cancellations.
Talk about redundant.
Yeah, and it's also counted the same cancellations more than once, and at one point shared a claim that jumbled billion and million. I mean, this guy can't even get his numbers straight. Now, and so this month, Dodgy removed a contract that had been canceled for less than a day, but also added 5 revived contracts to its terminations list, claiming $57 million in savings, which had already been restored. Now, contractor Larry Aldrich was told in February that his contract doing web design, making videos for the Department of the Veterans Affairs site for veterans with PTSD, had been canceled, and the agreement was reinstated within a fortnight. Within a fortnight, literally 14 nights, it has 12 weeks. Aldrich told the Fourth Estate, the VA cannot do this work on its own. They don't have the manpower or the skill set. Now, the reversal started in the middle of February, less than a month into President Donald Trump's second stint in the White House. On February 14th, Rachel Romero and her husband lost their contract offering leadership training to Agriculture Department attorneys. They regained $45,000 in revenue when all their other federal business had dried up, herself telling the New York Times, "We lost all the income that we were planning for a calendar year 2025. We had to sell our house. We're in the process of moving into a condo." Well, you know, gee, these guys used to have it fat. So,
Shit.
yeah. It's yeah, but the department told
Bummer.
yeah, hard to feel sorry for somebody who had so much to lose. The department told the Fourth Estate that it revived the contracts after finding that it was required by law. Romero adding that she believed the reversal was due to a personal intervention by one attorney in the department, who Romero said was retired a fortnight, 14 nights, it has 12 weeks later. Now, regarding contract reversals, the Department of Veterans Affairs comes up on top with 16 canceled and revived contracts. According to veterans groups speaking to the Fourth Estate, some of the contracts were required by law, noting that one contract was for a contractor who helped veterans search for military records as evidence when applying for benefits, which was restored after just 8 days. My, how these guys get all the breaks. Now, even with the revived contracts, experts say, well, they can only conclude and confirm that Daje's cuts have damaged all the quality of government services. Whatever quality there was is now non-existent. The executrix directress of the Yale Budget Lab, Martha Gimbel, recently told The Guardian there doesn't seem to be an approach to dig in on places where government services could really be improved. Any improvement in government services takes time. You have to invest. You have to build it out. You have to figure out how to fix it. There has clearly been a degeneration of government services. Now, Daje claimed to have saved $38 million over several years at the Department of Education after ending a contract to manage a data repository about schools across the country. However, advocates and lawmakers pushed back, proving that the law required the information to be gathered for the government to know which schools were even eligible for some grants. The contract was resurrected after 18 days. However, $17 million in funding had somehow gone missing. Oh, I know who has it. I think it's in the pocket of Elon Musk. Why don't you check his back pocket? It's on his credit card. It's on his plastic. That's where it went. At any rate.
Well, he already lost it. Whatever he stole.
Yeah. And yes.
That's like, I think that's the sick irony about it.
Thank you. And yes, I have contracted the White House for comment. And of course, they have never responded. The government of Canada was much more responsive once I emphasized that I was tutoring in the liberal arts of the social subjects, with the offices of Mark Carney himself quoting him in his warning that the 80-year period of American imperial economic leadership is over, thereby confirming that the United States of America is no longer the anchor of global trade. Trump's Liberation Day may be the first step in America's exit from its role as the world's economic anchor and trusted trade ally. That's according to Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, who didn't hold back in a press conference shortly after reciprocal tariffs on American imperial automotives were announced. During the recent announcement, Carney said, "The system of global trade anchored on the United States is over. The 80-year period when the United States embraced the mantle of global economic leadership is over. While this is a tragedy, it is also the new reality." As the former head of both the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England, and an Oxford-Harvard-trained economist, Carney certainly has the experience needed to help Canada navigate this new reality. But his stern warning is rippling far beyond Canadian borders. Throughout the new Trilateral Commission of Europe, Japan, and Canada, According to the BBC, world leaders, including the Empire of Japan's Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba and the EU Commission chieftainess Ursula von der Leyen, say the ongoing trade war will have dire consequences for millions of people across the world and undermine the global trading system. The past 12 months are just the beginning of the chaos that's coming. Threats to national sovereignty have a way of clarifying the mind. America is a dying star. When stars die, they can either explode into supernovae or cave in as black holes, sucking everything in around them and crushing them in their gravity, or as supernova exploding outward, burning everyone around them and extinguishing all life in their galaxy by the resultant radioactive outburst. Either way, you want to be as far away from the cataclysm as possible. Canada and the rest of the world need to start running right now. Because 80 years later, both Trump and Putin brand World War II a victory and congratulate each other on the victory in World War II like they secured it themselves together. Only Putin is targeting victory in the Ukraine as Trump pushes for a truce. Trump and Putin are both learning the wrong lesson from World War II. Now, twice in the past 14 a fortnight, literally 14 nights, it has 12 weeks, U.S. President Donald Trump has stated that the United States' involvement in World War II was the decisive factor in the promulgated Allied victory. These statements may seem trivial, but what makes them notable is that the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has long been especially keen to tout Moscow's contribution to the Allied cause during World War II. In fact, if there is one thing that Putin takes seriously and cares deeply about, it is Russia's purportedly pivotal role in winning World War II. That is why, following Trump's remarks, a Russian foreign ministry spokesperson asserted that, at present, the people of the United States, the American nation, and the state of America do not know their own history. As Putin destroyed Russia's future and his own legacy, the question of who should get the most credit for winning World War II may be the wrong question to ask in the first place. By the way, another thing to point out is, wow, you suck. The United States, United Kingdom held its VE Day, or Victory in Europe Day, on Thursday, as dated the 8th of May, and the Russians hold it on the 9th. It was Friday, as dated the 9th of May. Both of these nations have a VE Day. But only you suck. The United States and the United Kingdom used to have what they used to call a VJ Day, meaning Victory over Japan Day, until the Japanese said, hey, cut that shit out. We won the fucking war, and they had to change it to VP Day, or Victory in the Pacific Day, so they wouldn't focus it on Japan, because the Japanese won the war and could tell them what to fucking do. But aside from that, the Russians have no VJ Day. Yet the Russians claim, when you go on YouTube and you watch all these videos, they say, oh, the Soviets stormed Manchuria, and that's what caused the Japanese to surrender, not the atomic bomb. All the academics have been pushing that drivel now, and YouTube,
now it's ubiquitous. Yeah.
And YouTube regurgitates or parrots that shit. Brendan can attest to that. But tell us, how come if the Russians won World War II against Japan, brought them to the surrender table no less, Japan and Russia are still at war, and Russia has no VJ Day? Yeah, how do you explain that? Incredible. Must be one of those. Did they simply forget? Maybe they're so politically correct they thought it would be offensive. Oh, they're colored. Yeah, we can't do that. What a load of shit. What a load of fucking
Maybe
shit.
because they would have to make it, a defeat day. We got our asses kicked by Japan Day.
Thank you.
That's why they don't mention it. Yeah.
Thank you. Somehow it's just conveniently forgotten. Meanwhile, they brainwash themselves till they really believe this shit. Now, 25 years ago this week, Russia's first democratically elected president, Boris Yeltsin, formally handed over power to a hand-picked successor. Yeltsin's final exhortation to the young Vladimir Putin, who had been selected by a clique of oligarchs as a safe pair of hands who would protect their interests, well, Yeltsin's last words were, "Take care of Russia." Today, those oligarchs are long gone. The majority of them dead or in gulags. But Putin remains. The Russia that he has created has, in many ways, changed unrecognizably over a single generation. Today's Russia finds itself isolated from the West, cut off from international flights and banking systems, their dictator wanted by the International Criminal Court, no less, NATO massively expanded along its borders, the capital under concerted attack from Ukrainian drones, which works so much better than the shit he gets from Iran himself, and until very recently part of its territory occupied by a foreign army supplied with American weapons. In other ways, of course, Putin's Russia is all too familiar to earlier Soviet generations, and never more so than on the May 9th Victory Day, the 80th anniversary celebrations of the USSR's propagandized defeat of Nazism featured serried ranks of tanks and rockets, goose-stepping troops parading on Moscow's Red Square, buildings draped in scarlet banners featuring Hero of the Greater Soviet Union medals and Greater Soviet generals. The North Korean officers that Putin personally congratulated for their role in helping to liberate Kursk from invading Ukrainians wore uniforms and medals of late Soviet cut, while the Russian officers harked back to an earlier tradition of high-collared tunics favored by Marshal Zhukov's wartime generation. They are stuck in World War II cosplay, people. They are reenactors. They are not in reality. Under Yeltsin, Victory Day was a commemoration of a promoted victory over fascism in the Second World War and a celebration of the wartime alliance that made victory possible. Bill Clinton even attended in 1995. But today's Victory Day is no longer solely about the past, but rather stands as a symbol of Putin's vision for the future. Troops from, of all places, Market Leninist China on the Asian mainland, North Korea, Vietnam, and Kazakhstan, countries with little historical connection to the Great Patriotic War, if any at all, marched in Moscow alongside their Russian comrades. That's a decidedly Asian group of armies to have marching. Does this mean Moscow is under occupation by a new Genghis Khan? I am really shocked to see a wave of Oriental faces on the screen. And on the podium, Putin sat alongside Russia's most important partner in arms and crime, or most honestly, the new economic overlord, Communist China's Xi Jinping. Under Putin, Victory Day has become a display of unity among autocratic Orientalist regimes, still loyal to their communist heritage and bound by a shared defiance of the democratic Western world and all our values. In Russia's case, this new order is underpinned by a militaristic and ultra-nationalist ancestor cult, a cult of ancestor worship of the World War II dead. Putin has appropriated the memory of a war that forms the lived experience of, by now, only a minuscule, a tiny handful of centenarians, and made it the heart of his own regime's legitimacy. Yet the Greater Soviet Union, for all its social conservatism, was paradoxically founded on the embrace of the future. It was, ostensibly, a state that demanded sacrifices of its people in the name of a bright collective communist world to come. But the tropes revived to underpin Putin's kleptocratic autocracy, from Tsarist-era nationalism to the cult of the Great Patriotic War, have only a limited appeal to a new generation of atheistic, net-savvy, naturally capitalist, and interconnected young Russians. Unlike Red China or the Greater Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics, Russia has no highly developed government and party structure, no powerful and long-established state ideology of collective prosperity, and no towering achievements in space exploration or world-awing urban and technological development to unite behind. But while the Great Parade may be a mere symbol and spectacle, really a betrayal of how weak Russia truly is, many of the more sinister elements of Soviet's life have returned with very real menace. Postmodern Russians, like their grandparents, must watch what they say and face imprisonment for disagreeing with the party line, in this case no longer that of the communists, but the Putinist party line. Exemplare gratiae by calling the Ukrainian invasion a war instead of a special military operation. Television is once again pure propaganda, and thousands of Russian dissidents try to rebuild their lives in exile in the West. Do ordinary Russians truly believe the Kremlin's messaging that Kiev is run by liberal fascists out to turn the world gay? And that Putin is saving them from a hostile takeover by the homosexual West? The poet and critic Dmitry Bykov, in exile in these United States since being labeled a foreign agent by the Russian state in 2022, observes, and here I quote his tea, "The Russian people have always been spectators of their country's politics. It's like theater. Today's Russian does what is expected of them. Sometimes he applauds, sometimes he wolf whistles, but he is not required to actually believe. Everyone knows that the man on the stage is not Prince Hamlet, but Sir Laurence Olivier. Nobody believes that what is happening on the stage is actually true. But after the Ukraine invasion, the theater is coming more like circus. The people are not stupid. They watch and laugh nervously and see how low the actors will go. It's like limbo. Remember limbo? You lower the bar, and then you dance under it from an awkward position so that everybody got to look at the woman's crotch and tits and nipples while they brushed up against the bar and shit. Now, Putin himself believes that he is the savior of his country. Asked recently by BBC's Steve Rosenberg whether he had looked after Russia as Yeltsin had once exhorted him, Putin's reply was defiant. At his annual press conference last December, Putin said, "I have not only looked after Russia, but rather we have pulled back from the brink of an abyss. We were heading to a total loss of sovereignty, and without sovereignty, Russia cannot exist as an independent state." Now, Putin never explained who he believed was threatening Russia, how, or even why. For most of his quarter-century in power, Western countries have been all too happy to make money in partnership with Russia, either by selling its people goods and services, or, in the case of the United Germany, building an entire economic model based on reliable supplies of cheap Russian natural gas. That was all the fault of, help me out here, Brendan, was it not, that dyke bitch who everybody claimed was Hitler's daughter when she looked nothing like him. Fuck, I bleached her name from my memory.
Merkel?
Oh, God, help me out here again. Say it again.
Merkel.
Angela Merkel. Thank you so much. See, our man Nemo remembered. Brendan's probably fallen asleep, poor fellow. Thank you, Nemo. Appreciate that profoundly.
She looks like a troll. Yeah, ugly bitch.
She's a pile of dog shit.
Yep.
A pile of fucking dog shit. She literally sold out Germany to become completely dependent on the Russian tit for natural gas, and the Germans are going to pay a high price reversing all that she did. But they're going to have to. Until, of course, Putin crashed those economic ties when he decided to try to effect regime change in Kiev. And for the whole period of Putin's ascendancy, everything about Russia, from Putin's rising great power fantasies to the famous stability of his regime, has been underpinned by high world oil prices, an economic factor that had nothing to do with the Kremlin and was entirely outside its control. Yeltsin headed a Russian state that was bankrupt as long as oil was trading at just $12, or about £9 a barrel. Under Putin, the price rose past 100 United States dollars, or £75 a barrel, and both his own billionaire cronies and ordinary Russians reaped the benefits of that long cycle of prosperity. Now, however, oil prices are falling back towards 1990s levels, and Russia's war and sanctions-strained economy is starting to creak at the seams. Both Putin and his entire nation have become hostages to a profoundly miscalculated war that the Kremlin believed would be over in 72 hours, or 3 days, but has now cost close to 1 million Russian casualties. Putin has exploited a deep vein of Russian nationalism that existed before he came to power, but there is no such thing as Putinism, only a chimerical mixture of religious ethno-nationalism, a paranoiac millenarian fear of foreign interference, and kleptocracy. Not only will Putin leave no lasting ideological legacy, but any legacy of prosperity and stability that he may have created has been destroyed by his own decision to wage war on Ukraine. He has gained a fifth of Ukraine's territory at a terrible cost and increased the size of Russia by 0.5%. He's increased the size of Russia by 0.5%. The price of his illusions was not only millions of lost lives on either side of that territory, but also a lost future for Russia itself. In contrast to his predecessor, United States President Donald Trump is doing all he can to curry favor with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, subservient as he be to Putin's pernicious will. But the past week has offered notable attempts to caricature the contrary. Following a meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at Pope Francis's funeral, no less. I mean, imagine dealing over a funeral. It's kind of like Brendan Zogit's relatives trying to see who gets the house and the property over the literally dying body of his grandfather. Trump opined that Putin didn't seem interested in reaching a peace deal to end its war against Ukraine. Shortly thereafter, the United States and Ukraine finally signed a long-delayed mineral deal, which could ensnare, or rather ensure, from Washington's perspective, that it will continue supporting Kiev in the face of Russian aggression. Trump sees tariffs as instruments to compel foreign capitals to bend to his will on other issues. But the United States' return to 19th century power politics will likely never yield the bonanza that Trump has promised. The decision by Donald Trump to hold peace talks with Russia on ending the Ukrainian war without Ukraine actually being present is starting to look even more disgraceful. It transpires that the war was not the only item on the agenda in Saudi Arabia yestermenses or last month. A significant part of the day's business seems to have been discussing oil deals in the Arctic. According to Kirill Dmitriev, who heads the Russian Direct Investment Fund, the Russian and United States delegations took the opportunity to talk about reviving joint exploratory operations such as that between Rosneft and ExxonMobil, which was called off in 2018 following the imposition of sanctions against the person of Vladimir Putin. Trump was in his first presidency at the time. Putin himself also seems to see the talks over Ukraine as an opportunity to do business. The locations of Saudi Arabia, it appears, may not have been accidental. Putin has proposed three-way negotiations between the Russian Empire, these United States, and Saudi Arabia over energy policy. Trump, then, was not mincing his words when he promised in his inauguration speech always to put the United States first. Indeed, he might have said that the interests of these United States was going to be his sole concern. And if advancing America's business interests means trampling on who should want to cooperate over the carcass of Ukraine, calling Volodymyr Zelensky a dictator and making business deals with a mass murderous regime, on site another mass murderous regime soil, which in either case, with Saudi Arabia invading Yemen, just as Russia invaded Ukraine, has not only invaded a sovereign country in either case, but also waged chemical warfare in Yemen on the part of the House of Saud, and on Great Britain's own streets on the part of the motherless fucking Russians, when they released a weapons-grade chemical of mass destruction and killed British citizens in order to catch in the gas cloud a single Russian defector and his daughter, then so be it! Trump's treatment, or should I say mistreatment, of Ukraine is losing him friends among Europeans who might otherwise be well disposed towards him and his ambitions to expand America's oil and gas industries. But if you can look beyond the amorality of all that, does doing oil deals with Russia in the Arctic even make business sense? There is unquestionably huge potential in the Arctic's fossil fuel reserves. According to an estimate by the United States Geological Survey a decade ago, 22% of our world's undiscovered oil and gas reserves lie in the Arctic region. The trouble for Trump is that most of it, 58%, belongs to the Russian Empire, with only 18% to be found in Alaska, as the Russians call it, Alaska, and United States waters. Geology seems to favor Russia as well when it comes to reserves beyond the 200-mile territorial waters boundary. Under international rules, a country can claim reserves further offshore where the continental shelf extends beyond this distance. Russia, of course, has limited capacity and far less skill in extracting oil and gas in this difficult environment because they're still in the fucking Stone Age. Meanwhile, the American Empire has another problem in that the pipeline carrying oil from Alaska's main onshore field at Prudhoe Bay requires a high throughput to keep it operational. If the quantity of oil flowing through it falls too low, it could suffer ice damage. In other words, you got to keep that hot oil pumping straight out of the ground, heated by the earth itself and the internal heat of, the inner furnace that comprises the earth's molten core. It's the hot pumping blood, the black blood of Mother Earth. And without that pumping through that pipeline at all times, well, it gets cold and it cracks. To keep it operational as Prudhoe Bay declines, will require it to be fed with oil from other Arctic fields. There are then cynical reasons why the Russian and American empires would, not should, but would, want to cooperate over Arctic oil and gas in North Polar condominium. Indeed, they were cooperating before sanctions were imposed following the annexation of the Crimea Peninsula. There is also a case for saying that Trump has right to pursue a peace deal with Ukraine, given that the likely outcome of a continuing war of attrition sans Allied support is total defeat for Ukraine. But the juxtaposition of these two things reeks of opportunism and lack of principle. Trump might not care about that, and may have calculated that Russia is of more value to these United States than any other European country. He should remember, however, that there was a time when he rightly criticized the United Germany for building a reliance on cheap Russian gas under Angela Merkel, whose name I wouldn't remember without Nemo Albano, I hate her so, approving the Nord Stream 2 pipeline even after Russia's annexation of the Crimea. Trump now, well, he has now descended to an even grubbier level himself than Angela Merkel. Trump thinks he can follow in Nixon's footsteps. Alas, the grand bargain with Russia will be a disaster. Throughout the 1980s and into the early 1990s, the New York real estate developer Donald John Trump exchanged fan letters with the disgraced ex-president Richard Mulhouse Nixon. In 1982, not quite 8 years after Nixon's resignation, Trump described him as one of this country's great men. Why was Trump such a fan? It might have had something to do with Nixon's vengeful approach to politics, or their mutual closeness to McCarthyite prosecutor Roy Cohn. Remember the great gay guy who Peter Moon could never stop talking about. Roy Cohn loved how handsome Donald Trump was. Yeah! Do you remember that, Nemo? That Peter Moon kept talking about Roy Cohn and Donald Trump and their gay attraction. He would never shut up about it. Or did you kind of purge that from your mind? I wouldn't blame you.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I do remember him just sucking Trump's dick on stream, though.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. But the famously deal-seeking Trump was also an admirer of Richard Nixon's most famous diplomatic coup d'etat, or stroke of state, the 1972 visit to Red China. Today, the ghost of Nixon is haunting American foreign policy as well, thanks to the misadministration's declared intention to strike a grand bargain with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin that would reorder global politics by sidelining the Europeans and leaving Kiev, the capital of the Ukraine, in the cold. Keith Kellogg, Trump's Ukraine war envoy, revealed the underlying logic for such a maneuver during a presentation at the Munich Security Conference. To the Trump misadministration, he said, "We'll try to break Putin's alliances with Red China, Iran, and North Korea, apparently by offering the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire a deal better than anything it can ever get from them." It's an approach that strikingly mirrors Nixon's masterstroke in 1972, when the president who had made his reputation as a die-hard anti-communist stunned the world by becoming the first American imperial leader to travel to the People's Republic of China. By meeting Mao Zedong, Nixon created a new diplomatic relationship that put the Greater Soviet Union on the back foot, giving the United States leverage it used to push Moscow into negotiating a new strategic arms treaty. Now Trump is apparently contemplating a reverse Nixon, a dramatic rapprochement with Moscow that would leave Beijing out in the cold. This doesn't come as a complete surprise. Trump and his followers have oft expressed their eagerness to engineer an end to the war, usually in terms that allow little input from the Ukrainians themselves. At the same time, MAGA loyalists, including Vice President J.D. Vance, have suggested that leaving Ukraine and the Europeans to fend for themselves would free up Washington to focus on countering communist China on the Asian mainland. The anti-Semitic or anti-China camp inside Trumpism has not been doing well recently. Trump himself has recently made conciliatory sounds about Beijing, even touting his very good relationship with the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping. And much American imperial government work targeting Red China has been frozen by Elon Musk's government efficiency cuts. To Chinese commune imperialists' delight. Yet undermining market Leninist China has been one of the consistent themes of MAGA foreign policy ever since Trump rode down that golden escalator in 2015. Cozying up to Putin, in Trump's mind, might be just the way to box in the expansionist mainland Chinese. If a day comes that communist China on the Asian mainland decides to invade my Taiwan, then the Chi-Coms will have to look at their back and wonder, what is Russia going to do? This illogic is deeply flawed. Nixon's visit took place at a time when Beijing and Moscow were already enemies. 3 years after a deadly exchange of tactical nuclear fire over a disputed island on the Ussuri River had brought the two close to all-out thermonuclear war. Today, in contrast, Russia, well, the Russian and communist Chinese empires are closer allies than they ever were before as a monolithic communist bloc. Russia is deeply dependent on Red China in just about every way that matters. Market Leninese China is the biggest customer for Russia's coal and crude oil, a market that Putin would be ill-advised to jettison at a time when his economy is struggling. Western sanctions and the spiraling war costs have hit the Russian economy hard, driving up inflation, which in turn is fueling predictions of a devastating wave of corporate bankruptcies. The two empires share an oft-contested border where they resolved long-standing disputes through a complex series of negotiations in the 1980s and 1990s. Neither has any desire to relitigate that issue or to have to use troops and money to refortify their frontiers. Beijing has been giving the Russians vital military and technological support. By one estimate, China supplies roughly 90% of the computer chips currently used in Russian industry. Moscow and Beijing have developed overlapping interests in a variety of diplomatic and political realms, motivated by their deeply held desire to oppose the American empire wherever they can. Russian and Communist Chinese propagandists promote each other's desinformatia or disinformation narratives across the world. They agitate against the West using joint forces such as the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. They have been holding joint military exercises with a notable emphasis on the Indo-Pacific region. After all, Asian India can't be trusted as far as you would kick a fucking turd. They may be part of the quadrilateral, allied only in name with the Empire of Japan, the United States, and Australia, but they're also part of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, in which they're economically slave-circuited to the Russians and the Communist Chinese. How could you trust a shit nation like that? Along the way, Communist China on the Asian mainland has also been tacitly and not so tacitly abetting the war in Ukraine. There's a reason why Xi declared in 2022 that their imperial partnership had no limits. That was the forging of the Sino-Slavic synaxis. If the United States were to persuade Putin to abandon this relationship, the price would have to be exceedingly high. And why in the world should the United States ever pay it? Despite MAGA talk of American decline, the United States economy, even at the moment, if only for the moment, is thriving, and our military remains strong, transitional though this may be. Russia, by contrast, is shockingly weak. Over the past 3 years, Putin's empire has struggled to subdue a foe that has less than a third of his own population base to fall back upon and merely a fraction of his own natural resources. His economy is in deep trouble. The ruble has lost more than half its value over the past decade. Ordinary citizens are struggling to cope with runaway inflation. His central bank recently had to hike interest rates to an eye-watering 21 percentile, prompting some experts to warn of a coming wave of corporate bankruptcies. For most Russians, their empire, sapped by corruption and backwardness, is little better than one of Trump's proverbial shitholes. Sanctions have cut off Russians from foreign travel to many countries, international money transfers, and global credit cards. Russia's gross domestic product, despite its population of 144 million people, is smaller than that of Texas, or most certainly orders of magnitude beneath my own Golden State nation of California. If Putin is the leader of a superpower, then so is Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva of Brazil, whose economy is now slightly larger than Russia's. Trump's half-assed proposal to pressure the Kremlin by imposing tariffs vividly reveals his funhouse mirror view of Moscow's global significance. It's been a long time since Russia has exported anything in significant quantities to these United States, so the effect of trade barriers will be virtually nil. Meanwhile, American imperial allies from the United Kingdom to South Korea are unified in their desire to thwart Putin's Ukrainian ambitions, since they know perfectly well that a Russian victory represents a massive threat to their own security. The aggregate European Union economy, by the way, is 10 times the size of Russia's. But South Korea is one of the few nations on Earth to manufacture microchips. High-technology microchips at that, and the small percentage that they produce, the overwhelming majority being produced at the 95 to 99 percentile in any given year by my Taiwan, what South Korea produces, just like Taiwan, they need neon gas to buffer their laser etching on such microscopic chips, and their neon gas, in both cases, sources from Ukraine. If the Russians conquer Ukraine, they'll be paying the Russians to make their microchips, which means that communist China might as well step in and take over both South Korea and my Taiwan. Ergo, there's only one answer, and it's an existential one at that. South Korea, my Taiwan, the European Union, and the Empire of Japan in lead of it all, along with Canada, part of the new Trilateral Commission, are united in a new axial defense against the motherless Russians and the motherfucking Americans. The constellation of forces makes this the perfect moment to pressure Russia into concessions at the negotiating table. Yet instead, Trump is contemplating giving Putin a get-out-of-jail-free card. Putin has made his own strategic priorities eminently clear. He wants to keep all the territory he has illegally occupied in Ukraine. He wants to control the government in Kiev, the capital thereof, and he wants to keep Ukraine neutral, making its security de facto subject to Russian dictates. Putin recently refused to take part in direct talks with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, whom he called illegitimate. It's worth noting that Zelensky was elected president in a competitive election, while Putin has retained power through a series of sham votes engineered by his own minions. And, above all else, Putin wants to negotiate one-on-one with his American counterpart, serving his desperate need for status. The Biden administration stuck with admirable consistency to the slogan of nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. The current American president's version, so far, sounds more like Trump to Kiev. Drop dead. For the West to agree to such terms would be both scandalous and stupid, rewarding the most blatant act of territorial aggression in Europe since World War II would strike an enormous blow to the post-war rules-based order that has kept much of the world at peace for decades. It would establish a catastrophic precedent, one that would signal to Beijing above all that there is no price to be paid for the armed conquest of proximate neighbors such as my Taiwan. Until now, despite many shortcomings, the Europeans have done a surprisingly competent job of helping Kiev militarily and financially. But a Trump-Putin deal, forged over the heads of the Europeans, would almost certainly mean the death of NATO, a massive gift to the Communist Chinese Empire, Iran, and all the other anti-Western tyrannies. There is reason to fear that Putin will make some sort of shallow concessions designed to give Trump a publicizable win. Russian sources have said that they are aware of Trump's desire for an achievement he can depict as a victory over Red China, and they are almost certain to provide him with one. Whatever that may be, there be little reason to think that Putin will see a need to scuttle his alliance with Xi. He simply needs it too much, regardless of whatever the Americans will give. No one should be holding the fate of a European democracy hostage over the alleged benefits of a treaty with Putin's wobbling empire. The Russian dictator has painted himself into a corner. Trump is a fool to help him out of it. Thus, American global leadership is ending, not because of American decline or the emergence of any multipolar world, nor even the actions of American imperial adversaries. It's ending only because President Donald Trump wants to end it all. Pax Americana is gone, propagandized as having been born of the Japanese Empire's preemptive strategic surgical strike on Pearl Harbor on December 7th of 1941, which, if true, would make Dai Nippon, or Greater Japan, the sire of these United States and not Great Britain. The United States-led international rules-based order died with the second inauguration of Donald John Trump. The president has long maintained that this order disadvantages these United States by saddling us with the burden of policing the globe and enabling our allies to play us for the sucker. In his Senate confirmation hearing, Secretary of State Marco Rubio declared, "The post-war global order is not just obsolete, it is now a weapon being used against us." That Donald Trump's vision of the presidency is less statesman and more CEO of USA Incorporated is evident in the terms of the deal he tried to foist upon Ukraine yestermancies, or the month before that by now, as talks begin between the United States and Russia, as they began in Saudi Arabia. A leak revealed that Trump wanted Kiev to sign away much of its mineral resources to Washington. The Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, rejected this piece of blatant economic colonialism, but the Ukrainians expected further such demands to come, and come they have. The draft frames this as the establishment of a joint investment fund, such that hostile parties to the conflict do not benefit from the reconstruction of Ukraine. Although after the month before last, one might wonder if this means Europe rather than Russia. The plan would in effect grant the Americans considerable control over not just the rare earths and other minerals Trump has already been eyeing up, but oil, gas, and national infrastructure. The American empire would have first refusal on any future licenses for mineral exports and a 50% share of any revenues from such licenses or simply the sale of the assets in question. Zelensky had already floated the idea of granting the Americans preferential access to being able to invest in his country's mineral wealth, seeing this as a way both of appealing to Trump's commercial side and also securing his country. His calculation was that a president unwilling to defend Ukrainian sovereignty might be more willing to step in were American imperial commercial interests at stake. However, this goes much further and in effect would make Washington a controlling partner in a large part of the Ukraine's economy. Ruling it out, Zelensky said, "These resources, this is not mine, but our people's, and that they must be there for our children." More fundamentally, however, this deal will, quite simply, buggerfuck the Ukraine. They would extract from the country a greater share of its gross domestic product than the reparations imposed on Germany in the Versailles Diktat at the end of the First World War. It would be as if Ukraine had declared war against the world rather than Russia, and lost. So while this specific deal has been rejected, the Ukrainians are alarmed because it demonstrates just how determined Trump is to, as he frames it, get a return on what he claims is the close to 238 billion pounds sterling, or $300 billion assistance America has provided so far. Characteristically, this is quite the dubious figure. The real figure is closer to 139 pounds sterling, or about $175 billion, much of which anyway was on lend-lease terms and thus eventually to be repaid. Indeed, the figure of 396 billion pounds sterling, or around $500 billion, 500 billion US dollars, is being bandied around as what the United States ought to receive in compensation. On one level, this simply reflects Trump's characteristically commercial and transactional approach to his role, as well as his tendency to bully when he can. It is also a mark of the lack of sympathy he clearly feels for Ukraine and its people's plight. We can hardly be surprised if the man who feels that the United States has rights over other people's territory from Gaza to Greenland also sees the opportunity for a punitive deal in Ukraine. However, it is also a trap for Kiev. Having framed his hostile takeover as simply standing up for Americans' interests, Ukraine's refusal will be abused by Trump to justify both its exclusion from peace talks as well as an eventual reduction of American imperial assistance. As one bewildered United States diplomat at the month before last's Munich Security Conference admitted, "I'm not sure if Trump actually thinks he can get his hands on these assets or just wants an excuse to leave the Ukrainians hanging. Actually, I'm worried he means both." In other words, he'll take all their resources and resupply them with nothing. It is also yet another slap in Europe's collective face. Even while Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was haranguing European leaders about their security posture and Vice President J.D. Vance over their democratic values, one with rather more plausibility than the other, Trump was in effect trying to cut them out of a potential bonanza. Europe has combined, well, Europe combined has provided substantially more aid than these United States. But it was being frozen out of the opportunity to benefit from the potential gold mine that the post-war Ukrainian economy can be. Trump followed all that up with a social media post a month or so ago that at first glance may seem trivial compared to efforts to end the war in Ukraine, in which he wrote, "Many of our allies and friends are celebrating May 8th as Victory Day, but we did more than any other country, by far, in producing a victorious result on World War II." Yeah, last week. He actually said this last week. He reiterated that claim this week, when, in referring to Russia's military parade marking the end of the war, he stated, "By the way, they lost millions of people and were a decisive factor, but there was no such decisive factor as us." What makes these statements notable is that Putin, who fancies himself a historian of Russia's military legacy, has long been especially keen to tout Moscow's contribution to the Allied cause during World War II. Indeed, he rarely minces his words in portraying Russia as having saved the world from the tyranny of the Nazi regime. As he remarked during last year's Victory Day parade, "The destiny of humankind was decided during the colossal battles of Moskva, Leningrad, Lviv, Stalingrad, Kursk, Kharkov, or rather Kharkov, Minsk, Smolensk, and Kiev, and in the intense and bloody fighting from Murmansk to the Caucasus and the Crimea." In other words, if there is one thing that Putin takes seriously and cares deeply about, it is Russia's pivotal role in winning World War II. That is why, following Trump's remarks, a Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson asserted that, "At present, the people of the United States, the American nation, and the state of America do not know their own history." Setting aside whether Trump intended to irk Putin or not, the timing of his remarks is no coincidence, as this week marks the 80th anniversary of Victory in Europe, or VE Day, when the Allied powers overran Hoch Deutschland, or High Germany, on the surface world to bring the war in Europe to a stalemate. Remember, it would not be until prior to the outlawing of the Greater Soviet's Communist Party and the consequent formulation of the CIS, the Commonwealth of Independent States, as a bankruptcy administration to oversee disposal of Greater Soviet's assets, while the Greater Soviet Union was still the same legal government which had declared war on Nazi Germany, the Greater Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics, the United States of America, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the Fifth Republic of France, the Nationalist Republic of China, into which I myself was born, being notably absent, having realigned with the Axis in 1945, as I have explained ad nauseum, concluded a peace treaty with United Germany on the 12th of September in 1990. Or rather, both East and West Germany precepts their unification, formally recognizing cessation of hostilities under ceasefire, and, ergo, conclusion of occupation. However, neither the United Germany of Vereinigte Deutschland or its constituent Western and Central components, formerly under administration of Bonn and East Berlin, existed prior to the formal declaration of the Second World War in Europe, circa 1939. Das Dritte Reich, the Third Realm, did. And so the war against their government in exile continues to this day. Regardless, the fantasy of victory is a major annual event for many European countries. But this year's edition is a symbolically important occasion in the countries of the former Greater Soviet Union, especially Russia, and particularly for Putin personally. Given the significance of Victory Day this year, and given the seriousness and pride that leaders and citizens of the Allied powers continue to take in their country's contributions to the war effort, it is an appropriate time to reflect on the issue lying at the core of the historical disagreement between Trump and Putin. Who should get the most credit for winning the war? According to a saying oft attributed to Joseph Stalin, in literally driving Nazi Germany from the surface of the earth, the British gave time, the Americans gave money, and the Greater Soviet Union gave blood. It's worth breaking down each of these contributions. India bought time for the British war effort. The Brits themselves didn't buy shit. Field Marshal Sir Cloud Auchinleck, Commander-in-Chief, India, asserted the British couldn't have come through both world wars, meaning World War I and II, if they hadn't had the Indian Army. India was the wealthiest possession in the Greater British Empire. The numbers are staggering. Well beyond 3 million Bengalis were killed by famine, as engineered by Winston Churchill in a scorched earth operation against the Japanese. More than 500,000 South Asian refugees fled Myanmar, formerly Burma. 2.3 million soldiers manned the Indian Army, and 89,000 of them died in military service. Winston Churchill starved 3 million Indians to death in the man-made Bengal famine of 1943. The great hero of the Anglo-American world did his best to keep up with Stalin and my biological sire, Adolf Hitler. In 1943, a deadly famine swept the Bengal region of modern East India and Bangladesh. Between 3 to 6 million people died in a mass tragedy that was completely preventable. At the time, the extent of suffering was put down to an incompetent British government too busy dealing with a war to look after its empire properly. But in 2010, a new book came out proving the lack of famine relief was deliberate and that the deaths of those many millions had been intentionally engineered by one criminal, a war criminal, Winston Churchill. The book titled Churchill's Secret War, subtitled The British Empire and the Ravaging of India During World War II, is a publicly accessible book by a science journalist, Madhuri Mukherjee. It tells of British policy in India in the Second World War and how it relates to the Bengal famine of 1943. As exposed within the book, Churchill refused to divert supplies away from already well-supplied British troops, claiming the war effort wouldn't allow it. This in itself wouldn't be too damning, but at the same time, he purposely blocked American and Canadian ships from delivering aid to India as well. Nor would he allow the Indians to even help themselves. The colonial government forbade the country from using its own ships or currency reserves to help the starving masses. Meanwhile, London pushed up the price of grain with astronomically inflated purchases, making it unaffordable for the dying and the destitute. Most chillingly of all, when the government of Delhi, the capital of India, telegrammed to tell him people were dying, Churchill only replied to ask why Gandhi hadn't died yet. Mukherjee reminds the reader that before the British conquest, India was a rich land. Certainly the conquerors drawn to Bengal in the 18th century were of the opinion they were adding a magnificently wealthy possession to their empire. Under colonial rule, however, Bengal soon became synonymous for poverty and a frequent setting of famine. Prevalence of effectively hapless peasants, landless, far more so than the black Africans of South Africa, landless peasants in their masses, dying in Bengal in itself was the result of British policies in India, which had created a landlord class from what had been tax collectors before the conquest. During the Second World War, the colony was made to contribute heavily to the British war effort. India's industries, manpower, and foodstuffs were made to serve requirements of the war the empire had involved itself in. This was merely the latest escalation in a long-lasting exploitation of their colony. The British deemed their unwanted presence in India a service, and therefore extracted payment for it in the form of the home charge. As the British obstructed the expansion of manufacturing in India, lest it provide competition for their domestic industry, the export of agricultural produce presented the only way of realizing this transfer. Finally, since the empire set the transfer so high, so much grain was extracted for export that the colony, which continued to produce more food than its need throughout the 19th century, was artificially kept in a condition of chronic malnutrition. Unsurprisingly, there was strong resistance to colonial rule that could only be overcome by large-scale repression. As part of the August 1942 crackdown against the Quit India movement alone, more than 90,000 people were locked up and up to 10,000 were killed at once. And that was in one operation. Short on manpower, the British at times resorted to attacking crowds with aircraft. In particularly rebellious districts, authorities burned down entire city blocks and destroyed all the rice supplies. British India was most certainly nothing less than an occupied land. This book exposes the manifold causes of the Bengal famine. To begin with, mortality rate in Bengal under British rule was atrocious even in any normal year, with some of that attributable, well, at all times to malnutrition. The immediate reasons why conditions deteriorated beyond this normal state of semi-famine was the catastrophic Midnapore cyclone and the Japanese capture of Burma. The cyclone storm and subsequent floods disrupted life and ruined crops. The loss of Burma severed links with an important source of rice imports to India. See, the Indians had to get their food from Burma because all their food went to, you guessed it, fucking England and Canada and Australia and South Africa, so all the whites could eat. These 12 factors, which were outside British control, the cyclonic storm and the Japanese, were probably enough for a disaster on their own, but subsequent British policies made the crises infinitely worse than it needed to be. Anticipating the possibility the Japanese would advance further, the British carried out a scorched earth policy in coastal Bengal, seizing all rice stocks, motor vehicles, bicycles, and boats so no one could escape. Seizure of boats was particularly disruptive, as they normally represented the primary means of transporting rice crops to the markets and fishing for food when nothing was left on land. But they had no boats left with which to fish or transport food, even if they had any. The loss of Burmese rice imports to India was not made up by imports from elsewhere, nor was India's obligation to supply British Indian troops abroad any lessened. Instead, India was made to cover the loss of Burmese rice imports to Ceylon, Arabia, and South Africa, even though these territories were already better provisioned with food than India ever was. Albeit in the years before World War II, India had become a net importer of food, importing at least 1 million tons of cereal per year, a figure that was not actually sufficient to cover its needs, but represented what it could afford to import after paying the home charge. The British now undertook to export food from India. Anticipating food shortages that were certain to follow, colonial administration moved to protect the strata of society most useful to the British Empire: administrators, soldiers, and industrial workers. It set out to buy up enormous quantities of grain and store it for their use. It would pay for these stocks in the same way it acquired supplies for the war effort: by printing money. The government acquired some grain by requisitioning, but for the most part, it simply bought it. Some purchases it made on its own, others it contracted out to private traders. Big merchant companies were given advances of vast sums of money and instructed to purchase grain at any price for the government. The price of already precious grain skyrocketed, and the Bengal peasant was priced out of the market. Between the purchases of the Bengal administration, the government of India, the army, and the industries which were recipients of governmental largesse, grain was sucked out from all the rural areas. Departments of government and industries crucial for the war effort secured astronomical stocks of grain, part of which would end up rotting. They had so much of it, none of it was ever eaten. It all rotted into spoilage as millions of Indians starved to death. What made the looting of the countryside to this extent possible was that the transfer of purchasing power away from the peasant and to the government and those the government made business with that money printing entailed. In the course of the war, the money supply increased by between 6 and 7 times, so that the British worried they were within sight of collective refusal to accept any further paper currency. This compounded, or rather confounded, the problem of food scarcity, since some cultivators understandably held on to their grain rather than release it to the market, as it was seen a better store of value than the rapidly depreciating all-to-printed currency. Or all too rapidly or immediately printed, there's just too much paper money. It's like monopoly money. The reason government purchases were so devastating for Bengal peasantry was that most families owned tracts of land too small to sustain their families on their own. Even in a normal year, such families were not in position to store enough of their harvest to sustain themselves until the next one. They were not sellers of crops. They sold their labor to the big landowners and bought food therefrom or thereby. Except now, buying food meant competing with a government that could print money at will, and was doing so. To inflationary effect. Albeit crop failure and the loss of Burmese imports was enough to create serious food deficit for India, there was actually no food problem for the British Empire taken as a whole. In fact, London claimed that Bengal could not be fed, not for a lack of food, but for a lack of ships. Supposedly, shipping was so scarce that grain, which was available, could not be taken to India without disrupting the British war effort. Prioritizing its war over the bare lives of 6 million of its subjects would have been bad enough, but Mukherjee proves that shipping was nowhere near as scarce as London claimed, albeit it was most certainly being mismanaged. Exempli Greciae. There was shipping and food enough to build up a stockpile in the eastern Mediterranean for the purpose of Allied invasion of the Balkans that would never come about. Also, there were always ships aplenty to build up an enormous and ever-growing stockpile of food in the British Isles that the London government was actually building up for post-war use. In reality, the biggest obstacle to secure food for famine-stricken India was not any lack of means, but the lack of will to allocate the resources necessary. Such readjustments would have clashed with the interest and the intent of the British Empire under Winston Churchill to exploit its colony for its purposes to the greatest extent possible, what he called maximum optimization, or the juicing of the yellow niggers until they had nothing left to give but blood. To their credit, not every Brit was of a mind with the London government personified in Winston Churchill. Many officials, including high-ranking ones like the Secretary of State for India, Leopold Amory, and the Viceroy of India, Field Marshal Wavell, repeatedly called for a decisive effort to relieve the famine. Governments of Australia, New Zealand, and Canada offered grain for India if the United Kingdom, which had taken control of their shipping, would only transport it there. In addition to proving that the British Empire intentionally precipitated the Bengal famine of 1943 and subsequently denied it famine relief, Churchill's secret war also provides the context for these two stories. Mukherjee recounts a fair bit of the dynamic between colonial metropoles and the colony centering on exploitation and resistance, explains the consequences of British wartime policies for the political future of the colony, partition and independence, and paints a picture of famine and repression as seen from the ground by offering vivid first-hand accounts by people who were afflicted. It is a book rich in content, but probably the one thing to take from it is the way in which the famine was made worse and its victims selected by government abuse of paper currency. British reaction to food shortages in Bengal was to protect the cities and industries at the expense of the peasant class, the mass of the peasantry. I, like the Greater Soviet Union, which had faced a food crisis of its own a decade earlier, the Greater British Empire figured it was up to itself to decide who would live and who would die. Only where the Greater Soviets' methodology of robbing the countryside of grain in 1932 through 1933 was requisition, the Greater British method of choice in India was monetary generation, monopoly money creation, the overprinting of money to the point where it was worthless. It was a more elegant method, but no less deadly, and more difficult to effectively resist. If the famine In 1932 through 1933 in the Greater Soviet Union was a requisitionary famine. The Bengal famine of 1943 was a printing press famine. All this is true, and documents support it. So Winston Churchill, the British war hero who stood up to the Nazis, starved to death as many innocent people as Stalin did in the Ukrainian genocide. Judging by the rest of their allied actions, together as the Big Three, it shouldn't be surprising that the man who held out against my biological sire Adolf Hitler was more than capable of such an atrocity. No, just as with the Greater Soviet Union, whom Churchill aligned himself with, what the British did was not mere conquest. The European population was largely ignorant of what atrocious kinds of methods their regimes were deploying elsewhere in a world far away from their sight. At least, not before Hitler introduced and sophisticated similar methods to the European heartland, and the word got out, as the Germans were not fast enough to destroy their records when their empire fell upon the surface world. Many still didn't know, or don't know, or don't want to know of these things even today. Deny the Greater British Empire's crimes? No, we ignore them. There's one thing you can say for the Holocaust deniers. At least they know what they are denying. In order to sustain the lies they tell, they must engage in strenuous falsification. To dismiss Great Britain's colonial atrocities, no such effort is even required. Most people appear to be unaware that anything needs to be denied. The story of benign imperialism, whose overriding purpose was not to seize land, labor, and commodities, but to teach the natives English, table manners, and double-entry bookkeeping, is a myth that has been carefully propagated by the right-wing press. But it draws its power from a remarkable national ability to airbrush and disregard our past. Revelations that the Greater British government systematically destroyed the documents detailing mass mistreatment of its colonial subjects, and that the Foreign Office then lied about a secret cache of files containing lesser revelations, is by any standards a big story. But it was either ignored or consigned to a footnote by most of the British press. I myself was unable to find any mention of the secret archive on the Telegraph's website. The Mail's only coverage, as far as I can determine, was an opinion piece by a historian called Lawrence James, who abused the occasion to insist that any deficiencies in the mismanagement of the colonies were the work of a sprinkling of misfits, incompetents, and bullies, while everyone else was dedicated, loyal, and disciplined. The British government's suppression of evidence was scarcely necessary. Even when the documentation of great crimes is quite abundant, it is not denied but simply ignored. In an article for the Daily Mail in 2010, for example, the historian Dominic Sandbrook announced that Britain's empire stands out as a beacon of tolerance, decency, and the rule of law. Nor did Britain countenance anything like the dreadful tortures committed in French Algeria. Could he really have been unaware of the history he is disavowing? South Asia was transformed dramatically during the war years as India became a vast garrison and supply ground for the war against the Japanese in Southeast Asia. whether Subhas Chandra Bose's rebel government had a successful coup in 1939, or Great Britain granted independence before the war due to Mahatma Gandhi, or India had a massive famine before the war and the British Indian Army was wiped out. If there was no India in World War II, there would be no British coinage in countless lives by which to purchase time. But it's also impossible to exaggerate the scale of Russia's contribution to the war effort. In many ways, the European theater of World War II was a Russo-Germanic, or more immediately, Nazi-Soviets confrontation, in which the British, Americans, French, and Italians played supporting roles. The Great Patriotic War, as it is still called in Russia, was initiated by Germany's massive invasion of the Greater Soviet Union on June 22nd of 1941, a response to Russia's invasion of Romania and the Baltic littoral states of Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. Now, forgive me while I search for a bit of something I'm trying to find here that I seem to be missing, and we'll try and look for, I guess, later. But when it comes to, if this were viewed in isolation, the Russo-Teutonic conflict alone, in and of itself, if viewed in isolation, the fighting on the Eastern Front would be the largest war in human history in and of itself, whether measured in terms of geographic range, number of personnel involved, and lives lost. The Greater Soviets engaged in the heaviest direct fighting against the Nazis, and despite repeated appeals from Stalin to open a second front in Europe, the British and Americans seemed willing to let the fighting in the East play out, in part because they were not yet ready to invade the continent, but also because the communist government in Moscow was an ally of circumstance, not of choice. Now understand that, as I said, irreplaceable elements in situ were the removal of Roosevelt, which the Germans ultimately succeeded in by expediting his assassination, the cessation of the Allied bombing campaign, and a one-front war. The industrial resources and the military manpower remaining to Germany, even after the disaster of the destruction of Army Group Center, which itself was far more catastrophic than the loss of Stalingrad, once intelligently used, even under the circumstances I've just articulated, it would most certainly have at the very least stalemated the Soviets in the East. The Soviets were approaching the bottom of even their vast manpower barrel, despite being flush with Lend-Lease equipment and their own war production. In the final assault on Berlin in 1945, Stalin cautioned Zhukov and Konev that there were no replacements. So understand, everything relied on the mutually supportive roles of the Soviets and the Western Allies. The Soviets rightly claimed to have fought the overwhelming part of the German ground forces, but they went on to assert that they essentially won the war. The truth is that they were successful because the bombing campaign, the Allied campaigns in the Mediterranean, and ultimately the Second Front, so dissipated German resources that they could only fail everywhere on the surface world, which ultimately drove them off the world itself as a breakaway civilization. So, a source named Guy Burgess once related information to Harold Nicolson about a meeting between the noted American communist Ernest Bevin and the Soviet's foreign minister Vyacheslav Molotov in 1947. Mr. Nicolson himself was to write of this in his book titled Diaries and Letters, published in 1966, the year into which I myself was delivered into this vale of tears. Now, he said, and I quote his tea at length and verbatim, "Now, Mr. Molotov, what is it that you want? What are you after? Do you want to get Austria behind your Iron Curtain? You can't do that. Do you want Turkey and the Straits of the Bosporus? You can't have them. Do you want Korea? You can't have that. You are putting your neck out too far, and one day you will have it chopped off. You cannot look on me as an enemy of Russia. Why, when our government was trying to stamp out your revolution, who was it that stopped it? It was I, Ernest Bevin. I called out the transport workers and they refused to load the ships. Now again, I am speaking to you as a friend. If war comes between you and America in the East, then we may be able to remain neutral. But if war comes between you and America in the West, then we shall be on America's side. Make no mistake about that. That would be the end of Russia and your revolution. So please stop sticking your neck out in this way and tell me what you are after. What do you want?" Molotov said, "I want a unified Germany." To which Ernest Bevin responded, "Why do you want that? Do you really believe that a unified Germany would go communist? They pretend to. They would say all the right things and repeat all the correct formulas. But in their hearts they would be longing for the day when they would revenge their defeat at Stalingrad. You know that as well as I do." Molotov said, "Yes, I know that, but I still want a unified Germany." And that was all that Ernest Bevin could ever get out of him. Come eve of that unification, on eventide precedent the 1st of July in 1990, the Soviets transferred 24 SS-23 MRBM, or medium-range ballistic missiles, to the Germanys, implicit to the bargain, instantly establishing United Germany as an unacknowledged nuclear power in the center of Europe to act as a bulwark against American imperialism. Prior to unification, the French and German militaries totaled roughly the same amount of divisions, somewhere around 475,000 man standing army apiece. The French had 21 submarines. The West Germans alone possessed 24. The French flew 9 combat aerosquadrons of Mirage and Jaguar ground attack fighters, while the West Germans alone had 21 squadrons of American-sourced F-4s and Tornadoes. Upon unification, the Germanys inherited the combined might of NATO and Warpact, the Warsaw Pact weaponry, augmenting United Germany's army by 50%. And making its ground attack fighter capability nearly thrice, that's 3 times that of France's. By May of 1991, the Bundesbank stated that one reason it had to maintain high interest rates was to avoid the kind of decline and subsequent market effects that Bank President Tietmeyer had once cited, An unspoken contributive reason was the newborn necessity to maintain a vastly expanded war machine, now capable of force projection from Morocco to Moscow. On Christmas Day is dated the 25th day of December of 1991. The Germans extracted their revenge. The Greater Soviet Communist Party was outlawed, and Third Party's red-fielded hammer and sickle banner was hauled down in defeat from the Kremlin spires. So how can Putin even pretend to claim victory when Russia is no longer a world power and in Deutschland, the new United Germany, and the Ukraine together have a resource far more valuable than minerals? Germany, its emergent world power status, and Ukraine, its human capital, presaging a Teuto-Ukrainian axis. You see, in recent months, much attention has been given to the potential agreement between the United States and Ukraine concerning rare earth minerals, but this often diverts attention from the real and valuable asset Ukraine possesses today: its human capital, and more specifically, its exceptionally powerful army. As of today, and should I even continue? I can always continue this. We've been going on for almost 9 hours. Okay, I guess I will continue. As of today, Ukraine ranks 6th in the world by the size of its military. In Europe, the Ukrainian army is the largest in terms of personnel, even greater than the combined forces of the United Germany, the United Kingdom, the Fifth French Republic, and Italy. In 2025, President Volodymyr Zelensky stated that the military currently consists of 980,000 soldiers, while independent sources claim that the total military personnel in Ukraine's army is around 2.2 million, with over 900,000 being active. However, I'm not Donald Trump, so this isn't just about size. Ukraine is the only non-authoritarian country in the world whose military has extensive, successful experience in employing naval, aerial, and ground forces, along with drones, in large-scale combat against a stronger adversary. Ukraine already has dozens of experienced military units and special forces specializing exclusively in the use of unmanned systems. Exemplary, the overwhelming majority of destroyed Russian tanks, over 3,700 confirmed destroyed between 2022 and 2025, were destroyed by drones. To put this into perspective, this is more than the United States currently has in battle-ready tanks, numbering at 3,480 in our own inventory this side of the Atlantic. Likewise, unmanned naval systems became one of the key tools that allowed Ukrainians to almost completely destroy the Russian Black Sea Fleet, forcing its remnants to retreat to distant Russian ports. So the Ukrainians used unmanned drones to destroy more Russian tanks than the number of tanks that America even possesses, and destroyed effectively the entire Russian high seas fleet. This comes despite Russia's military capabilities far outnumbering those of Ukraine in most indicators. Exemplary, According to global data and business intelligence platform Statista, Russia's aero fleet numbered nearly 4,300 aircraft, while Ukraine's armed forces possessed only 324. Russia's naval fleet was 4.7 times larger than Ukraine's. Similarly, in terms of tanks, Russia has a five-fold advantage. 5 times the number of Ukrainian tanks, 5,750 versus 1,114 for Ukraine. Moreover, Russia is one of the 9 countries that possesses nuclear weapons, holding the world's largest stockpile of nuclear warheads as of early 2024. But none of this has intimidated Ukrainians. If anything, it has only strengthened their resistance through a sense of clear injustice. Today, numerous military experts note that the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and the Russian military leadership greatly underestimated the Ukrainian armed forces. Unfortunately, the Biden administration did the same. The Atlantic magazine, a publication supportive of Democrats, offers a fair assessment, and here I read therefrom. Meanwhile, the Ukrainians showed themselves to be far more resilient, adaptable, and willing to fight than the Biden administration had understood. At that point, the U.S. could have capitalized immensely on the Ukrainians' spirited resistance and on Russian weaknesses. Thus, while the Biden administration has often been criticized by both Ukrainians and allies for slow decision-making, President Donald John Trump, known for his decisiveness and unrestrained actions, has a real chance to turn the situation around and outplay the Russians. With bold action from the new White House administration to assist Ukrainians in defeating the Russian occupying forces, the Ukrainian military, unmatched in Europe, could become a truly devoted and grateful military ally for the United States for years to come. If in previous years, Ukrainian troops assisted the United States, for example, in Iraq, out of respect, then if the American people helped Kiev achieve the greatest military victory since World War II, that gratitude will become unprecedented. The United States itself has historical precedents for such decisions. Just as today Ukrainians are fighting for independence against an empire that cannot accept the freedom of a formerly subjugated people, Americans fought against the first greater British Empire to gain independence from 1775 to 1783 in an 8-year war that lasted twice the length of what Americans perceived to be the prosecution of proactive hostilities per World War II. In what seemed to be a hopeless war against the most powerful empire in the world at that time, in the 1770s through the 1780s, the freedom-loving United States were supported by France, whose involvement proved decisive in that war, and our victory. The famous Battle of Chesapeake, where the French fleet, led by Rear Admiral François-Joseph Paul, defeated the British fleet under Rear Admiral Sir Thomas Graves. That was critical in Washington's siege of Yorktown, forcing Cornwallis to surrender, and effectively securing independence for the United States. As we know from later history, the Americans did not remain indebted, and for several centuries maintained gratitude toward the French. They helped in World War I, the involvement of American expeditionary forces under General John Pershing in the battles for France, and in the invasion of Europe in World War II, notably the Normandy landings led by General Dwight Eisenhower and all the subsequent battles for France. Such decisions are not made lightly and come at a high cost. Moral challenges of this scale are rare and require immense wisdom, nobility, and courage to challenge inertia and the evil of tyranny. The example of French-American friendship is a demonstration of a devoted alliance based on mutual gratitude that grew into a long-term strategic partnership, strengthening the fate of both peoples and making the world a different place. Now we are witnessing a very similar situation unfolding in the heart of Europe, and the American people and their leaders have the opportunity to provide their decisive response in this generational trial of history. To extend a hand of friendship and support, or turn away and mind their own business. Clearly, after the end of Ukraine's war for independence from Russia, Ukraine will demobilize a significant portion of its soldiers. However, in order to continue deterring the Russians, Ukraine will maintain a large, capable, and modern army. Similarly, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers with vast experience in modern warfare will return from the front and seek new employment. They could become a solid foundation for a new European army, replacing United States troops, who could return home or be deployed wherever America's interests demand. But they could also form part of a completely new security component proposed by the United States itself, relying on Ukrainian allies and considering European interests, thereby strengthening the American imperial position in that part of the world with the most capable and dedicated forces. I will not be surprised if Trump and Vance's disgusting misbehavior provokes a backlash from the American public. But Europeans cannot afford to wait. With Trump back in the White House, Americans will have their own very big problems to worry about. Europeans must take their future into their own hands via a new Teuto-Ukrainian axis between Ukraine and the greater United Germania. Because Vladimir Putin has achieved what many old men dream of but few accomplish: to bend the modern world into looking exactly like it did when they were young. The day before yesterday on Moscow's Red Square, the illusion that Russia has gone back to the future was nearly complete. Serried rows of tanks and soldiers, so immaculate that from a distance they looked computer-generated, paraded in perfect order. 5-story high scarlet banners featuring Greater Soviet's emblems and chiseled military heroes were draped over the GUM department store and the State Historical Museum. And on the leaders' podium, a lineup of slab-faced old apparatchiks worthy of the 1980s lined up alongside the diminutive Putin, the star of his own show. There were a few differences. For one, Lenin's mausoleum, from whose viewing platform the likes of Brezhnev, Andropov, and Chernenko would shuffle out in geriatric procession, had been covered up. In its place was a much higher and grander viewing platform. And unlike the 80s, the faces of the leaders who surrounded Putin had a distinctively Asian cast. From communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping to a scattering of Central Asian leaders who still feel the need to pay fealty to their old colonial boss. Units from the Chinese People's Liberation Army and from North Korea also joined the parade. Gone, too, were any references to the wartime alliance that won World War II that had been a feature of Victory Day parades during the Yeltsin and early Putin eras. Today, Chi-Com and North Korean flags were in evidence, but strictly no Union Jacks or Stars and Stripes. The 80th anniversary of the Greater Soviet's defeat of Nazism on the surface world is the highest of high holidays for Putin's Russia. For years now, the Kremlin has been building a cult of World War II that now serves as the national religion. Indeed, the worship of war has been officially merged with that of God in the form of the cathedral of the Russian armed forces outside Moscow. That cathedral, built 5 years ago, features spectacularly sinister, blood-red, stained glass windows and enormous mosaics glorifying Russian feats of arms from the days of Kievan Rus emerging out of Ukraine to their latest Ukrainian genocide. The floor plates are forged from the steel of captured Nazi tanks and guns, and the Victory Park that surrounds it is a theme park devoted to World War II, complete with mini tanks for little kids to ride. The memory of the Greater Soviet struggle against my biosire, Adolf Hitler, has been misappropriated to justify Putin's war on the Ukrainian people. Kremlin propagandists claim that Volodymyr Zelensky and his government are modern-day gay fascists, despite Zelensky's Jewish heritage, and that Putin launched the invasion to save the suffering and downtrodden Russians of Ukraine from the genocidal attacks of the Kiev government itself. A democide, a governmental mass assassination of their own. Thus has Putin's colonial-style land grab been transformed, in the minds of many Russians, into a war of national defense and solidarity with the oppressed. At the same time, Russian school children and students have been corralled into paramilitary youth groups, complete with uniforms, parades, and rallies that take the preservation of the legacy of World War II as their ideological base. Conflating modern Ukraine with Nazi Germany is absurd, of course, especially so for the families of the 7 million Ukrainians who fought in the Red Army, including Zelensky's own grandfather, who as a young infantry officer participated in the Battle of Berlin. Can it be possible that Russians actually believe it? Yes and no. Postmodern Russians have retained one psychological peculiarity from their Soviet forebears, and that's the habit of apparently believing two completely paradoxical things at the same time, which of course was George Orwell's definition of the totalitarian mindset he called doublethink. Young Russians can simultaneously enjoy Hollywood films and American computer games, lament the departure of IKEA and McDonald's, and dream of studying in Europe, while at the same time claiming to believe that their country is under Nazi attack. But it's really all cosplay. As he stands beside Xi, Putin is merely posing as a superpower leader. True, he has a nuclear arsenal, but Russia's only remaining international allies are rogue nations like North Korea and Iran. The Communist Chinese Empire, whom Putin claims as a strategic partner, has refused to send weapons and offers only the most guarded of diplomatic support to the war. Russia's economy is smaller than España's, Spain's, and is, well, it's in increasing trouble as world energy prices sink. And the army fighting Putin's war, which in Russia is officially not a war but a special military operation, is composed of expendables recruited from the country's prisons and poorest regions. Putin and the elderly KGB men who form his inner circle may believe that they have restored Russia to the prestige of the USSR at the height of its power. But all they are really demonstrating is how far Russia has fallen from those glory days. No longer a world power, but rather a vassal to the true superpower of the monolithic communist Chinese superstate. As for the American empire, there be no denying the fact that it also gave lives to the war effort. But Washington's primary contribution was in the form of arms, with the United States fulfilling its role as the arsenal of democracy, a phrase coined by the French official Jean Monnet and adopted by then-dictator Franklin Roosevelt. The Lend-Lease program enabled Great Britain and the Greater Soviet Union to sustain their war efforts. While the Soviets eventually ramped up their own war production, that output would never have been sufficient to defeat Germany, despite Germany's own economic weaknesses. This is what brings us back to the economic perspective I explained earlier in the company of Brendan Zogiet. The fact that economists conclude that the Great Depression never ended until the Japanese-American Peace Treaty of San Francisco went into effect in April, on the birthday eve day of Emperor Hirohito, April 29th, or 28th, his birthday eve day as opposed to his birthday of April 29th, in 1952. At that point, Germany and Japan were sufficiently reindustrialized to the point where they were producing in a constructive economy where the GDP kept growing. That's the economic perspective. Remember, the economic perspective is that war is the destruction of assets and therefore is non-economic. A military objective in war is to win so your enemy pays the price. But to an economist, all of this is destructive. It is like the Native American game of potluck, which would make no sense to any of us outside of war. But who won this war? Well, without consulting the EC, the EURCOM, or the European Community, the transnational body extant prior to European Union, the FRG, or the Federal Republic of Germany's Kanzler, Helmut Kohl, equated the Deutschmark of the economically potent Western Germany with that of the formerly communist and economically enervated, by capitalist standards, Central Germany. You see, Eastern Germany and Ostprussia are currently Polish-occupied, as the government of the United States actually still does not officially recognize the post-general European ceasefires de facto western limit lines of Polish administration in Germania. It est, the Oder-Neisse line is deemed illegitimate by the Western Allies. This rationale and French financial deference together being enough to prompt prohibiting Poland's participation in, or even ceremonial representation at, the half-centenary VE Day, or Victory in Europe Day commemorations held by those same allies in France come as 1995. Indeed, it was a United German armor, a mechanized column of German tanks which led the VE Day parade through the Paris gates, denoting whose victory was demonstrably acknowledged in Europe after all. Thus, where the United States' effort proved far more profound is in reparating Europe's recovery from the war and the global order that emerged thereafter. As I articulated yesteryear when reflecting on the 80th anniversary of the D-Day invasion, with all the European powers severely weakened after the war and American imperial troops stationed in the heart of Europe, Washington was poised to shape the post-war world order in a manner that served its economic and security interests. Hence, it is ironic that Trump takes pride in the United States' effort during the war, but seems to have at best ambivalence for the international order that Washington built when it ended. The truth is that literally expelling Nazi Germany from the face of the earth required the efforts of the British, the Americans, and the Greater Soviets combined. There be no need for one party to take more credit than another. But regardless of how one answers this historical question, the very debate over the issue is important, as societies should regularly reflect on histories to ensure that their understanding of the past, which influences claims to legitimacy in the present, is sound. But it's also important for ensuring that the lessons of that war, especially the trade wars, which rendered its inexorable inevitability inescapable, are not forgotten. And Trump's trade wars already started months ago. I guess we can continue there with the next transmission. In interim, I feel we've earned our pay tonight, and we need a lot of pay. We want to thank anyone who has contributed, and by God, we're going to need all that you can give. All right, so what do you say, dear Nemo? I guess we'll call it a night, and I want everyone to join us on Wednesday. It will be here before any of you know it. All right. Do you want to say good morning, good day to everyone, dear Nemo? Let's see if he's still with us. I believe he is. See if he's willing to come on. Return to the call for a moment. All right, dear Nemo, you there? If not, love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And we'll be ending stream. Let's end stream before I end the call.
Yeah, I'm back. I was just having a smoke.
Oh, thanks so much. Please say good day to all our listeners.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, and please support Douglas any way you can. Send contributions via PayPal. I was about to say buy the books. Don't buy the books.
Wow, thank you. Appreciate that. We love you dearly, Nemo. Thank you so much for everything you do. Again, there's no way I can express my gratitude for what you've done. We're going to work on that together as soon as we can. I'll probably be spending all day today sleeping. It may be tomorrow when I come home. We'll see if you're still awake by the time I get home. Probably will be, actually, now that I think of how odd your hours are. So, all right. So I'll be home.
Afternoon or evening, or might be the best for you, or when do you wake up?
Well, tomorrow I'll be up throughout the day. I'll be home by eventide, meaning I'll be home by about 6 p.m. San Francisco time, but we got to fast forward that by about 20 hours to get to you. So, you're on the other side of the Australian continent. You're facing the Indian Ocean or the Pacific?
Pacific.
Oh, okay. So you're a little closer, so about 17 hours ahead. So we can try and fast forward from 6 p.m. my time, 6-ish or 7-ish. We'll give it a try. We'll see, if it sticks. Worst case scenario, we'll try again Wednesday afternoon, before transmission or something like that. Yeah. We'll figure it out. We'll get it done. We'll get it done. And we'll make it happen. Apparently we took care of the most, necessary thing to do just to maintain it there. And, like I said, love you dearly. I'll stay on and talk with you for just a few minutes after the show is over. Let's bring the show to a close. And I'm going to end stream now. Everybody remember to please join us on Wednesday. You'll be here again. It'll feel like tomorrow.